on Wednesday, and so am I, and neither of us should be here. But here we are. And instead of canceling, we're like, you know what? Let's just do a stream talking shit. And there is an invite link if you want to join us and discuss shit with us. Ross might jump in and out with the video feed because he's driving and doing his stuff. You know, it's like
I'm in these streets, man. I'm in these streets.
yeah. Just look at the fucking screen. Not the screen. I mean
the road.
yeah, the road. So yeah. So this is because when we stream this much as we are streaming, it's you lose track of time, right? You
Definitely.
I mean,
It's like all the days just start to run together.
yeah. Yesterday we streamed for what 6.5 hours, you and me, the music
Yeah.
stream, and then I went and did the McToon stream 3.5 hours, and then
Hell yeah.
and you've been doing like back-to-back debates yesterday,
Yeah.
and then doing streams, music streams with me. Like, should we have them 6 hours though? I don't know. Are we going
Yeah.
nuts?
It's just so difficult for us to stop once we get going. You know what I mean? Like that's our thing. Is like, it's just, I mean, we do that with everything. Once we start talking, you know what I mean? Like, it's difficult for us to stop. And so, I don't know. Like, I don't never ever put any structure on what I do for that reason. Because you just never know. Like even after the second debate that I had with Craig, which by the way just pissed me off when I watched it back. I'm like, oh, but even afterwards, after I was dealing with the chat for a little bit, I was getting ready to log off. And then one of the guys that I had told in my comment section that I would respond to him, he just happened to jump on the live right before I was going to log off. So I ended up having another like 30, 45-minute convo back and forth with him. You know what I mean? And so,
continue.
Yeah. I just kind of go where the Lord takes me,
Well, we had a heated discussion, you and me, yesterday, right? That was the most heated we got, right?
That's probably the most. Yeah, I think so. I don't remember. Like to me, it's like I don't know because it's just regular. You know what I mean? It's like when I get you know what I mean, passionate about something, I get passionate about it. And whatever my reaction is, what my reaction is, and then after that, I forget about it. You know what I mean? So I'm like, it could have been the most heated. I don't really know.
You know what? Let me pull it up. You want me to pull it up? Should I pull it up?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I think I even know where it was.
Right, we talked about watching this too.
So might as well do it right now, right? Might as well do it right now. Hold on. I think we were talking about.
We were talking about you saying that essentially what they're doing is taking the music and just writing the songs, finding the producer and just giving it to somebody and just making them successful. And I was saying that they can't do that because like they have to find people that find it naturally. And then at the end, when you said it a little bit better, you said, well, what they're doing is they're paying them, right, to get control and taking the music. And I said, yeah, but the way they get control is by putting them in jail afterwards. And you're like, well, they're not all in jail. And I'm like, no. Here in America, bro, like at least 50 to 70% of the rappers are getting cases. You feel me? Random cases, and a lot of them are in jail because, like I said, like they have to find artists that are super good, and then they sign them, give them a bunch of money. And then they can't control them. So what they do is they lock them up. Like Fetty Wap is a perfect example. So I'm sure you don't know who Fetty Wap is, but Fetty Wap, dude, like when he came out, bro, he was literally bigger than Drake for like 2 years. No bullshit, bro. For 2 years, he was bigger than Drake. He had dropped like 8 hit top 10 Billboard 100 songs, got signed, obviously, you know what I mean? Like was super big. And then after that, you already know, of course, he's renegotiating his deal. I don't know that specifically, but I know like 99.9% that's what happens every time, right? They sign you, then you make a lot of money, then you come back and you're like, look, let's renegotiate. And then they're like, no, you know what I mean? Yeah. And so where's Fetty Wap right now? Fetty Wap's in jail. This is a singer, you know what I mean? And it was a RICO case that they hit him with. And so I'm sure he was around some guys that were doing bad stuff, but I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? It's like they were doing it the whole time, right? But like literally within like 2 years, at least 8 songs that will go down in history, in like songs that like everybody in America knew, and now completely fell off. You know, like I said, the label owns the songs, and when he wants to renegotiate, they're not going to do that. So of course,
Okay.
I go ahead.
Let's discuss this. Let's play it. Let me see if you hear it first. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Into the scene because they had no choice. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I hear it. Go ahead. I'm gonna turn my video off.
Oh, you don't need to, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I just want to see if that comes across on the stream as well.
I promise. But you got to request something like maybe not so, you know what I mean? Ross, if you're in love and you're happy, we can't.
Hold on.
And also remember too, for you and everybody else listening to this, remember we started this stream like first thing in the morning for me. You feel me? So I woke up first, and everybody knows how I am first thing in the morning. I say that all the time. I'm like, I have to like smoke like a whole eighth of weed by the time 1 p.m. comes to keep me in a cool mood where I can tolerate, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
things,
because somebody got upset, right, Ross?
No, not upset. Listen, this is not me upset. This is my real personality right here. That's what I'm saying. This is the real Ross. It's the reason why I don't. This is the reason why I smoke so much.
I was not really worrying about that, but I think some people in the audience,
they're like, "Oh my God, are they really fighting?"
Yeah. No, I don't want you guys to stop doing this thing. Okay, hold on. Let me play it. Let me see.
Go ahead.
We can shit on you better.
Hold on.
Oh, see.
Where is it?
Better, everything. That they listen.
Hold on. I heard.
It's just going to be hilarious.
Let me correct you on something.
See, there you go. That's your first mistake number one.
You don't know.
Let me correct you.
Right, shit started already.
Yeah, mistake number one. You know how much I love being corrected.
Let me tell you this. Yeah, exactly. The industry decides what crap. Is it too loud? The audio?
No, it's good.
Crap is going through your ears. Okay, industry. You don't know what you're talking about. Let me tell you this. The industry decides what crap is going through your ears. Okay, listen and don't.
No, the fuck they don't.
They do. They do. Don't interrupt. This is what happened. I'm gonna tell you what happened. Okay. Ever since MP3s and shit came to the scene, you know, when music started to become free, you know what happened? I'm gonna tell you what happened. Okay, the big companies went in and swooped up the whole industry. They bought up the whole industry, and now they took control over it, meaning they give the artists money. So now they can just take some ass brain, hold on, from the street and create an artist, give them the music, give them the lyrics, give them everything, and exclude the real artist from the music scene. That is why. You know, if you want me to pause, okay?
Oh yeah, no, yeah, okay, for sure, you're good.
Yeah. It's absolute
entertaining
shit
as hell
right now because they have been.
Who have they done that for? Who have they done that for?
Ah, shit! I thought that
pull it up.
I thought that was you in real time. Okay. Pull it up. Listen. Hold on.
Who have they done that for? Name somebody.
Hold on. All of these crappy ass artists today. Hold on.
Name one, fool.
Hold on. Before this, they had to take the real musical geniuses into the scene because they had no choice. But once the money was out of the business, they, with the billions of the dollars that they had, they now took over the scene and they choose who's going to be the star and who's not going to be the star. Meaning, they want. Hold on. I'm going to finish this. I'm going to finish this.
You're talking nonsense.
I'm going to finish this. Hold on. I'm going to finish this. I'm going to finish this. No, you have to just use your mind. You have to just use your mind. Hold on. Hold on. And you agree with me on this? Does the rulers want to make people dumber or smarter? Which one is it?
I don't know what the fuck the rulers want.
The rulers, do they want to dumb down? Do they want to dumb down? Do they want to dumb down people?
You already got me on now.
All right, but you know what I'm talking about. The ones who is in charge of shit. Do they want to dumb down people or do they want to make them smarter?
I'm in charge.
Yeah, there are tons of people that want to dumb down people. Yeah.
Okay, good. Stay there.
What the fuck they have to do with
Stay there. Music is an integral part in this. With music, they can dumb down generation after generation after generation, which they have. They have absolutely done that with the garbage.
Show me the proof, or else you sound like these globehead.
What do you mean? Show me the proof. Why do I sound like Hitler or something?
Because you are. That's how you sound all the time. I be trying to tell you, dog. I'm like, dude, you're Arnold Schwarzenegger of music. Yeah, you're Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's not hilarious. Good for your health, man.
Yeah, that's funny.
Hey, go ahead. This shit is entertaining. This shit is entertaining as hell, man. I like, man, this shit good.
Yeah, and it's not fake. That's the best thing. It's
right.
Because how the fuck do you do that? How the fuck would you fake this? You know what I mean? Like this is.
Well, and that's part of the reason why, even though I know it's a little overboard, right? When you give me that alley-oop, right? I'm like, when I feel it there, I'm like, I could either calm down right now, or I could do it. And I'm like, it's there, so let me just go because I know the value in that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that would be the only thing that might not be real, if you want to say if anything is not real. Like when we just turn it up, right? Like we egg each other up, like
right. Well, yeah, it's not like it's not real in the sense that we actually have animosity toward each other.
Yeah, exactly.
Most people, if they get loud or whatever, then that's animosity or that's anger. But it's like, it's like, you get loud and you get excited, and I get loud and excited, and we never get angry. You know what I mean? It's like even through all that, I promise I wasn't angry one time. I promise.
Me either.
Never.
Me either. And you know what the best part is? When we can say "shut up."
Right. Exactly.
To each other.
Right.
You
right.
know what I mean?
No, and when you tell me shut up, I'm talking. I'm like, all right, fine, let him go. You know what I mean? I'm like, all right.
Yeah, because other people, they wouldn't be like,
"Oh, don't tell me to shut up.
Shut the fuck up, motherfucker." You know?
Right.
Like, no, okay, I'll shut up, and vice versa.
Right. And vice versa. Exactly. That's the thing. I'm like, I can tell when you're passionate and you're on something. Like it's his turn to go, and then when it's my turn, it's my turn. Yeah.
You let it ride. Yeah. You let it ride. You know. Hey, what's up, King? Nico? Hey, have you met Nico?
Nico, I don't know.
I don't know. You probably not met. Hey, Nico, jump in if you like. The link is in the description. We're just this stream was not planned, but Ross is the king of not planning.
Spontaneous streaming.
Yeah, Ross can do a streaming like 10 minutes and then go.
I've definitely done that before. Just jump on for 10, 15 minutes, like, all right, you guys, I got it.
There's a charm in it. I will say that. Yeah, there's a charm in it.
It's real, you know what I mean? It's natural. You know what I mean? Like they know they're getting the real me at all times, Yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah. Then you just leave after you're done with whatever you wanted to do, I need to learn a little bit from that because I almost have to plan a stream. I'm like,
Yeah. Well, this is kind of what I want. This is what I wanted to get into about you and when you're on McToon. You know what I mean? It's like a lot of times we plan stuff to go a certain way, but it's better if it goes a different way. We're too analytical.
Yeah. Oh, you froze. It's the Rumble thing happening. What's up, Bree? What the fuck is going on? Ross, if you hear me. What's up, Anson? Yeah, you guys can join in. This stream was not even planned, man. I mean, I thought it was Thursday. That's how gone I was. Because I did the stream with Ross 6 hours yesterday, and then I did a stream with McToon right after. A little bit. Yeah, you're back now, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that happens. Goes in and out. But yeah, let's go back a little bit to it. I thought it was fun. But yeah, it's a very rare thing when we can have that Discord, guys between, where you can actually go out on each other, like lash out, and still be cool. I think
it's the magic, you know what I mean, when it comes to just overall, like, even like in radio, you know what I mean? Like, of course, you already know I base everything on that. And so, dude, those were the best times in radio, man. When you got two people on there just going at each other, you feel me? Especially as two radio hosts. I mean, of course, sometimes, with some radio, shows that went too far. But if they never allowed it to go too far, Opie and Anthony is the perfect example, right? Opie and Anthony were they were the biggest radio station next to Howard Stern. They had literally made it to where it was Howard Stern and them, but then they just couldn't handle it. Like they would get into fights on air, and that shit would be entertaining and funny as hell. And you would think that they were cool behind closed doors, but they really weren't. They were not cool behind closed doors. And so eventually it came to a head. But like I'm saying, if they were able to keep that energy on air, and then afterwards be like, yeah, we're cool, we can let it all go, then it would have been cool. But there was one of them couldn't let it go though. Like there was one specifically who would harbor it in and actually be upset. So as long as go ahead.
What would you say is the skill needed? Let's say a conversation gets really heated between two radio hosts. Almost as hosts.
radio hosts.
Yeah, two radio hosts. But two radio hosts, let's say it gets really heated. What would be the skill to take the temperature down? Like what do you need inside of, like, you need to tell yourself, hey, get back down. Or what do you think? Or is it just something that somebody has inside of themselves, or is it something they can acquire? Can they learn this?
Right. So do you mean specifically like learning to like let it go, or do you mean specifically bringing it down when you're like hype?
Let's take me and you. We've known each other for what, 10 days?
Right.
That's insane, by the way.
Right.
Yeah. 10 days, and now we're at a level where we're literally saying shut the fuck up to each other, and we don't.
It's not a big deal, right?
Yeah. Some people, they can know somebody for 10 years and they can't do stuff like that. So is it something in the person itself, or is it something that we have learned to acquire?
Yeah, I think it's I think it's definitely something in the person, because anybody could tell me that, right? And I'm not ever going to get offended by it. I'm going to react to what they're saying in context, but I'll never be upset or offended or take it personal, So it's definitely, it's me, who I am, and my own personal confidence, and you and who you are, because like when other people hear certain stuff, it starts to weigh on their personality. They start to think what other people say about them is true because other people say it. So I never think that what other people say is true for any reason, especially when they're talking about me. It's like they don't know shit about themselves. How could they know anything about me? So I really do believe that in my heart of hearts. Like I don't give a fuck what they say. They're all idiots. You know what I mean? Like you're all idiots. So I don't care what you think. So it doesn't matter what you say to me.
So it's like, what's up, Anson? Have you met Anson, by the way, Ross?
I've chatted with Anson before a few times, haven't I?
Yeah.
I'm like, you're the one. He's constantly chatting with us. So I've chatted with him the first time meeting you, seeing you face to face though. Well, face to audio
in the virtual world.
Right.
How's
it going, man?
Yeah, how's it going, man?
Pretty good.
Cool.
Yeah, we're just talking about being able to lash out at each other without taking it taking offense.
Please fasten
I think it's cool, man, because especially with these longer streams, you do you keep the energy and the momentum going, so you could literally just like pop into one of your streams and like get straight into it basically.
Yeah, you don't have to follow it from the beginning.
Right. Yeah, and because you like keep it moving, and because it's like fast paced, you can go straight in there and then like get in there with vibe with the conversation. So yeah, I think it works well, man. Like your kind of energies. So,
and I think let me just say how much Ross is good at this. He think about this. He's fighting with me, and then he's keeping track at the chat, and he keeps things rolling. So I think it's a good. It's like a good
dynamic.
Yeah, because we are very different, but maybe also similar in some ways.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Definitely.
So
it's kind of the same thing that I was saying about Craig, right? Like even though, of course, we disagree on a lot of things, Craig knows how to take it and give it. You know what I mean? Of course, you know, he's gonna try to get his advantages, but it's like he understands the nature of what we're doing. You know what I mean? He never loses the plot. He don't lose the plot. Like, you know what I mean? Okay, we're here to like, yeah, we're going back and forth on the information, but at the same time, you know, we do want to make it interesting for the people watching. You know, and
not only for the people watching, but I also believe for ourselves as well, because I think we go off on that.
Yeah, you know, that's exactly what. You know, that's what I was going to say. Like when Anthony was saying, you know, it makes it more interesting and lively. It's like I said, if I'm completely sober, right, or like, you know, like I said, early in the morning, haven't smoked that much, it's like I'm gonna fall asleep just sitting here. You know what I mean? Like I can't, you know what I mean, listen to some, you know what I mean? So I gotta turn it up a little bit, or I gotta get, you know, I have to make the conversation somewhat exciting to keep myself engaged. You know, so that's why I say when I don't smoke a lot, I don't let anything pass by me. I'm looking for any reason to argue and bicker with somebody, because it just it makes me, you know what I mean? It keeps my mind engaged. Yeah. Rather than, you know, sitting there listening to, you know, boring conversation.
Okay, let me ask you guys. Anson, did you say anything?
No, I was just gonna say that the time of day you do it as well, it's a bit earlier, where people do feel a bit more like you're doing stuff, you know, during the afternoon. It's just on in the background. It's more like that kind of energy during the day. So I think it really, in that respect, it works as well, rather than like an evening stream.
Right.
I mean, it hits us at 4. It hits us at what, like about 4 o'clock, doesn't it? And then he's like late morning, whatever.
Right.
Yeah, depends on which stream we're talking about. We've done like a couple of weird times. I think we've done one at 1 p.m. Ross time.
Yeah.
Which is 10 p.m. my time and your time as well, Anson, right?
Pretty much. We're quite similar, yeah.
You're 1 hour behind me, right?
Something like that, yeah.
So that would be 9 p.m. your time. And then we had one done 3 p.m. my time, which would be 2 p.m. your time, and it would be 6 a.m. Ross time.
Oh, right, yeah.
And then we did another one, 8 a.m. Ross time. Anyways, do you guys think there could ever be such a discord between two ladies?
Hell no, never in life.
No. Not quite. Yeah, probably not quite that like intensity and like continuity. Because like, to be fair, you guys like pounded it for like 3.5 hours. Like, you know, it's impressive, man. Like I couldn't, but it's like anything else. It's practice, isn't it? Like this whole online thing is like, you know, it's a whole skill, man. It's, you know.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
And I appreciate that, like, you know.
It's skill, it's practice, but it also has to click. The right vibes, the right frequency, whatever you want to say, the right things has to click. But with that said, though, how amazing would it be if 2 women were to be able to do that very same thing? That would blow up, wouldn't it? Like to see 2 women be able to do that.
No, it would, but like I said, I don't think it would be possible. Like there's a saying out here, right? That like
it's impossible.
Like, I personally think so. But so like we have a saying out here, right, where we say like the difference between women when they're friends and men with their friends, right, is that women in each other's face will be like, "Oh my God, I love you, you're so great," and then when they leave, they'll be like, "Oh my God, I hate that bitch." And then men will be like, "Oh, like shut up, idiot! Oh, you're ugly, or you're gay, or whatever." And then when they leave, they'll be like, "Man, I love that guy. He's such a good guy." You know what I mean? So it's like we're more honest and real in our interaction. You know what I mean? And women,
it's the complete opposite. Complete opposite.
It's like it's just in their nature to be slick and sly and manipulative. You feel me? It's like that they have to do that. You know what I mean? And so they do it with each other, right? And not only that, they have to be in groups. You know what I mean? It's like it's not safe for women to go out by themselves, or even, you know what I mean? It's like just in all honesty, you know what I mean? And so that's why they naturally, even if they don't know somebody, they'll meet somebody and become friends in 2 seconds. They're like, "Oh my God," you know what I mean? Like you'll see them at the club, they're hanging out with a whole group of people they never met because they're just naturally want to be in groups. And so they'll make fake friends all the time. They got all type of friends that they don't even really like that, but they can't be alone when they go out. So they have to have a community of people around them. You know what I mean?
You know, I'm kind of wishing I could turn into a woman right now and actually.
You've been saying, hey, look, man, you've been saying some questionable stuff these last few days, man. I'm not gonna lie. That's the first thing I was gonna say. That's the first thing I was gonna say to Ashman when he got on. I'm like, Ashman, I'm gonna have to start looking at you weird now, man. What's up with your boy talking about holding people's balls?
Yeah, I held yours yesterday. Hold on, Bree. I mean, that sounded really gay. Bree, I know you have some attitude. Bree understood. Bree misunderstood in the chat. I know you got some attitude, but you never dared to jump on the voice chat. I challenge you to become a man. Jump into the voice chat and finally become a man, even though you're a woman. Train it up. Yeah.
But I also wanted to go back a little bit to what I was saying about you on the McToon thing. You know, like I said, So like I said, you know, first of all, you already having all your ducks in a row, ready to go. That already made you look like, you know, you weren't just, you know, some schmuck who was just going. You know what I mean? Like you had a bunch of displays.
With the videos
and stuff. Yeah, and it,
oh, you cut out. Wait. Yeah.
By the way, Vince, I can't see him either. I can hear him fine now, so it's cool. But I can't. He's not coming up.
No, not for me either, because he turns it off and on. So
cool.
He can just turn it on, and sometimes it appears. Like maybe now, I don't know. Now he's coming back.
Cool.
It's now he's back. But it's muted. Vince, I'm clipping that. You coward, Bree. You coward.
What's Bree saying?
Clipping when I said become a man. But yeah, Ross.
Oh.
Yeah, you were saying I had those things pulled up, and that made me look like
Yeah, it made you look like you obviously had done your research. Your ducks were in a row. Like I said, he ran from a bunch of your points. But understand, like that's what they do, though. You feel me? Like I always say, nobody's gonna have more information than Witsit, dude. Witsit is the top of the line when it comes to being able to answer every question, give every detail, go through. He's like, trust me, we'll never be at that point. And even him, when he he just had a debate with Globey McGlobeface, right? And I'm thinking like he's about to body Globey because I bodied Globey, right? I just debated him. And although Witsit was killing him on every point, Globey McGlobeface, his body language is top of the line. Like I think he's probably a body language expert. If you watch him, it's like he knows how to like make his voice soft, like keep his eyes a certain way so it looks like he's confident. It's like even though he's saying nothing, he literally is just saying nothing. But his body language is such that he's just trying to fool the audience into thinking that, oh, this guy is more likable. That's all he does is Globey. If you watch him, he just tries to come off more likable. He like.
That's a really good impression.
Hey Ross, when you see that, when you see this,
mate, that's classic. That's funny. Who's the other guy who comes off all like soft and likable as well? The guy from Australia. He does the same thing.
Mark or PhD Tony?
No, there's that other guy as well, but I don't know. But yeah, there's a few of them that like, yeah.
Hey, you don't know what when you froze on such a retarded.
Did you take a screenshot?
No, I did not. But I was laughing. We were both laughing our asses off. Like when you see that was a funny picture, man.
But honestly, like Mark from Australia, he does that same thing, which is why I remember I told you when I went to debate Mark, I was not finna discuss no information with him. I'm gonna give you this boom and boom. I'm like, I know his pompous like body language shit, so I just went in there to break his spirit. I'm like, I wanted to go in there and just break him down. Like, dog, no, you're not. Like, I see through you, and so that's what I'm saying. Like with McToon and a lot of these guys. That's all they want to do is they want to out body language you, out posture you. You know what I mean? And
Absolutely.
and like that, I thought you did an excellent job because from minute one all the way to the last minute, you were never finished. You're like, and I know you probably every time you said something, you're like, I know you're probably gonna laugh at it. So that already softened the blow of you being like, I'm not here to convince you of anything. I just want some answers from you. And then like that, you were funny. You know what I mean? You were funny the whole time. You had him laughing, obviously. You know what I mean? So anybody watching that was like, damn it, this guy's cool. It's like even if I don't like, you know what I mean? Even if I don't like agree with him, it's like he's funny, and I could see more of him. I want to see more of him. You know what I mean? And that's like I said, that's what I do. I'm like, look, I'm not gonna be with it. Yeah, like I have my ducks in a row, but at the same time, my main goal is for anybody who sees me who's on the fence to be like, let me watch more of this guy because he got my blood up a little bit, or he made me laugh, and that's what people remember on YouTube. That's why I put shit on YouTube. I'm like, who's funny, who's interesting, who's, you know what I mean? And so, like I said, we're not gonna have more info than Witsit. Like I enjoy watching Caleb, right? Because Caleb is a good debater, but I would never go watch any of his personal videos because like he's not funny or anything, and all the info I could get from him, I could just get from Witsit. Yeah. But if somebody is funny or interesting, then that would make me go watch them. You know what I mean? So that's like I said, you came off perfect in my opinion.
Well,
I appreciate
like
that.
I'd say Witsit's like subtly funny because it's like he makes like little expressions when he can see that the other dude is says something funny or something, but it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Yeah, you're like what? Like confused? Like what do you just say?
Right. Yeah. and a lot of times he stalls them out too. That's why I always say I'm like Witsit is too nice to these guys but it's like
why is he so nice? Like you're sitting on that info, just go all out. But you said an important thing. Everybody has their place. Like you said, I don't really know that much about flat Earth. All I know is I don't buy what the government says. I've never seen any curve, and I've seen a lot of weird shit. I don't know if you can say it's evidence, but it is things that makes you question the globe. Okay, so I'm just one of those guys. Like, okay, I don't believe the government. I've never seen the curve. Here are the things that makes me question things, and I try to display that. And then of course he's very skilled. I will give him credit. He had almost an answer for everything, McToon. But going against me, I don't really know that much. But like, I want to see Sovereign or somebody maybe go through his points. But with that said, I want to say he was not that big of. I don't think he was an asshole to me yesterday, and maybe that was because I said, hey, what's up? Hey, what's up, Sovereign? Just
talking about him, huh?
Yeah.
But like you were super nice. Well, he was the.
But I said I'm a mirror. Maybe that was because I said I am a mirror.
Right.
I'm like, the first time I saw you, you were an asshole towards Ross. I said that. Right. I don't know if that was in the stream or before the stream. I don't remember.
Yeah. What? And that was our second time talking when you saw.
Hey, Sovereign, you need to unmute to jump in. It's Rumble, man. They're just
there. Am I in now?
Yeah. No, now you're just in with sound, but you're in. Hey, what's up, Pepsi Man?
There it is.
Okay, we're hoping you get a little bit crisper. Now you're looking like a little bit blurry, like StreamYard. But it's probably gonna change.
It might be me.
Oh, now it's crisp.
There we got it.
Hey, how's it going, Sovereign?
Not too bad, Ross. What's happening, man?
Nothing much, man. I was watching a few minutes of your video that you put out last night. I think it was last night. I watched a few minutes of it this morning. I'm like, man, like this past week was so busy for us, dude. I got to get over to your thing, man.
Yeah. I was amazed at, like you were saying, Witsit, he stayed really calm, and this other guy, if you watch him, he was drinking vodka. Okay. That whole time he was drinking vodka, and you could see the belligerence start coming out in him and shit.
Right.
And when he said, oh, well, do you have any proof of this, do you have the formula for that? And Witsit says, yeah, right here. And he pulls it out. And that guy did not expect that shit at all, man.
Yeah, no, dude, it was great. It was great. I like, as soon as I saw they were going to get each other, I was like, oh, I have to watch this. I have to watch it because I just debated him. And I'm like, I just literally like I probably took him 75% of the way there. I'm like, I gave him 75% of what he, you know what I mean? I'm like, Witch is gonna give him the whole tray. I'm like, he's not gonna have anything.
Hey, let me tell you one thing that, at that time when I did with McToon, the stream, I showed him, the rays of the sun that are angular. So that kind of looks like, that kind of points to that the sun is, close.
Close.
And
right.
he showed me a video of angular rays. But then that very same video, the camera turned so that it was just looking at the rays from above,
the other way,
from straight above the rays, and then the rays became parallel. I don't know, So
right.
to me, I was like, okay. At that moment, I couldn't say anything against that.
Well, right. Well, I mean, what the thing about it is like what he's offering, right? Even if what he's saying is like not a fake picture or whatever, right? Because I hadn't seen it before, but it's like what he's offering might be like, let's say it's a hole in what you think it is. It's still a hole in what they think it is. It still doesn't mean that now, you know what I mean? Like either way, it cancels out both excuses. Like this is not proof either way. So based on what you guys are saying is going on with the sun, we all don't know still.
Yeah.
There's an oxymoron being used and nobody's catching it. Okay. Parallel ray. Okay. Where does the word ray come from? Comes from the word radiate. Is a radiate or a radius a line? No, it's not. Right.
What is it? Is it a wave?
It's a radiate. It radiates away from the source. In other words, it goes off in all directions. It's not, the sun is not a fucking laser beam. Okay. So there's no such thing as parallel rays.
Right.
Okay? That would be like a flat circle. You can't have a straight circle. You can't have that. Lines and arcs are different things. Although they are both measured in degrees, they are not always the same.
You froze, Ross.
You froze again.
Doing the pyramid. He froze doing the pyramid.
He's Illuminati.
Yeah, but it's so low res, so it won't work. Okay, hold on. It's back in another form, I think. Yeah.
It's like some sort of thing. That's funny.
Yeah, you need. Yes, you froze. This time you froze doing the pyramid, Ross.
Hey, you know what's funny? I took my phone was still on that last picture that you said was funny too, so I took a screenshot of that. Maybe we can add, maybe we can add that as our thumbnail now.
You're Illuminati. He's like this with his hand.
Yeah, now you, Sovereign. They're gonna take that from you too. We can't do this the symbols, man, because someday they will accuse us of something.
I don't care. You can accuse me of any damn thing you want to. Truth is on my side.
Sovereign, right? Are you standing by that? Okay, put one hand. I don't want to do it. Put one hand on one eye with, like. No, don't do it. Don't do it, man.
He's all right.
Like this.
Okay, I'll do this.
I do this all the time. Or I'll do this.
You got to complete the circuit.
It just fuck with people. It's like, look, I'm just holding my hands a certain way. Anybody that knows me, I don't join anything, man. The last time I joined something, I hated it. That was the Army. So I don't join shit. So I'm not ever going to be in any Masons or in the Illuminati or any of that other dumb shit. I'm my own soldier. That's it.
Guys, do you think that it's possible like that some celebrities, they get famous, they do their photo shoots, and then they're like, can you just put your hand here?
They're not
that. They're not really into that shit.
Right.
Then they make it look like you are.
Roseanne Barr talks about that. Roseanne Barr talked about that.
She does. Yep.
She said the photographer's saying, okay, now just do this and do that. And she's not thinking anything of it. The guy's just telling her to do different poses and shit.
Right.
Yeah.
That's kind of fucked up.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing with the with the list, that came out that everybody is up in a frenzy about. It's like, right. It's like let's say that 70% of them on there are actually guilty. Well, that other 30% is still fucked. You know what I mean? It's like, so it's like whether they did it or not, they might have just gotten you to, like you said, I got them to charter a flight with me. I gave them a free a free ride somewhere, and it's like that little one thing you had no idea what was going on, but now
that's guilty by association, right?
Guilty by association now.
Yeah.
Well, the reality of that though is that if you were in that tight to get a ride from Jeffrey Epstein,
right,
you already knew what the fuck he was into. You don't walk around being a billionaire and then
not know who you're around.
Not know, and then not know you're gonna vet these guys. You're gonna
Sovereign, what if you're a new famous guy or a rock star, and they invite you and you didn't really know that much about him? You knew he was a wealthy guy that got a lot of connections, and he's like, hey, you want to take a ride with me? Listen, if I was one of those, I would probably be like, yeah, where we going, man?
Well,
we're going to an island,
Yeah, see, but but this is the thing, Vince. Not if you're a billionaire. See, me, right? Like, think about, we talk about,
you're a billionaire. Yeah.
We talk about this all the time. Like, even me right now, right? I'm like, I do not mess with women that I don't know. I don't mess with one night stands because I know where I'm headed. I know, it's too dangerous. Even me at my level, you know what I mean? Yeah. So when you're a billionaire, you think that they let anybody around? Like Jay-Z says this all the time. He literally says that in order for you to touch him, there's 10 degrees of separation. He's like, he's got 10
layers. 10 layers. Gone. Well, he's gone.
Well, that's just it. It's like if you're Prince Andrew, for instance, right? You've got MI6, you got your Secret Service. They're going to vet everybody that you know, okay? In order for them to even have that kind of access to you, they have to be vetted. So it can't be like, oh my God, this guy was a world-class trafficker. I had no fucking idea whatsoever. None. Jeez, wow, big surprise to me.
But hey, don't you love that interview he did in 2019, Prince Andrew? That was a funny ass interview, man. I love that interview. It's hilarious.
I don't sweat. I have a war injury. I don't
sweat. It was just a straightforward shooting weekend. Like what? Oh, the other part where he said, yeah, I remember that day because that day me and my little kid, we went to the pizza place. I think he said pizza place somewhere in London or something. I think it was. Yeah. So yeah, sure that he went to a pizza place. Like that guy. No way. Hey Ross.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're back.
Honestly, bro, that pizza shit, bro, just had me like so tripping when I first like heard about it. Cause of course, it's always rumors and this and the third. But then it's like me personally, I do business and I know how shady people do business around here. You know, I mean, people who are trying to wash money and all that, right? And so, like, I used to always look at the weird mattress store stuff, where it's like, dude, just all these random mattress lands in places. Then you go on their website and they're selling mattresses for like $15,000.
Oh yeah, I remember.
You know what I mean? I'm like, what in the hell is going on here? And then when they pulled the pizza thing up, and I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, there's no way. I'm like, there's no way in hell that any of this is coincidental. I'm like, no way in hell. Anyway, that should always just let me know. It's like, all right.
Well,
this time not again. We're in it this time. You feel me? They really are out there tightening up those screws. You know what I mean? And
what do you guys?
Go ahead.
Yeah, what do you guys think about a similar thing? I remember back in the days when I saw a super ugly painting being sold for like $500 million. I'm like, dude, I can do that. Why can I not get at least $1 million? What the hell? 500.
That Hunter Biden treatment. Yeah, that Hunter Biden treatment.
But they're doing something else, right?
And here's the thing: a lot of people make a whole load of money out of forging paintings and just coming up with like forgeries of modern art, because a lot of modern art is easily reproducible because it's not of that level of complexity. So we're now in this situation in the art world where it's flooded with fakes, like the fakeries,
Well, some guy will come out there and he throws a bunch of splashes of paint. He's some kind of a bizarre artist, and he's the hottest thing. And he throws a couple stripes of paint onto a canvas, $10 million, right? Now, do you think that somebody's actually going, yes, this painting is worth $10 million? Or does it come with a gift?
Yeah, exactly. There's
Yeah,
something
and the
else.
thing is, it's when it's that one-off idea, like the original painting that Pollock did that was cool, but it's then when they all just go in for it and just all copy each other and do all this bizarre modern art. It's like,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that was weird. Hey,
Listen, they were
listen.
doing this. They were doing this in California, right? So they finally put an end to it. But it was like I went by this place that said free weed, and I went, "What the fuck, free weed? Let's check that out." So you go inside, and they had like it was like a thrift store, right? And so if you bought something, you got a gift with it. Okay, so if you could buy a little toy car, if you paid $25 for it, you got an 1/8 ounce of weed. If you paid $50 for it, you got a 1/4 ounce of weed free with it. So you weren't buying the pot, you were buying the object, and the price you paid was dependent on the gift that you got with it. So they were not selling weed, they were giving it away with a purchase of another item.
But they had you go there because they said the weed is free, right? But
Right.
You need to buy that thing in order to get the free weed.
Right. And then that way, around the loophole, they're not selling marijuana. They're not selling cannabis. They're selling little items and giving away cannabis with the purchase.
Yeah, because it's legal to give it away but not sell it.
Right.
Nice. That's a good idea. I like that.
They stomped down on that quick, though. They did.
Right. I definitely remember when they were doing that before it became recreational. That is 100%. It was all donation based, quote unquote.
I mean, it's time it's legal everywhere, man. What the hell's wrong with this world?
It shouldn't be legal or illegal. It shouldn't.
I know.
Right.
Absolutely, I agree.
Are carrots illegal or legal?
Right.
They're legal.
It's not even a right. No, they're not legal or illegal. It's not even a factor. Right. It's like there's no legalities around it. You know what I mean?
Once you do that, see, this is how licensing works. They'll take a right, deny it, and then sell it back to you in the form of licensing.
Exactly.
Okay? And this is what they do with this, right? So they legalized it, which gave it a taxable status. And that's the only reason they can regulate it now, and they can tax it. They did the same thing with alcohol. I mean, alcohol is a naturally occurring thing as well. I used to have this apple tree, and the apples would lay up in the gutter and start to ferment. And we had this alcoholic squirrel that would eat those fucking apples and get drunker and shit, right? There was no still involved. Nothing else. It's a natural thing. But what they did is, this is an illegal thing. And if you're caught fermenting stuff, you can be put in prison, blah, blah, blah. But we're going to ferment it and then sell it to you for a profit.
Okay, what do you think about this then? They kind of do that with water, right? In some places they sell water.
Yeah, very much so.
In some places they sell water. Like they sell water everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's almost like selling. No, maybe not. I was saying it's almost like selling air, but
it is that. No, it is that, and they are selling air. If we're being honest, but I remember watching a cartoon when I was younger, where it was basically about this. Where they're like, one day they're going to be selling air to you. You know what I mean? And when I first saw that, I thought, well, they're selling water. It's like that's the same exact thing. You know, we are water. Everything is water. Now we have to pay for it. It makes no sense.
Yeah, I think I saw a video on Twitter. I don't know if it's true, but this guy was at some place, like there was a bunch of rocks and mountains, and there was this little what do you say, like water was coming out, like clean, super clean water.
An artesian spring. Yeah,
something like that.
Right.
Like he said that literally was like oxygen molecule. I don't know what the hell he was talking about. It was literally creating new water.
Primary water.
Yeah. That was what it was called.
Primary water. Yeah. This is why when they were running this psyop on us when I was a kid, I can remember. This is when they were saying we were going to have an ice age. Okay, so I was still I remember we were in elementary school and shit. And I saw the writing on the wall, man. I did. I said, man, watch. They're going to make us have to. It's going to end up a time where you're going to end up having to buy water in order to have any clean water. And here we are. And so when somebody says that, you know, they're going to start selling air, I'm like, shut up. Don't give them any idea.
Yeah.
Well, they probably already have that in store, but they can't.
Wait, I mean, they definitely have, like they started rolling out oxygen bars in Vegas like at least 7 years ago now. 7, 8 years ago, oxygen bars in Vegas.
How does that work? What do you mean oxygen bars? Like, what is it?
I have no idea. I don't know why anybody would ever try it. People go up and they got, I don't know what they're doing at all. I just see
hold on.
And I'm like, this is ridiculous.
Hold on. Is this part of their ultimate plan? Hear me out. You know the climate nonsense? Like, the air is polluted, so now we have to, you know, sell air to you. And if you can't afford it, sorry, you're gonna be out of air and you're gonna suffocate.
Can't afford to get groceries because you had to pay your air bill. You know what I mean?
Air bill. Air bill and bill. Air bill, bill. What is it called? Airbnb. Air bill and bill. But could that be a possibility? Like, you know, the climate is fucked up and, you know, air is scarce. Some shit like that. You know,
why not? They've got you thinking everything else is limited. They made everybody believe that oil comes from dinosaurs and shit. And it's a limited supply. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
Same thing with coal. That's bullshit. And it's the same thing with water. It's the same. There's an unlimited supply. Okay, there is an unlimited supply of this. It replenishes all the time. And this is why, if you're like out in California, I knew somebody that drilled a well. And they hit primary water, and the state made them shut it down. They couldn't tap it.
Right? No. Yeah, I've seen that happen too.
That's insane. So you see that's what's the problem with this shit. Like, how can you trust this organization called the government when they're doing shit like this? Like, what the fuck? You should be happy. They should be like, oh shit, you found water? Good for you, man. All right, you don't need to pay for water now. All right, good. It's like you won the lottery. Good job, you know? Maybe you can give that to the people around you or shit like that. That should be, if they were good, if the government were good, they would be saying, fantastic job. You know what? I hope you can find more primary water for other people around there. You know, and if you need our help, we'll be there. That would be a good government, you know?
See,
like,
good on you. Here's the thing, man. It's like all these measures and these hardships that the government implement on the population. Yeah. Like, it's always going to hurt those that are poorer and haven't got like the you know, like don't even know what's going on. You know.
Right.
And that's one terrible thing about it. And also why some people will put up with like the geoengineering and other stuff right till the end, because they're not. It isn't hurting them that badly yet, but it's like, you know, the untold, like, constant effects of this stuff. You know, that's the issue.
Boiling frogs, man.
Sorry, man.
You put a frog in water and slowly heat the water up. That frog will never leave that water until it'll go to a boil and kill the frog. You're right, Anson. That's what people are doing all the time. Well, it doesn't affect me now. Look, I went and got and nothing happened to me 4 years later. You know. And
then you fuck. Yeah.
It's a cocktail. It's people don't understand that it takes time sometimes for things to happen.
Yeah.
You know.
Sovereign, you reminded me of this video. Have you seen this? Never mind that he's a president of, what is it, El Salvador, but listen to what he's saying. Hold on.
Because there are a ton of hidden.
Do you guys see this? Hold on. Did you guys hear that, by the way?
Messages in the in speech. Look.
For instance, the financial situation of the United States.
Can't hear
when
it.
I talk to my conservative friends right here, they always tell me that the problem is high taxes. But they're wrong. Of course, high taxes are extremely high here in the United States.
I can't hear it, man.
I give you that.
You can't hear it?
You're right in that.
No, I can't. I can only see it.
Hold on.
I'd have to watch it on the other, but then it's a delay on there.
Hold on. I'll reshare it. Hold on. You know,
it's Rumble. Take your time, man. No hurry.
It's Rumble Studios. Hold on. Do this and do that. How about now? Hold on.
El Salvador presidents
You guys hear it?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Pay attention and listen, because there are a ton of hidden messages in the El Salvador president's speech. Look.
For instance, the financial situation of the United States. When I talk to my conservative friends right here, they always tell me that the problem is high taxes. But they're wrong. Of course, high taxes are extremely high here in the United States. I give you that. You're right in that. That's not the real problem. The real problem is not the high taxes themselves, but the fact that they are not even really funding the government. But even those high taxes, higher than a lot of places in the world, but even those taxes are really funding the government. So who's financing the government? Government is financed by treasury bonds, paper. And who buys the treasury bonds? Mostly the Fed. And how does the Fed buy them? By printing money.
Oh.
But what backing does the Fed have?
What?
Oh man, I'm just it's just funny hearing this shit, dude. I'm like any person in their right mind who heard that, like, oh, how does the Fed do it? They print money, and they like, I've heard enough. Well, that's it. I've heard enough. Shut it down. That should be.
Yeah, let it finish, and then we can speak about it. But it's interesting that he said this.
And how does the Fed buy them? By printing money. But what backing does the Fed have for that money being printed? The treasury bonds themselves. So basically, you finance the government by printing money out of thin air.
Fiat.
Someone could ask, well, so if the government can print unlimited amounts of money out of thin air, why did they collect taxes?
To keep us enslaved.
The Ponzi scheme.
I mean, in theory,
right. It's just a illusion.
Mm-hmm.
Ross, did you hear that, Ross? Should I back that up? I don't know.
I think he froze immediately as soon as he came back.
Yeah, it freezes a lot.
Well, you're declared dead and mortgaged like as soon as you file a birth certificate. You understand?
Yeah, they own you in the corporation.
Well, it's not only that, you are declared dead and your property mortgaged. And you're only just a little baby. How can that be?
Yeah, I'm alive, man. I don't know how that works.
Goes all the way back to a papal bull called Unum Sanctum.
Yeah. I got cut off right before his last question. After he asked that last question, I was like, we want to know. We want to know. We want to know.
Yeah.
We want to know why, how.
Yeah, let me just finish this off and then we can speak.
Yeah, go ahead.
so basically, you finance the government by printing money out of thin air. Someone could ask, well, so if the government can print unlimited amounts of money out of thin air, why did they collect taxes? I mean, in theory, it would make sense, right? If they can print unlimited amounts of money, why would they need taxes for? The answer is simple, but it's very shocking.
You're a slave.
The real problem is that you pay high taxes only to uphold the illusion that you are funding the government, which you are not. It's shocking, but it's true. The government is funded by money printing, paper backed with paper, a bubble that will inevitably burst. The situation is even worse than it seems, because if most Americans and the rest of the world were to become aware of this farce, confidence in your currency would be lost, the dollar will fall, and the Western civilization with it. If the next president of the United States doesn't make the necessary policies and structural changes Sooner or later, that bubble will burst. There's still time. You don't have to make the same mistakes we did in the 60s and the 70s. You can still jump before the water boils.
That was a great analogy, honestly, that you gave, Sovereign. The frog in the boiling water.
Yeah, that was what reminded me of this. Yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly. Something like it really an analogy for what's going on.
So he's speaking truth here. Like eventually, this will burst, and what will happen then? Will it become anarchy? What will happen? What will happen when everything crashes?
Inflation.
Well, it did back in 2008.
Right.
Crash. It did. It did burst. It did burst. Okay. Right. And what they did was, you remember, they gave all the banks, because they're too big to fail, they gave them the stimulus. Everybody got this stimulus. All that was what he was saying was printing more money, keeping an influx into the situation. All he did was prop it up a little bit. They put some tape on the rips. It's still going to blow, and probably this year.
Yeah, but I'm saying, what if what he said happens, meaning that people actually find out that it's not worth anything and it's all a scam, like you said, a pyramid scheme. Like, if that happens, then it will be chaos, maybe, like.
Sure.
Right?
Sure,
because yeah.
Think what would happen. You got domesticated cats, right? They don't know how to hunt. They just used to their feeding sound is a can opener, right? So then the can opener doesn't work anymore. What's that cat start doing? He starts pestering the owner, starts fucking rubbing up on his face and irritating the shit out of him, letting him know, right? Yeah. And then starts becoming chaotic. Okay. People do the same thing. People will do the same thing. This is why people they don't have an alternative. That's the problem. They don't have an alternative because that's been taken away from them. People don't know how to plant food. People don't know how to hunt. They don't know how to fish. They don't know how to create their own power. They don't know how to do any of this. They're reliant upon the master opening the can.
Yes, exactly. So most of us, I mean, I'm not going to pretend I'm like a farmer or something. I'm probably in that shit. So I'm like, yeah, I'm an adult, but really I'm a kid. I'm an infant.
Right.
I'm a fucking infant pretending to be an adult.
Well, they threw it right into your face with a game when you were a little kid. They had this little game for you. It was called The Game of Life. Do you remember the game by Parker Brothers, The Game of Life, right? And a bunch of kids sat around and pretended that they were adults and they were participating in this little society of this game, right? Well, that's what you're doing. Okay, it's all fucking meaningless.
That's
right.
No. Every bit of this is fucking meaningless, and it keeps you away from who you are, where you are, when you are, and what you're here for.
100%. Yeah. No, I tell people all the time, man. It's like, especially when I'm having conversations with people like the Saint in the Center, which I call into his show sometimes. He's very much proud, like, oh, I went to Cal. I did this and I started this internet company, and if you haven't done anything, you're useless. I'm like, okay, but let's be honest. Like, what is that worth intrinsically in the world? If you're an accountant, right? What does that actually mean to the real world, right? It means something in the society that we've set up for each other, right? But you take away all the paper and all the things that aren't real, then what is useful in your ability to be an accountant? It's not actually that real. Not to say that you shouldn't be proud of that, but I'm just saying, like, you can't flex over other people just because you know how to write some numbers on some fake paper that somebody came up with. Yes. You know how to do a fake job that somebody came up with. That like you're saying, it's like it's a waste. It's a waste.
And then once the shit goes down, his whole status is like a bubble bursting. Poof,
it's
gone.
It's nothing, right? It's nothing.
Poof, gone, and he's reduced to peasant or something. You know what I mean? Like even a billionaire that was snobby and acting like he was the king of the world. When shit goes down, he's a peasant. You know?
Yeah.
The reality of it is, men are just men. Okay, that's it.
Right.
I don't care how you dress them up or what kind of a status you give them. At the end of the day, everybody drops trow and takes a dump just like you. Okay, there's no difference. Yeah. You can take the richest guy in the world and take a guy right out of an alley on Skid Row, strip him down naked, stand them next to each other, and there's no fucking difference whatsoever.
And that is what these people that with high status, they seem to have forgotten. That what do you think? What do you think you are? Really?
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think they forgot it. I think they remember, and that's why they are so concerned with making sure that they keep us locked down, because they know, like, the minute the scores get even, then that's a wrap.
That is a good point in a way, yeah. Because
the propaganda, especially, that's their main. Because they know that if they don't propagandize us, they cannot do what they want to do. They cannot. Julius Caesar had to use propaganda to convince the people back in, 12 AD or whatever, that he was doing. He had to use propaganda.
Used propaganda. Nero used false flag, burned Rome, blamed it on the Christians, and stood there back and watched it burn, because he knew where the blame was going to be laid. And that's what he was after. They do this shit all the time. It's just about if you can control other people and convince them of you, make them see you as something more than what you are, it works on people. It's a form of magic.
So let me ask you guys, do you think this thing crashing might be their last resort? Like like the evil villain is getting, backed into a corner and there is no way out for him. And he has one move left, and that is to crash the whole thing, which creates chaos in the whole world. And they might die, but at least they
take everybody with them.
Yeah. Do you guys think that is in their, back of their heads?
Ordo ab chaos. Ordo ab chaos. Order out of chaos. This is their whole thing. This is why they use a phoenix. No, that's not an eagle on your flag or on your money. That's a phoenix. Okay, that's why they use it. It's abo de chaos. It's ordo ab chaos. It's order out of chaos.
Yeah.
Their belief is Masonic.
But do you then believe that, let's say they push that button that creates the absolute chaos, which actually also affects themselves because now they don't have any control over the people. But do you think there is some people above that is just watching shit happen and then they come in with a solution? Do you think?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
that would mean that you'll never know. There are people you'd never know. You could be standing next to them and never know it. Yeah.
But they would be underground or on another continent that we don't know about, or something.
Or maybe
like
not.
That.
Or maybe not. It could be Bill, the local school janitor. You don't know. It could, he's got like a double thing. You don't know. It could be anybody. That's their whole game, is to infiltrate and act like they're us. This is why politicians, they don't go to the same schools. They don't eat the same food. They don't have the same views, but they'll get out there and say, yeah, that's right. I stand with the truckers. I know what it's like. I used to drive a truck or whatever else. They want to make you think that they're one of you. Okay. And once they do that, he's a man of the people. No, he's not. He's not a man of the people. He's acting like he's a man of the people. People need to understand that. You're never going to get anybody from this lot up there at all, ever. Every time somebody from this lot tries to get into a position of power, he gets smacked right down because he wasn't brought up in the club.
So,
and I think that's the problem as well with this, with the whole idea of groups of people that keep information or share resources to themselves. It's taking away from like the unity of the people as a whole. And it's creating this scenario of groupings of people that are like vying for power. And I think that happened in America. You had the Italians and you had the Jews, and everyone's just in it for them, and obviously the real people who are in control are just playing these power groups against each other, but they're beyond money because they've got the actual resources and land, like the royal family and stuff. They're like, they're the ones that have been that have been here for centuries and had power for a long time because they're playing the long game.
Yeah, that's absolutely possible. That after all is said and done, everything is chaos. There will emerge fucking something that we don't even know what it is, that has always been there, and will probably laugh at us all, and we're completely helpless, and we're becoming completely like slaughter animals. You know, like I hate if that happens. That will suck. Obviously.
And it's already happened as far as I'm concerned. It's already happened.
I know, but it's not that real yet. You know,
isn't it? I think it is. I do actually. I think it's very, very real what's happened in the last 4 years, and a lot of people have died.
I mean, it still looks like we're a little bit free. You know, like
it's just exactly because we don't see it, and the way they've taken people out is all subversive. But it has happened, man.
So we're fucked then.
Well, no, we're going for a process of like reset, man, of like madness, and then we'll just keep our unity and keep our sanity and get through it together. That's right. My ideology.
Yeah. You know, like this is why I always use that analogy about kings versus queens, right? Because no matter what, God made, I don't want to say he made all men equal, right? But for every strong man, there is another strong man, you know? And it's like, they can only do what we allow them to do. Like you said, as long as we're together, right? And we're, you know, like we talked about when you have voluntarism, right? Or anarchy, right? It's like not one group can't have too much power because there's always another group. When you consolidate all the power in the government, that's the only way they can win. The minute that you know the power is spread out amongst everybody evenly, there's always going to be a good person like me, a good person like you three, you know what I mean, who will stand up against evil, you know? And one man is never going to beat the three of us, never. He's going to have to have, you know what I mean? Yeah.
I think that's what a lot of people think democracy is, and they think that that's what's really going on. It's this group of people that are discussing stuff in this hall, but really it's these groups, these secret groups often that are just pulling the strings, you know. And,
well, go ahead. I'm sorry, Anson. Go ahead.
No, I'm done, man. I'm done.
I was going to say, anytime people figure out that they can get together in a group and decide to take something from somebody else for their benefit, they're going to fucking do it. Democracy is nothing more than mob rules. Okay.
Right.
It's nothing more than mob rules. The United States was never founded as a democracy. It was a constitutional republic. Okay. It was actually a confederacy, is what the United States was started out to be. The truth of the matter is, we've always been a colony of England. We never broke away. The whole Revolutionary War was a sham. Okay.
Yeah. Don't I talk about that all the time, huh, Vince? I'm always like, this is still the British Empire. You know what I mean? And it's like when you go into the Shays Rebellion, you're gonna start to see the dark side of what the American Revolution was.
Right. So it goes right down to this. It's always cyclical. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. Weak men create bad times. Bad times create strong men. And we're back to strong men's create good times.
Right.
And it never ends.
It is.
Well, unless you teach your sons to be strong men. You know what I mean? It's like when you look at the 300 thing, right? How did Sparta stay strong, right? Because you know what they did? When the son was, you know, he would be with the mom from 4 to 5. The minute he was 5, throw him out in the snow. Throw him out in the snow and they can figure it out. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That's the only way that he can actually become hard and strong enough to carry on through that next generation, you know?
Exactly. But let me throw this in then. There is a reason why we have become soft. There is something that has happened, and I would say conveniency or some shit like that has made us lazy. And we've been, you know,
that's what Sovereign's saying,
yeah. So that means we need to probably have some hardships. We need to lose conveniency in order to stay kind of hard. Right. I mean, that's not wrong.
Yeah, no. I mean, you're right, but think about it. It's like that's why I'm always like, no matter what happens, it's always a good thing. You know what I mean? Even if, like, you know what I mean, this, like, you know, of course I take it overboard with the hate that we get, right? But I'm like, there's no such thing as bad. Anything that happens, yes, it's a good thing. Because if it's a tough situation, now I'm tougher because of it. You know, a smooth sea never made a skilled sailor. You know, so every time I go through a hardship, or I get, you know, I mean, I have to mentally, you know, raise the bar on myself because I'm going through something that's difficult. Then it's like, all right, now I'm bettering. I'm now at another level because I had to do that. You know.
Absolutely, but if we're gonna look at it, if society is gonna get more technological and more convenient, we're still gonna be soft. I mean, right? We're still to an extent we're always gonna be soft because it's too convenient. We need to have a crash.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and you being Persian, I mean, you might appreciate this, but this is really why the Persian Empire crashed, right? Because I don't remember what the name of the first king was. I think it was maybe King Darius, right? And then 3 generations down the line, you have Xerxes, right? And Xerxes is the prince. You know what I mean? He was born with, you know what I mean? And Alexander the Great was born to a barbarian father. They were not civilized yet. And so even though the Persian Empire was way more civilized and way bigger, they were too soft to deal with Alexander the Great because he was still a barbarian. But the story goes, obviously, after Alexander the Great conquered everything, he became the last Persian king. So he realized that, oh wow, they had it right the whole time. But the thing that they didn't have was the grittiness and the animalistic nature that he had, which like they had, I think 10 times the amount of army he did. But it's like
they lost it.
Well, I think there's a story of a battle, right, where basically, like I said, 10 times the army, right? Alexander the Great has most of his army on one side and him and the small soldiers coming from the back end, so he can basically beeline his way straight to King Xerxes, right? As soon as he, or whatever the king was at the time, right? As soon as he gets there, right? And he's like within 4 or 5 lines of the Persian king, the Persian king just turns and runs away. You know what I mean? And think about it. They had them completely outnumbered. Alexander the Great's army was surrounded technically, but because he was getting so close, you got to see the differences. And his, the army inevitably started to turn on the Persian king after that because it's anyways. But that's the idea. Where it's like, yeah, you want to get sophisticated and enjoy the benefits of the things that come with the Persian Empire, but you can't get too soft that you get taken over by an Alexander the Great.
Exactly. And Alexander the Great's biggest mistake too was doing exactly what we're doing right now. Okay. And this destruction of cultural identities. Okay. Right. This mixing of everything going on. It created weakness. It absolutely did create weakness. I mean, right now we have whole armies of people in a basement at Google making sure that you don't hurt someone's feelings.
Yeah.
I mean, this is where we're at. People all getting into this psychobabble bullshit instead of dealing with reality. They've created this really, really weak society. I mean, it's gotten so bad. I'm just going to add this one point. It's gotten so bad that the military has had to lower their standards in order to find enough recruitment. And now they're talking about a draft because they can't find anybody that's 1, physically fit enough, or 2, intelligent enough. I mean, I never thought I would see the day where you couldn't find someone intelligent enough to be a fucking Marine.
Right.
Aubrey, you just reminded me of the Swedish army. Look at this.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, we're done.
Look at this.
Hey.
Is this the real life, or is this just fantasy, man? Is this the real life? What
is
the
that
hell?
Sweden?
Freddie Mercury has ruined us all.
Typical Sweden, man.
Don't you blame? What's up, Ashman? Don't you blame Freddie on this?
Hey, listen. That was the downfall of Greece. It was also part of the downfall of Alexander the Great.
Right.
They started doing all this stuff, man. They started doing this. They started having their little drag races and shit.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's like if you look at history, though, he's 100% right based on what we know. It's like the Persian Empire. Like one of their great strengths was allowing other people to be exactly who they are. I think King Darius was known for taking over certain areas and not necessarily forcing them to assimilate to their culture like that. You know what I mean? And then down the line, it got to a point where they did do that. You know what I mean? And then that's when it started to collapse.
That's
let me throw this out to you guys. Since we're talking about the loop, hard man, strong, whatever, the whole loop thing.
Right.
Is there a dead end to this though? A dead end meaning if nothing happens to society, it's just gonna become more technological and more technological until
Oh
AI.
My God! Take that off the screen. No. Oh my God.
So hold on. All right, I'll take it off.
No, go ahead. What you saying?
Yeah, I was just saying, is there this time a dead end to this whole story? Meaning, if it doesn't crash and AI and shit and the robots are coming while we're getting even more and more convenient with the Apple Visions and the Neuralinks and the electronic cars and all that shit, getting more lazier and fatter and all that shit, until they come and actually capture us where we can't even stop anything. Like I used to say this, there's a reason you can say this wording or this thing like point of no return.
Right.
Like,
right.
is there a point of no return for us?
Yeah, I would have to say Neuralink is probably right around that edge. It's like once they convince people to start inserting stuff in their heads for real, I mean, I would say that's the point of no return. I mean, like at that point, it's going to be whoever doesn't have it versus the people that do. And that's when you will, I think, maybe get a Terminator Matrix type situation even impending. Other than that, I don't even think it's possible. Like I said, I think the minute you remove government, every issue I think fixes itself. I think that society, has enough checks and balances where, like I said, I believe in good men. You know what I mean? Like I've known evil men my whole life, but I've also known some really, really good, just men who have kept the world in balance.
What about you? What about you? What about you?
I'm getting there. You know what I mean?
Are you a good man?
I said, I'm doing better these days. I'm doing better these days. You know what I mean? But look, like,
what about you guys? What about you guys? Sovereign, Vince, Anson?
I'm the best man in the world.
Shit?
What do you mean, man? There's no one better than me. I'm the best.
I'm human. I have my flaws. I've, over the years, been able to look back in retrospect over things that have occurred throughout my life. And some things I look at and go, wow, I wish I hadn't have done that. Not because of anything other than what it did to my own character. Okay?
Exactly.
And so as you get older, wisdom comes with scars. I was going to say, I went into basic training in 1983. And there was a guy there in our platoon, and he kind of talked a little bit like Lindsey Graham does. He was a little bit kind of effeminate and shit, but I didn't pay no mind to it, not a whole lot. He was a nice enough fella. And only about 2 weeks into basic training, we get out there in formation the next day, and that guy and another guy are gone. They're just fucking gone. And I'm like, wow, what happened? Well, what happened was the fire guard going around. We had fire guard shift. You go around and patrol the barracks and shit at night. Caught him and another dude in the shower doing some. Caught him and another.
Some Vince activities. Yeah.
That was pretty. That was pretty.
You like that, Vince?
Vince,
Vince loves that. Yeah.
Because I'll tell you, my great uncle Johnny, he was in the Navy. And he was in the Coral Sea during World War II. Mm-hmm. And he said when they shipped out, they found out a guy on board. They found out that he was like the loafers and shit. And the next day they went to form up and everything, and that guy was gone. He was gone. Somebody had thrown his ass overboard.
Damn.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they didn't. They go in there and see, here's your little rainbow patch, and it was like, oh my god,
I don't remember which president it was, but there's somebody who is it might even be like Bill Clinton or something like that. One of these presidents from the last maybe 40, 50 years had a gay son that ended up missing on a family trip that they went on. I don't remember who it was, but maybe it wasn't a president. It was somebody who was like, maybe it might even be like Joe Biden or something like that. I swear to God. Go look up and see if Joe Biden had a gay son that ended up just missing. Huh?
It's not Joe.
If it's Joe's son, he's good. He's not missing, man.
You're talking about Hunter? Yeah, no.
Joe Kennedy had his own daughter lobotomized.
It might have been one of the kids. I think that might be what I'm thinking of. That he had a gay daughter or something like that, and then he got her like lobotomized. It was like some crazy stuff. You're like, I can't even believe that they were okay with this.
Yeah,
I don't know why this. I don't know why this all reminded me of. Apparently, P. Diddy is gay. Have you guys heard that?
Yeah, that's been a rumor out here in America for the last 20 years.
No.
We're talking about P. Diddy.
Puff Daddy. There's a rapper. What songs have he done? He stole that song from Sting, right?
Relax.
No.
Let's not relax. Let's not get into disrespecting Puff musically. But in real life, though,
disrespect Puff Daddy.
No. 50 Cent, and other people. Look, 50 Cent and Cat Williams. Remember we talked about Cat Williams last time. Cat Williams and 50 Cent have been two people that have been openly saying P. Diddy is a homosexual for a long time.
It has just come out now.
They've been saying it for 10 years.
No. It is blowing up on Twitter because
he just got accused. He just got accused by one of his old bodyguards of sexual harassment, of molesting them.
He got
a male. Male came out and accused him this week. Right. Is suing him for raping him or something like that. I don't know. It's just
what is it with these Hollywood people, man?
Yeah, they're strange, man.
They're insane. Listen, I watched a movie called Tropic Thunder, and in Tropic Thunder there was a line
one of the funniest movies of all time.
And he was confronting a guy, telling him, "Hey, if you're gay, it's okay. It's Hollywood. Everyone is gay once in a while. It's all right."
Brandon T. Jackson,
what Hollywood is. Everyone is gay once in a while in Hollywood.
Dude, there's a lot of control in that industry. And I've heard tell that they have to go through some kind of a homo thing in order to even get signed.
Right.
And I was watching it, even though they didn't really allude to that, but I was watching a movie a couple nights ago, Straight Outta Compton. Have you seen that? Good movie, man. Really a good movie.
As Gary Gray.
And who was that guy that they were signed with? That guy would just like straight up beat the shit out of people. Suge Knight.
Yes, Suge.
And his name's come up a lot concerning this kind of thing too. Like it's almost like a domination type thing.
Right.
Well, how can you turn gay though? Like, let's say I was really hungry for fame, and I'm not gay, but they're like, "Listen, you gotta be gay, man."
Well, I don't believe you can turn that way. I think that they find certain people who are willing to do that. Like there's a ton of actors, right, who come out. Like go to Vlad right now, and you can find a whole bunch of actors. A lot of them black, feel me? Some of them, but they'll be like, "Hey, you did this one movie. Why didn't your career blow up?" Because they wanted me to do some gay stuff. Word for word, it's like, yeah, they asked me to do gay. I said no. You never see me in a movie again. That's how that goes.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah. But I mean, like, there's at least 5-10 people that have come out in the last 2 months on Vlad saying that. Like, oh wow, this guy was in this movie. Oh, this guy, I haven't seen him since then. Same story.
That's why you haven't seen that. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Anson.
It's all right, man. I was just going to say that they'll have systems to this, like how they corrupt people and how they initiate them, probably. And it'll start with smaller things that they'll compromise them in little ways, and then like. Some people are saying they have these particular parties that are like probably anything goes, and the drugs come out, and those are like the gateways where they're like they're like encouraged to do the more hardcore stuff.
Yes,
and then there'll probably be some dude filming it, and then they're properly got.
There you are.
It's
like
like the Epstein thing. But okay, I just came up with how you can actually do gay shit without being gay. It is.
Hey, you know what's funny, bro? Hey, I swear to God,
Vince,
today, Ashman.
Tread carefully, Vince. Tread carefully, man. Man, don't cross the line, Vince. Please,
well,
don't.
I'm just saying.
When I came on today, man, I was about to get on you, Ashman. I was like, Ashman,
right.
I gotta start looking at you funny now, man. You hanging out with this guy? Oh my God. I like this.
My fucking dad, dude. He can do whatever he wants.
Listen, there is 2 things you can do. Blow job and take it up the ass. You can do that if you're a real whore, right? If you're, let's say you're straight, but you're a real whore that will do anything for money.
Yeah.
That will be an option, and there will be like the gay elites are like, all right, that's fine. I'll have Roberto come and fuck you like 50 times.
Hold on, guys. I gotta find something, guys. Give me a second. I gotta look at something.
Man, the thing is, you got to remember as well. You're dealing with some bad, but probably very clever people, and they will analyze the individual person and see what kind of character they are, and they'll be like, how can we get to them? What's their weakness? Is he more likely to go that way? and we'll compromise him, or should we get him with a female prostitute, or should we do this to him, or something, depending on the person, you know? But obviously, they want to get them as like compromised as possible. For the old blackmail, man.
Yeah. No, when I hear them talk about Bill Clinton, to me, like that kind of, it rings true to what you're saying, right? Because there's all these stories around Bill and Hillary Clinton, but you never quite heard the story about Bill, at least like not in any real court case, about him like doing like the younger kid stuff. But there's always a new female that's coming out like, he did this to me, you know what I mean? And so when they asked him about Epstein one time, I'm pretty sure he said like, oh, like, he introduced me to some female, you know what I mean? And a lot of people will confirm like Epstein used to bring Bill Clinton regular female prostitutes. And so he says like, maybe he wasn't doing that, but then they'll get him with this, right? Or they'll get him, whatever, because that's his weakness,
So what do you think is the painting that Epstein had on Bill, where he was dressed in a dress? He was dressed in a dress and had red, high heels.
Listen, man.
Well, wait, go ahead, Ashford.
With a painting like that, it's not just regular pimping, man. No way. It's got to be some weird fucking animalistic bestiality type of bullshit that they've done together or some shit.
It's not just a dress that he's in. If you notice, he's wearing the blue dress.
Oh yeah. Monica Lewinsky,
the Monica Lewinsky blue dress.
Yeah. So you think that's what they had on him? Or at that time when they made that painting, or or is he a cross-dresser as well? Like, does it have double meanings?
I think it's that. I think it's the dual meaning.
It looks like one.
Yeah. I think of course, like, especially when you say it's the Monica Lewinsky thing, I'm like, there's some deeper dark shit there that we don't know. There's like they killed somebody together. You feel me? Like they all had to, like, what I mean, something like that, where it's like, look, if you want to be a part of it, you got to do this, and or you don't, And so when I see the dress thing always come out, I'm like, I am in a fraternity, right? And we had we had a process to get in. It wasn't anything. It wasn't no weird stuff or not, but it was like military. You know what I mean? It's like you got to you're running 10 miles a day, bunch of stuff like that. And I know like some of the other fraternities, especially when you get into money situations, skull and bones, and like that. Yeah, there's all kinds of things that they're going to make you do in your initiation that is like, you're not going to say no. That's just how that goes. Hey, you're going to put this dress on, you're going to take a picture. Hey, you're going to do this, and then you're going to do that. And that's how you get into Skull and Bones or this organization to where you're eventually going to be president. I don't think it's even possible, like Sovereign said, for somebody to get in the realm of where they're going to be president and they haven't went through all these different initiation things.
Yeah, well, they're not hiding the sinister nature of it. That's why they like specifically call that one Skull and Bones. They could have given it any name. They know they're different. They're with the other fraternities, but they pretend to be one of them, but really they're like, what I mean? They're the ones.
100%.
Hey, I have a clip. I have a clip of Richard Nixon talking about Bohemian Grove.
Yeah.
Before that, Sovereign, before you play that, could it be possible that Bill Clinton was just a horn dog dude that happened to be involved with a witch called Hillary Clinton, and from there he got into all kinds of messes.
Look, we got to look at where Bill Clinton comes from in the first place, and who was the governor of Arkansas at the time of his birth? Oh, that's right, Nelson Rockefeller. Isn't that interesting?
There you go.
He was brought up by a single mom, right, in Hope, Arkansas. No, he was brought up in Hot Springs, Arkansas, which is the heart of the Dixie Mafia. Okay. Bill Clinton is a horn dog. Did you know he's got a black son?
Yeah, I heard something about that, right?
He does. He does. And I'm sure that's not the only one, too. This guy, he's all over the place. But this is Richard Nixon. It's got closed captions, so hopefully you'll be able to see it. And he talks about like Bohemian Grove. So that kind of shit's going on there.
It's a little quiet.
This is just another erratic part of town, but the upper class of San Francisco is that the Bohemian Grove that I attend from time to time. The Easterners, the others come there. But it is the most faggy goddamn thing you will ever imagine what San Francisco crowd looks like. It's just terrible. I mean, I gotta watch 8 games every night in San Francisco.
basically he's saying it's the most faggy place you can go in the
world. Yeah. He's still in the era where people are being honest in America. You can tell it's like he's still dude. No, this is what Americans are at their heart. Like, remember when I was talking about the one girl who was on a thing? I'm like, you know how I know she's from California where I'm at? Because she's like, hey, we speak American over here. It's like that's that spirit, you feel me? That was still in Richard Nixon a little bit. Where he's like, oh, I don't mess with those gays over there. It's like that's what you can still see a little shine of when politics was still it's like what I'm saying with
he
the music
even used
thing.
the F word.
Like what I'm saying with the music thing a little bit, where it's like at a certain point, like they couldn't just take a random. They still had to find somebody that was good and that could get, you know what I mean, the support of the people, because the people believed in them. You know, like JFK. You know,
you got to look at where Richard Nixon came from in the first place. Where did Richard Nixon come from? How did he get started in politics in the first place? And this is a true story. Prescott Bush put an ad in the newspapers looking for anyone willing to do whatever it takes to get to the top. And the first person that showed up was this guy. I'm not shitting you. The first person that showed up was this guy. And
do this real quick. Like think about how different the world was, or think about how much of a beginning stage they were at their plan at that point. Somebody like Prescott Bush was putting out ads in papers to get random people. Like, could you even come close to imagine anybody in the Bush family doing that? Like, this is like the patriarch of the Bush family. That is, it's like, imagine how much of a different time it was back then. Like, they weren't nowhere near set in stone, being able to get their plan done.
Yeah. Also, if the US stayed like that time period today, it would have done what Adolf could never do, which is take care of the world without causing any. Yeah, I mean, they blew it with Iraq.
There was no plot by Hitler to take over the world. You do realize that, right? You realize that what was really going on there. Let me give you the real picture of World War II. Okay.
Right.
You had these three nations that were bonded kind of together in a conquest to rid communism from their land.
Right.
Okay. Italy, Germany, and also Japan.
This is such a sad story too. It's like, especially when you understand how this is really just the remnants of World War I and the remnants of the Federal Reserve. But it's like once you get to this part of it and you realize what we really did, when you realize what we did to Europe, oh my God, just
we had three huge communists called the Allies: Winston Churchill, Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
That's correct.
And of course, Stalin, Uncle
Stalin.
Joe.
That's right.
Grandpa,
that's the real history that we know here.
That's what we have to paint. That's why we have to paint World War II as the good, noble, and just war. Look at how many movies there are about World War II from the Allied side. Okay, you don't ever see any from the German side. You don't ever see any from the Japanese side or the Italian side. It's always from the Allies' point of view. All right. And it's touted as this noble and just war, right? When in reality, when Grandpa hit Omaha Beach, Grandpa was helping spread communism through Europe and the United States. That's exactly what was going on. And so these people did fight vehemently to keep that from their lands. They lost, of course, but did they?
Right, right. Yeah, well, because it was still the same team on the other side too. You know, Germany was being funded by the Wahlbergs, you know what I mean, and the Rockefellers. So it's like.
So how intelligent are if this is true, that they own both sides and all that, how intelligent are these beings? Because this is pretty intelligent stuff, you know.
It's a particular type of intelligence.
What?
I think can you hear me?
No, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a particular type of intelligence, and I would compare it to like they're really good at playing chess.
There you go.
Doesn't mean you're intelligent in any other way. It's like long-term, really cynical, analytical thinking and understanding how to manipulate people in different ways, like socially, economically, and all the rest of it, man, and using their secret societies and stuff to mask it.
You know,
but they also have discipline, right? They gotta have follow this through, right?
Yeah, you know, yeah. What I was gonna say is like, you know, they're not necessarily intelligent. They're just extremely well prepared and extremely well focused. You know, that's why I always like to keep my mind. Remember when we talk about how serious I am about thoughts, because like every minute, whatever you're focused on, that's where you are. So if they're focused on what their goal 24/7, the chances of them reaching it is a lot higher than anybody else. And one of my favorite statements from the Saint in the Center is, you cannot dominate unless you can anticipate. You know what I mean? So they're just like, you know, like I said, they're extremely well prepared. They're extremely well focused. So that's why they're dominating, because they're anticipating greatly. They're anticipating every next move, and they're on it, you know?
Well, they're constantly setting up a Hegelian dialectic so that it'll form into that. And right back full circle, this is what they're doing now. They're purposely going to cause food shortages. They already are. Inflationary rates going up to the point where what food there is, people aren't going to be able to handle it. Pretty soon people are going to say, oh my God, what are we going to do? That's okay. We've got warm soup and sandwiches right over here.
Oh no, I know that's probably coming, man.
It is.
We'll be like, okay, no food, worms, you know.
Well, but, I mean, technically during the sniffles, that's what they were doing. This is why I honestly, when it first happened, I would say there's no way we're gonna fall for this. As I'm like, even though it's slick, I'm like, if you read between the lines, you see what they're doing. It's just they're trying to do what Sovereign just said. They're trying to say like, all right, let's take everything away, and now let's feed you crumbs. Like, let's give you bread. You know what I mean? So they just do it slick by printing more money, so that way inflation is off the charts. They literally like, man,
doing that, what you just said, like taking away your freedom and then giving it with crumbs back.
Right.
They're kind of setting up a system where, like, this is now accepted, where they can take away our freedom and throw it a little bit back, and next
sell
time
it back
more.
to you. Right? Who said that earlier? It was like they take it and sell it back.
Yeah. So they're kind of making us accept that they can do that now. Like, we can take away your freedom.
They're pushing the boundaries of what we can accept the government doing to us.
And they're installing it in our head that this is okay. Yeah.
Well, they're trying to. They're trying. They're trying their damnedest.
Yeah, and that's why.
Go ahead, Anson. I'm sorry.
No, I just saying, man. It's that's why the only way I can see forward is to reverse the psycho engineering and make people really aware of all the madness before it gets to that next stage.
Yeah,
it's like, how bad does it have to get, sort of thing. But we can actually try and stop it at a point, or at least make an effort to do that through spreading the word, man, and making people talk about it. Because the government's always watching us, they'll be watching us, being aware and complaining about this stuff. So they'll be like, well, maybe we should lay back a bit on the geoengineering or
exactly,
because people are actually complaining about it. No.
Yeah, you're 100% right. And this is my response when people always criticize me about my debate style, right? I get a flat earther in my inbox every time, like, hey, I'm on your team, but I thought what you did was horrible. You were embarrassing. Not to let them know, look, you guys have your strategy. Understand that my strategy is on more of the side of blowing up what they're doing. You know what I mean? Like I said, Witsit, all these other people, they have all the information, right? But you have to understand the average person watching, sometimes, like you said, they're so wrapped up in their psychosis, they're not hearing what you're saying. You know what I mean? So I have to come through sometimes and be like, hey, what'd you say? That was stupid. And so that way it shocks them, emotionally.
Yeah.
Like, hold on, whoa. Am I stupid? Right? Am I? Hold on. Is that real? Am I? Why is he so emotional and turned up about me? Go ahead.
What?
Isn't wheat supposed to calm you down? What the fuck are you so energetic, man?
He's smoking that sativa,
Is
baby.
it laced in fentanyl or cocaine or something?
That's
smoking that sativa.
No. Honestly, well, number one, I haven't smoked that much weed this morning. But
smoke the other stuff, man. Smoke the stuff that calms you down.
No, it's good. Energy, speed is good. Hold on, let me.
I'm just.
No. Fuck that. Listen, let me throw this out. Let me throw this out to you guys. When do you think they will launch the next sniffles? Because it feels like they will in a year or two, maybe. Even
They keep throwing it out, like trying to like hint at it, but they haven't brought out that last wave because I'm pretty sure every time, like Dave Smith says this all the time, where it's like they'll throw out to see what they can get away with, and then once we react a certain way, they'll either pull back or they'll push forward.
Like a poll. They're doing like a poll. But are we all in agreement that they will probably try to do it in this decade? At least?
Of course, you know they gain so much ground out of that. It's like when you run a play and it works, they're gonna do everything they can to try to run that play again for sure. Because
it's never going to be as easy the second time because it's like not nearly.
I sure hope so. Yeah. Because we don't know with these lemmings. These lemmings, they might be like, all right, I've gotten used to this now. I'm kind of comfortable with them telling me I can't go out. You know, it's like I'm a baby again, and I got parents. You know. Life is tough. Yeah, I don't want
to. Beta males.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think a lot of people are beta, quote unquote, which means like they are looking for somebody to follow. Like my dad used to tell me this all the time, and I didn't really like it because like I'll be working over people and trying to get people to do stuff. He's like, dude, you're the boss, all right? He's like, they want you to tell them what to do. I know you want them to be like you, but they're not. They're employees. They're here to say, hey, tell me what to do, so I can do it and then go home. He's like, look, it's unfortunate, but some people are like that, you know.
Is that mental laziness? Everybody talks about physical laziness, but nobody really talks about mental laziness, which might be just as important or more important, right? Even more important.
Yeah.
Mental laziness, because I can see a guy that is super fit, goes to the gym every day, but as soon as you throw a little subject about some small conspiracy or something, he's gone. He's like,
you talking about you, Ashman? Talking about Ashman?
No, not Ashman. I'm talking about No. I'm talking about these people that go.
Not bad, Ross.
They go to the gym. And they're really not lazy when it comes to physical stuff. But talk to them for a minute or two. They're like, I'll see you later, man. See you later. I can't talk about this. What is that?
Through compulsory school, they've turned people's brains into veal. Okay, and what I mean by that is if you restrain a calf, you restrain that calf, and you only let them have the milk, what you're giving it, it's going to become veal. All right, it's not going to have the muscle tone. It's not going to have the strength. So at around 5 years old, we take these kids and we put them into the compulsory school system, right? Now they're automatically in a regimented system. They're being Pavlonianized, man.
Yeah.
Here's a stimulus response. Raise your hand. Walk in a single file. All this shit, and it's gotten worse and worse over the years because now you go into a school. These kids are used to getting patted down, going through a metal detector, having an armed presence on campus, having to appeal to authority continuously. Whatever your disagreement with someone, you have to take it to a higher authority. All of this shit. You're never having to do anything yourself. And so consequently, you get 12 years of that or more. What kind of a mindset do you really have? And were these people actually made smart? Let's think about this. Is school a place for smart people?
Heck no.
No. Fuck no. It isn't. It's a conditioning system is all it is. It's a conditioning system. And they increase the conditioning. When I went to school, I had people, there was guys in the parking lot had rifles in the window of their pickup trucks and shit. It was no big fucking deal. Oh, why you got that rifle? Because we're going squirrel hunting after school or whatever. Right. I took my 22 to school in grade school.
That's so funny.
This conversation is so American now.
It is, dude. This is
okay. It was
that's how
America.
Because in order for me to even have that gun, I had to learn how to operate it safely, how to be safe with it. You don't just go give a kid a gun. And we had hunter safety course. It was part of school. You went through it. You got your rifle certification so that you showed that you went through rifle safety and everything. I mean, this is how everything was. But now it's to the point where little kid getting suspended for drawing a picture of a gun.
Right. Honestly, look, two things are what you said. Number one, like you just broke down the exact psychology of the other half of the people in these globe debates. that aren't just evil, right? It's like you either have the ones that they know what team they're on and they're trying to deceive you, but then you have the ones that I feel like Leo, who is like he's been Pavlonianized. I don't know if that's a word, but right, it's like he's been given a candy every time he gets the answer right, and he's been told he's smart, and so now those answers is like that's his ego. You telling him that he was wrong that whole time is you're not telling him that ever for any reason. He's never going to accept that, And then to comment on Ashman, like this is a super American conversation. Like, dude, you're right, but the reason why America is like that with the guns is because what we're dealing with right now. You know why this is happening in America? It's because they've been able to regulate guns. That's it. If all the parents were able to have guns the way they want and actually be able to be a force against tyranny, none of this shit would happen. This is why how we quote unquote got rid of Britain. You know what I mean? It's because they tried to come over and regulate and people had guns. We became our own army. So that ability, like it's always like this way, even though I don't believe it morally, right now in this world, it is might makes right. Whether we like it or not, it is what it is, right? We are where we are because the police in your city, the military in your, in your country. Without the police and the military, there is no control there, So we have to like this is why like there are certain people in America that's like, look, you're gonna have to kill me and everybody in my family before you come take my gun. That's just how it is, buddy. Yep. So I don't know. I don't like. What do you want to do? Let me know, and then we'll get ready. Yeah.
One of my most popular phrases is, if you think you need to hide your guns, it's time to use your guns.
Woo! Come on, hey, look, man.
No,
we are like that.
I live by non-aggression.
America.
It doesn't mean I can't be violent, right? Doesn't mean I can't be violent. I'm non-aggressive though. Okay.
Right.
My favorite animal is the porcupine. I think that I would like to have a flag with a porcupine on it, and the motto be, "Don't start no shit, won't be no shit." Because that's how I live, right? Porcupines, think about it. What do? They go through the forest, they just do porcupine shit. They don't hurt nobody. But if somebody fucks with it, they have a bad day. That's where I'm at right now. I've got enough shit to arm a small army. You know?
Exactly.
Am I out
a lot of us do out here.
No. I did show up in Richmond armed for lobby day because everybody does.
Right.
I was part of, I think there were 20,000 of us all fully armed in Richmond on lobby day.
I mean, that's our American right, man. It's like, it's a Second Amendment. Look, the First Amendment is you cannot tell me what and what not to say. That's the very First Amendment. I get to say whatever the hell I want, whenever I want, as long as I'm not threatening you. Number two, I get to always have this gun in case you threaten me. That's it. That's like one and two. So it's like
the pen and the sword. We try the pen, and if the pen doesn't work, then we have to resort to the sword.
Okay, can we go back to this? You talk about saying what you want. Okay.
Yeah.
What has drastically changed this whole thing about saying what you want? Would you guys say it's the internet, or the internet has played a part in starting to censor?
No, because they started passing what were called hate speech laws long before internet. Okay, they were having hate speech laws, and it's like, what the fuck is hate speech? Speech that you hate?
Yeah,
I mean, who gets to be the arbitrator of what's considered hate speech and what is not? And we
would not have a music reaction channel if they fully implemented that, because we get a lot of hate. They don't like what we're saying about people's songs and stuff. Right, so we will be terminated. But yeah, continue. Sorry. Yeah.
And that's exactly what they've done, and they've softened it over the time. When it first came out, it's like, you can't just run out and yell N-word at somebody. Okay.
I really love to say the N-word. I can't.
I gave you a pass.
I gave you a pass. Ross is my nigga. He knows that.
You bastard. What are you saying?
It's all good, bro.
What are you saying?
I'm telling you,
who gave you the pass?
But
I'm African, bro.
Exactly.
You don't look African to me, man.
Looks American.
I'm barbarian, brother.
Right. Does he? But the thing that Sovereign is
No.
bringing up, the thing that Sovereign is bringing up that's important is remember I always throw this little gem out for people. It's like when it really got bad for the black community and then subsequently for America, it was the start of the civil rights movement. The minute that they start telling people you can't say the N-word, you can't do this, then they got all the weak black women to get on board with that, right? Oh, you're gonna give me free money and then make sure that they can't call me the N-word and make sure, I'll take that. And then instead of black men saying like, no, we're not, they got kicked out of the house. So now it literally started right there. It was like, all right, you can't talk about black people now. Or now you can't do this. And then now you get welfare. And now it's like, a lot of people are relying on the government and their personal power has been taken away.
Yeah. And listen, let's say I was a friend with a bunch of black dudes. That sounds gay, but let's say my gang was a bunch.
It keeps sounding more gay every time.
But I was friends with a bunch of black dudes, and that was my gang.
Okay.
And they say the N-word, my trigger to each other. And I'm really also part of that gang, but I'm not black. I want to be able to say the same things to them because we're all part of this gang. But I can't do it because I'm white.
No.
I just want to be part of my gang. You know what I mean?
In California, bro, that's how it is, dude. There are more Mexicans saying the N-word out here than black people. You feel me? Like one of my main guys that I hang out with, you know what I mean? Like guys that I do business with, like that. I see him every day. Remember I told you that. I'm like, he's a white dude that says the N-word all the time. I promise you, no black person who looks at him is gonna come up and say, don't start saying the N-word, because they might get fired on. And I'm not gonna do nothing. I'm gonna be on his team. This is my homeboy. You feel me? So like I said, we don't care out here. We're like, it's not
the only
what
one
you guys see on
say
TV.
The only ones that'll ever say anything is another white motherfucker. That's the only one.
I promise. I promise. Yes.
Whatever they call it.
Listen, when you brought up the Civil Rights Act, this is really interesting too, is because Johnson was real big with this, right?
Right.
And he is quoted word for word, and I'm going to use the word, but this is I'm quoting Lyndon Baines Johnson.
I give you the pass too,
gentlemen.
Sovereign.
If you pass
Say
this
it with your
piece of
chest, buddy.
legislation,
Say it with your chest.
he said, gentlemen, if you pass this piece of legislation, I'll have the niggers voting Democrat for the next 100 years.
This is a direct quote.
Bro, sounded like he was straight from Alabama, baby, plantation and all. I love it,
dude. Texas.
I thought I heard a whip back there. God damn.
Listen, Johnson was a terrible man. Now, we know that the slang term for Johnson is your junk, right?
Yeah, you did.
And
Excuse me.
Legend has it that Johnson had a very large Johnson and would whip it out during the
You like that, Vince, right?
He whips it out.
He would whip it out
on his face.
Yeah, dude, in the Rose Garden, talking to Ben Gurion, who was the prime minister of Israel at the time, or was it? Whoever the prime minister was at the time, and he was in the Rose Garden, and he just whipped it out and fucking took a piss. It's like he was always like, "I got a bigger dick than you."
Right? Yeah, he was trying to flex on people all day.
Yeah,
yeah.
What the hell?
He was a crude son of a bitch. He really was.
Yeah. No. I mean, but like a lot of people like this is like why I'm so tough on black people in America, right? I'm like, fuck, there's no such thing as racism because every damn near black person in America, including the people in my family, they are devout Democrats. They will literally sit there and vote Democrat election after election. Not like the Republicans are better, but I'm just saying the Democrats definitely, word for word, were the party of slavery, were the party of Jim Crow, were the party of the civil rights movement. Every bad thing that's happened to the black community has come directly through the Democratic Party. And they're so dumb. They're like, oh my God, like I would never vote for like all black. Like I know some anyways, just
it's
don't
easy
even
to
get me
brainwash black people, to be honest.
It is, dude. It is. I'm like, look, that's
you know
the
why?
main one.
Because their best feature is their worst. It's their curse. It's that black power. Oh, we love black people so much. It's us. It's us. When you mention that, like a governor or something, senator says, "Oh,
Yeah.
I'm here for the black people, for the black communities." It's
Right.
it's a rap, man.
Yeah. No. But black people are the most racist people on the planet, dude. There's not even close. It's like they're so fucking racist, dude. And that's why I'm like, that's why I stopped believing in racism. Because I'm like, this is just like a reverse psychology thing. When you tell people, hey, they're being racist against you, they're being racist, then you start being racist against them. And now it starts, or like when we talk about with the disease thing with Freddie, where it's like he went to the doctor, they say, oh, you have this. So then they give you the medicine, and now the medicine makes you sick.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the thing is that the term racism is actually a made-up nonsense Marxist word. Okay. We are all the human race. In fact, when my daughter fills out any forms and shit and it asks for race, she writes in human. She doesn't check a box. She writes in human. That's
good. That's how it should be, really.
Yep. It should. I got dogs here, right? I got 2 black and tan German shepherds. I got blonde German shepherds, and I got 1 black and tan German shepherd. I got a pit bull mix and a chihuahua. Right. They don't discriminate on each other based
they have no idea,
color or their size. Because little Cece, she's the littlest one, man. She acts like she's the fiercest out of the whole freaking crew. You could just sweep her away with your leg because she's so little. And the other dogs take her serious, man. They take her fucking serious, like,
okay, I guess their excuse is, well, we have to be able to define certain people, like, big nose Iranian, or, like we have to be able to define a person, describe a person, like, and therefore we have races, African, white,
Well, we place it on people, right? I got this glimpse. It was I think it was some foreign public service commercial or something. And so it was dubbed in, and it was a little boy and his mom are at the grocery store. They're at the meat counter, right? And there's a black lady standing there next to him looking in the meat counter. And the little boy looks up and stares, and the mother kind of looks at him, like, hey, don't do that. And he says, Mommy, look at that woman. And she gets kind of like mortified. And the kid says, she's beautiful. You see? But look where the mom was at. Look where the mom's mindset was at. Look where the mom's mindset. Oh, my God, he's going to point out race or something, blah, blah. You see where she was conditioned. He just noticed a beautiful woman. And she took it into the context, because she's black, blah, 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 blah. No, it's not that. But then you've got blacks that go out there like Ross was saying. It's like, oh yeah, this is because I'm black. They're all the time focused on the fact that they're black, all the time. And to me, that's like the woman that's got big tits in a low cut dress that's poking them in the face, going, "Stop looking at my tits."
Exactly.
Listen.
Exactly.
I do not walk around thinking I'm Iranian. Ever, really. I don't. It's only when somebody asks me like, where are you originally from? I'm like, oh yeah, I'm Iranian. But other than that, when I live, I'm like a human being just walking around until somebody reminds me like, oh, what is your race? I don't give a fuck about this. You know what I mean?
Of course not. Vince, here's the bottom line to it, right? Okay, I hear people go, I'm proud to be white, or I'm proud to be black and shit. And it's like, where's your pride coming from? You had nothing to do with it. Okay.
Right. You just you emerged. That's it. All you did was emerge.
That's right.
Without skin color or something. Yeah.
You could have been born anyone. And guess what? You were. It's that simple. You could have been born anyone and you were. This is the avatar you got. Deal with it. Do the best you can with it. That's all.
Right. It could have been much worse as well.
Yeah.
Imagine being born in 1930s in Poland or something.
Or you could have been born Vince.
Exactly.
Oh, that's
really
worse,
bad.
Yeah.
But you should be
that's
proud.
Worse than dying from the Holocaust, actually.
Yeah, exactly. times 2. But you should be proud of your achievements or something. Like you should be proud of that if you're gonna be proud of something. Like what you endured and got through in life and learned.
Right. You hear that on that same level. People say, well, it was white people that did this, or it was black people that did this.
Right, like white people. Like, who is white people?
You. It wasn't you. Okay, you just happen to be the same skin color as someone else who had an achievement. You know, hey Ross, do you know how to make fucking peanut butter? I mean, it was invented by a black guy. That must mean
hell no. Yeah, I'm
how to
like,
make
no,
peanut
I
butter,
don't.
right? What the
But
fuck,
see,
right?
Hey,
but
Sovereign.
this,
I want to
yeah,
ask Sovereign. Go ahead, Vince. I have a question for Sovereign. Actually.
well, ask it, and then I can ask it.
It's actually for Sovereign and for all of you, but mainly Sovereign because he brought the subject up.
Okay.
So they're doing a Gladiator movie, a new Gladiator movie, and the guy who's playing Hannibal. I don't know if you know who Hannibal is. The Roman Empire, Hannibal Barca, Carthage.
Okay.
Yeah, the guy who's playing Hannibal, who's a North African, is Denzel Washington.
What?
Now, I have a huge problem with that, but for my own reasons. But I'm just curious. What do you think about? Because you said, "Oh, it's the human race. It's something." What about portraying somebody from a different color, skin color, and just saying, "Oh yeah, it's a movie." What do you think about that topic?
Well, I think it takes away from the historical accuracy of it because you're trying to take a character and the motivations that he was actually using, and you're breaking them all away. Okay.
Yeah.
Do I actually know what the race of Hannibal was or anything? No. Do I even know that he actually even fucking existed? No, I don't, because I know that my history is a lie. But assuming that he did exist, I would say that it would be more appropriate to use the ethnicity of the person involved in that, because we didn't really have this mixing of cultures until after Alexander the Great.
Yeah, that's crazy. We were just talking about that. It's like Alexander the Great. What was the last Persian emperor? And like you said, his mistake was he continued right on where his predecessor was. So he destroyed his predecessor because he didn't like what they were doing, and then he became them, and then continued on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me go back here. Sovereign said, you can't take responsibility for somebody that looks like your color did back in the past. Right. That kind of takes me back to the Bible where it says Adam and Eve, they sinned or something, and now we gotta pay for it or some shit like that. Is it
sins of the father? Yeah.
Yeah. I have nothing to do with Adam and Eve. It's like the same thing. I have nothing to do with that. That's on them. They're in hell now, if that's true or something.
Yo.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on with them. I have no clue. I wasn't there.
No.
I wasn't the one with my free will doing that shit.
It's all a plan, brother. Believe in the process, Vince. It's all a plan, man.
Maybe,
honestly, that's why I always like to look at things for their real meaning, which is like their sin was having doubt, right, or feeling shame, right, about the mistakes that they had made. So it's not that we have to pay for what they did, but if we do the same thing they did, then we will be in the same place they are.
Okay, do you say the same thing with Jesus? Like he is, what does it say? He is paying for your sins or something. He died for you or stuff like that.
Well, to me, that's also still symbolism. Go ahead.
There's also a school of thought, and this I found kind of interesting. There are people that are saying that perhaps Jesus was actually Lucifer redeeming himself for his acts in the garden and thereby absolving us of our sins.
Yep. Shout out. I can't remember the name of the guy. That I listened to, but my brother listened to a guy who always sends me videos. This is one of his main points. He's like, Jesus of the Bible was actually Lucifer. Swear to God.
Hold on. I want to talk about this. Hold on. So, because I like to just talk about weird shit. Not saying this is true, but it's interesting. So, are you saying that Lucifer needed to redeem himself from wherever Lucifer came from, and he was sent here to do what?
Well, I know that there's different interpretations, but essentially, like the story of Jesus was basically bastardized to be the Son of God, when it was really, I guess, quote unquote, the Antichrist, like you said, who was kind of redeeming himself in a way. You know what I mean? It's like, and that's why the story is told, that somebody will come and save man from their sins. That really, in a way, he was like saving himself from his sins. As I know, different people have different interpretations, but essentially that's what I pull from it. You know what I mean? Is like he pretended like he was the Son of God, when really it was just him redeeming himself.
Well, this is why I think that there's some shit missing I think that when it says that, God created man in his image, what is the image of God? Does he look like this? No, God is a spirit. Okay. It's power.
Yes.
And so originally I believe that man was a energy being, so to speak. But since that one energy, just like God, has both masculine and feminine, the negative and the positive, the black and the white. Okay. And so he differentiated, he split himself into two. We have the masculine and the feminine.
Yeah.
And I think it's really interesting because it says the wages of sin is death, right? In Einstein's equation, the sin or the sign is time. So let's change the word sin to time real quick and say the wages of time is death. Well, of course, you live in a linear timescape. It's going to have a beginning and an end to it. Whereas God is all at once, the Alpha and the Omega, all at once.
Exactly. This is what the Globers do not understand. When you say this, that God does not live under a limit of time, it's like it just exists in a stream of time. They're like, no, how can that be? Blah blah blah. They don't understand this thing. I don't understand why they don't understand this.
Because once you believe in the globe, it's like cutting you off from understanding so many subjects.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Especially like geography and cosmology and everything. It just totally, takes the options taken away from you. You need the flat Earth first, the basics, and then you need to get more complex from there, I guess.
Right. No, I agree 100%. That's why I like Sovereign's analogy about Newton discovering gravity by an apple falling from a tree. It's like he probably wasn't even real. It's just the symbolism of us, right? It's like us using gravity and the globe and all this fake science that separates us from who we really are, or the tree. So the apple falls from the tree with gravity.
Keep your eyes on the road, man. Keep your eyes on the road, man. You don't need to look at us.
I'm driving with my knee, bro. I'm driving with my knee right now. You don't even know.
Come on, man. Take it easy, man.
I've been driving around this same city for the last 20 years. I can do this shit in my
Put
sleep.
the phone up, man. We want to see you driving. Come on, dude. Don't be a pussy.
And it almost makes me think it's like they meant it in like a blasphemous sense at that time. Like they were like, oh, we'll take like a story from the Bible and we'll take a metaphor from it and use it for the basis of our own satanic science.
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry. I just want to say to Ross, buy one of these fucking things that you like a taxi. They have this thing for the phone, and you just put it there.
I do have it. I do have it. That's what the phone is on right now.
Oh, okay, good.
Sorry. I got two of them. Yeah, I got two of them for both my phones.
Okay. All right. I thought you.
Thank you, though. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Father. I appreciate you, Grandpa. Thank you for making
sure. Father, I'm the priest, right? The father.
Bro started reflecting out of nowhere. It's like I have both of my phones. You called me broke.
Man, you're all smoking. I ain't doing shit. Neither is Ashman.
Dude, I'm talking, working, driving, and smoking at the same time.
That's it, man.
Sober right here. You think this is fun being sober?
I'm with you, buddy. I'm with you. Right? Healthy all the way, brother. Healthy, brother.
Healthy. Who gives a fuck about that?
Need to twist you up a quick spliff there, Vince. And
yeah.
Hey, by the way, I'm gonna tell you guys a story, right? Yesterday, right before me and Vince went online, right, he hit me up and said, "Hey, I just want to make sure you're awake because I almost overslept." Right? Well, I guess I kind of did oversleep, but by 5 minutes, I barely woke up the day before. And so yesterday, he hit me up like, "Hey, I just want to make sure you're awake." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm awake. I'm getting ready to go for a walk." And you know what he replied? Interesting. I'm like, me going for a walk is interesting. He's like, yeah, I'm like, see, no wonder you're so angry all the time. No wonder you don't like music. Go for a damn walk, man.
Vince
doesn't do any kind of activity, man.
No, like, what the hell? You don't go for walks?
I go walk every morning. In Sweden, man, it's cold there, man.
Yeah, it's cold. The people are
go
dead.
for a swim.
Listen, the people are dead.
Tell that to the people in Russia, man. Tell that to the people in Russia. The people in Russia are swimming in ice right now. Yeah, the people in Russia go swimming in ice.
Well, yeah, they're
That's
different.
Sick. That's
they're differently
amazing.
built. They're differently built.
Well, I don't know where you're at. There was a woman who used to live next door to me when I was growing up, and of course we lived on a lake. And she was from somewhere in Scandinavia. I don't know if it was Sweden, Denmark, somewhere up there, way in the north.
Yeah, same shit.
That woman would go down and swim in the lake every fucking day if there wasn't ice on the water.
That's
as
awesome.
soon as the ice started to recede off the water, she'd be down there swimming. I'm not shitting you. She'd have her bathing cap on and her little swimming suit and get out there, go right in the water. She was about 70 years old too, man.
Damn. That's probably why she was like living so long, because that ice, it's like when you go from hot to cold real quick. Somebody told me that's the quickest way to almost release all the inflammation in your body almost instantly. It's like so when people take those ice baths,
stays super high as well.
The testosterone.
Say that again?
Oh, yeah,
it does?
Testosterone.
Okay.
And the sperm count actually gets really high with cold water. Yeah.
Nice.
I might have to do that. Hey, I might have to do that now. You might have convinced me with that one. That might be the one that gets me in there.
But it makes sense that you shock your body, like wow, shock it, and it releases the.
Dude, you know what I do? I do like sauna, super hot, and then cold plunge, back and forth.
Dude,
like super shock the body. Yeah.
Sauna is nice. Sauna,
I love
feels like
sauna.
Right? It feels like you're
if it's extremely
cleansing
hot,
out.
it's gotta be extremely hot. Yeah.
Yeah, but it feels like
really hot.
Cleansing everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you can take. I've been in there, and I'll have a bottle of water and take a big old drink of that water, and all of a sudden the sweat just pours out.
Dude, that's the best thing ever.
Oh,
that
really?
is the best. That is the best thing ever.
Yeah.
No. That's the best thing ever. I do that like at least 3 or 4 times a week when I'm like on my game and going to the gym. 3 or 4 times a week, I'm in there for like a whole hour sitting in the sauna, drinking a gallon of water, dude. Oh God, I love it.
I never done that. So basically, what you're saying is you're like, it's like you're pouring it through your system, kind of, right? Because it goes out so quickly. So you're like,
Vince, try this. Drink 2 liters of water and go for a run, and you wouldn't want to pee after it. Imagine this: you drank 2 liters of water.
You don't, right?
You'd imagine that you'd want to go to pee, right?
Yeah.
But if you go for a run,
right,
it'll all come out as sweat.
It'll all come out.
You wouldn't want to pee anymore.
From sweat.
When I box, I drink like 3.5 liters a session. It's like you'd imagine like you would want to piss, but you don't.
That's insane. So you're pissing through your body instead.
Oh yes.
Yeah. That sounds right.
Yeah, it takes a lot of the toxins out of your system. I love a sauna. That's some awesome shit. I remember one time my dad, he wasn't real fond of the cold water.
Yeah, and, who is really though? Yeah.
We was kids. We went on a vacation. We were up in Canada, and my brother and I, we were really excited. It was only springtime, just early spring, and we were really excited because the pool had this, or the hotel had this pool. So we got up there, man. As soon as we got in, we didn't even hesitate. Got our swim trunks, went down there to the pool. I stuck my foot in the water. It was ice fucking cold, right? And I was like, there ain't no way I'm swimming in that. My brother was like, yeah, me either. And so we go back up there. I said, I got an idea though. So on the way back up to the room, we stopped by a public bathroom and we took some water out of the sink and made our trunks wet and put our hair all wet and shit. And then put the towel around us, went back up to the room. My dad's like, how's the water? I says, it's great, man. Come on. He puts on his trunks. He go down there. He jumped on that diving board and he was going to go in, a dead man dive for feet first. He just jumped up and went to go in that water. I'm not shitting you. His entire foot wasn't even immersed before he was already trying to get out of that water.
Like that,
like, ooh. And he was trying to get out of that water. He'd come up out of that cold ass water, and me and my brother didn't know whether we was going to get our ass beat or what was going to happen, but it was worth it.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you guys. Oh, okay, go Ross.
No, I was going to say, speaking of the sauna and the steam room, did anybody hear that dumbass argument that Craig was making about why you wouldn't feel 35,000 degrees going through the Van Allen belt on the way to the moon? Dude, he literally his excuse was, have you ever been in the steam room? Well, when you're in 100 degrees in the steam room, it doesn't boil you like you're in 100 degrees water. That's why you can go through. I'm like, okay. But could you be in the steam room at 300 degrees? No, idiot.
No, you could not.
No,
Yeah.
you could not. You couldn't be there at 500. You're saying that they went through 35,000 degrees, damn it. And because it was steam, like, and there was no, anyways, I'm sorry, but thinking about that right now just brought me back to that dumbass argument. I'm like, I can't believe he said that. 35,000 degrees. And his example is like, when you go to a steam room, I'm like, nigga, you can't stay in a steam room for more than 2 hours. If you're in there for 2 hours, you're going to turn into a freaking vegetable.
So my ridiculous question is this. If you had to die in either this way, if you had to die by extreme...
What is wrong with your man, Ashman? What is wrong with this guy?
If you had
Actually,
to die by...
I want to hear this.
It's not complicated. If you had to die by extreme cold or extreme heat, which would be the preferred
cold
choice?
Yeah, cold. Yeah,
Sovereign cold.
I mean,
Sovereign cold, Ross cold, Anson.
It would seem like cold would
Heat.
not. Yeah.
Heat for Ashman.
Yeah.
You want to burn away.
No, you said heat. You didn't say burn alive. You said heat.
Okay, I should have said burned alive.
All right, a little ambiguous there.
Extreme heat will make you faint, and then you're gonna die.
Okay, there you go.
Extreme cold, it will be like fucking 1,000 knives stabbing you over.
All right. I'm rearranging.
But if you do the cold way, you might freeze, and then you can come back later in the future. Anyways,
maybe like Demolition Man, which you haven't seen. But yeah. So I'm changing it. Burn.
Did we get Anson's answer? Did we get Anson's answer?
Yeah, but he's gonna answer now. Burned alive or freeze to death.
Cold, man.
Yeah, I'm still going with cold.
Really?
Yeah, I'd rather just freeze. Eventually, my mind is gonna let it go.
I mean, that American soldier just burned himself the other day.
When people freeze to death, there's no sign of trauma to them. They don't have their composure to them is pretty relaxed. Okay, because what happens is you numb out
and your mind shuts it off.
Yeah, and you don't wake back up. Now, a real famous battle that happened here in Virginia was called the Battle of the Wilderness, and a lot of soldiers died due to the fire because the woods all caught fire during this battle. And they were able to distinguish who was killed by battle wounds and who was killed by the fire by the positions that the bodies were in.
Let me guess. Fetal position. Fetal position for the fire.
Yep.
If I had to guess.
Why is that? Because you're like, fuck.
Yeah, because you're in panic. That's like, that's like ultimate, like trying to get in the most comfort because you're just in,
Yeah, so basically, we've come to the conclusion that if you had the choice between those two things, freezing is the better choice.
Was he like I remember one time when I was in high school, like, I wanted to be cool, so we went to a football game, right? And I didn't bring a sweatshirt. And out here in Fresno, when it gets cold, it gets like 30 degrees sometimes. I was literally fucking freezing for like the first 20 minutes out there. Everybody had on full jackets. I had on a regular t-shirt. After 20 minutes, my brain was able to shut it off. I forgot I wasn't cold after 20 minutes. I was like, I'm good. You know what I mean?
Listen, man, even with extremely cold water, like the cold plunge or the cold bath, like after 1 or 2 minutes, you get used to it. It's
right.
Yeah.
But it's not
the first
the
shock.
same
It's the
heat.
mental stuff,
So okay, interesting. So if we go to burning alive, if we look at that, what do you guys think happens to you? I mean, obviously you're getting burned, right? But okay, let's say the skin is burning off. That's the first thing, right? The skin is burning off. Then what?
Oh, excuse me.
You've gone into shock before. You've gone into shock long before that.
Yeah, that fetal position thing is pretty telling. That fetal position thing, because like when I'm at my sickest, like if I've ever been really sick to where it's like I cannot take this, I'm in the fetal position. That's what you do. You're just like, God, please help me. Yeah, it's like, God help.
So you're in a shock, you say, Sovereign. So
yeah,
but are you still conscious?
Not in the sense of how you're conscious now. What happens when you go into shock? Your body rushes through a shitload of adrenaline, okay? And adrenaline will deaden pain.
Yeah, but can it deaden burn, like burning.
It can.
You know what I mean?
It'll get to a point you won't make it past that. Yeah, it's going to be extremely painful if you don't let it go.
Even
the whole
with
way.
adrenaline, right? Even with that.
The crazy thing, I've seen a picture. Have you guys ever seen that picture of that monk doing the Buddha position and being burnt alive?
Vietnam.
And he didn't make a sound. I mean, the body can do crazy
Right.
stuff, man.
It's amazing
It
what
is
some of these
interesting.
Buddhists, these Tibetan monks and shit. I've seen them do some stuff. I saw one where this guy had somebody put a Bosch power drill right up to the temple of their head and run it, and the guy just sat there and it didn't fucking penetrate his head.
Penetrate.
Nope.
Yeah.
It didn't penetrate.
See, Vince, this tiptoes into our conversation that we were having yesterday about that music. Remember I said like there's certain music that just touches you on a different level, and it starts to give me a tingling feeling, which is like along the lines of things that I've experienced when I've, taken LSD or been on those higher planes. Like Flying Lotus, you know what I mean? And like I said, I'm like there are different, ideas that involve obviously vibration and energy that allow people to, to do what we would consider miracles. Completely healing their body, completely transforming their body. I mean, Dennis Rodman, like this is a crazy story, but to me, it's related. Dennis Rodman was like, one of the greatest defenders of all time in NBA history, 6'9" center. He was like 5'9" when he was 18 years old, 19 years old, 5'9", 5'10". He got arrested, went to jail, started playing basketball in jail, decided he wanted to be an NBA player, and then grew almost 12 inches. Went from like 5'9" to 6'9". After 20 years old. Like what is the thing in the mind, right, that allows him to be able to completely transform his physiology at the drop, right, at the decision that he wants to do something and it becomes necessary?
Why does a firewalker not get burned? He doesn't believe that he can.
He does.
Okay. When who was it he called out of the boat? Jesus called, who is it, Matthew?
Yeah, Peter, maybe Peter.
Peter, yeah.
Walking on water.
Walk me. And then when he started to do it, and then he sank in the water. And what did Jesus say to him? He says, "It's because you do not believe."
Yes. Well, no. One of my favorite Nipsey lines. I know I talk about him all the time, but very few people know him because he's a California artist. One of his famous lines is you can. Yeah, amen. One of his famous lines is, "You can walk on water, just don't look down at your feet." That's what Peter did in that passage. Is Peter was walking on water, and then he had doubt. He looked down and began to sink when he looked down at his feet.
But okay, but doesn't this have a limit though? Like if I walk,
to you, because you believe that you're right now you're creating that.
No, but I'm just saying, like, if I had the belief and I'm jumping off of Mount Everest and I have the belief that I can fly,
dude, I'm gonna do it. Like one of my favorite lines. I literally said I took a verse from this line. Remember I told you what I said to Matthew, right? About him saying like, just finish your lines. If getting your line across crosses the line, you know what I mean, bro. In that same song, right? The actual chorus of that song is man, I look up to God, right? I wonder if I fell from the sky, would I hit the ground or would I learn how to fly? He's like, I'm pretty sure you see it in my eyes. Right. It's like, dude, that's a Big Sean is saying, right? He's like, dude, that's the level I'm on. It's like, it don't matter what you put in front of me. I don't believe that there's anything that can stop me. And I know you hear me say that all the time, Vince. I'm like, it don't matter what it is. I don't believe any of that. That's why I'm like, I don't believe that they have power over us. I don't believe that it's done. I don't believe that they're smarter than us. They might be more prepared up to this point, but I never claim anything but victory for myself. Never.
The power of manifestation is real. Okay. We create reality. I was just looking for it. I'll have to find it later, but there's a videotape of a hospital in Beijing. And this woman had this tumor inside of her about yay big. And they're watching it with ultrasound. They had people trained in the art of Tibetan prayer. And they came in and they basically were chanting, "It is so, or Amen, it is so." And on this ultrasound, you can actually literally see the tumor shrink and disappear completely with no trace of it having ever been there.
Okay, Sovereign.
Amen.
What do you think is happening? Let's say that is true, which it probably is.
Oh, it's true.
Yeah.
Amen. That's what I put a stamp on it. That's what I put the stamp on it.
It's true. It is true. Yeah. But what is happening though? Could you say that we are shifting into a reality where that tumor is slowly disappearing, or is that happening in the same timeline? Like,
of course, it's happening, of course, in the same timeline, because the thing is, we manifest our reality. Okay, you will get what you expect.
Yeah, like Vince, like take the virtual reality thing, right? Look at it exactly as that, right? Every new bit that is being inserted is coming directly from your mind, and there's a lot of scientific evidence, right, that you can look at the cells in the body, and every like 22 months or something like that, your body has physically replaced every single cell, right?
7 years.
Since it's 7 years, okay, right? So it's like, the only way that cancerous cells can recreate is if you keep recreating them. Because at this moment, whatever it is that, you know what I mean? So your cells are going to replicate however, in whatever vibration you're in, you know what I mean? So like you said,
you're going to get what you expect. Now, a good example of this, this is why people that are broke stay broke. Okay? Because they're constantly focused on the fact that they're broke.
Amen.
So they're manifesting being broke.
Amen.
I just know that I always have money. I always
Amen.
have money.
Woo! Hey, church. I'm like, boy,
don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Consider the sparrows. They neither reap nor sow nor toil in the field, yet my Father provides for them. This is reality. The doctor will tell people, check yourself for lumps in the shower. By all means, do not do this, because if you're looking for something, you will eventually find it.
Yes.
And how did you find it? Because you were expecting to find it.
Amen.
And so therefore you will.
Amen.
It's that simple.
Yeah.
And so through this mass media, the television and shit, what they're doing is they're actually getting us to create our own shitty environment.
There you go.
All at our regularly scheduled programming time, orchestrating the vibrations of all these people, millions of people, all at the same time. Here's some fear, here's some sadness, here's some gladness, here's some fear in those different orders. And here's 15 people were massacred with a machete on the subway. But first, here's some cute puppies you can adopt. You see?
So I'll just real quick. I was like think about it. Like me and Vince go back on this all the time, because like we're both like we're right next to each other and like figuring out how to really like make that stick, because we're we both worry in our own ways, you know what I mean? But at the same time, we know it's like there's a level of like letting go and not creating what you fear, you know what I mean? It's like it's like, of course, recognizing it's there is one thing, and I'm as good as that as anybody else, but it's like I also know that that's when I do myself in. I do myself in every time, and I love that Bible verse. Like I said, God looks out for the sparrow. You know what I mean? It's like, if God looks out for the sparrows that do not toil in the field, he's saying they do not work to get, they do not, grind and struggle and get rid of and deplete their life, right, for resources to live on a day-to-day basis. God takes care of them. Why would he not take care of you?
I absolutely agree with that mental thing that you're talking about there. So this means that it is really important who you have around yourself. It's
absolutely
everybody says this, but it is a really important thing, because if you have good people, smart, intelligent, encouraging. I think encouraging is a very important thing.
Exactly.
I hate people who say, no, you can't do it. No, you can't do it. Because if you hear that enough, you can actually become like, no, I can't do shit.
I mean, but it depends.
100.
It depends what you respond to, though. I'm the type of person that if you tell me I can't do something or I can't do anything, that motivates me. I don't like encouragement. I hate that shit.
Exactly. That's a good point.
Do it to yourself, though. think about this. You do it to yourself, and I'm sure that there's people listening, and you guys, each one of you, how many times have you repeated something and you go, damn it, I always do that.
Right.
I always
saying
do that.
Right. You're saying that to yourself, right?
And so that you told yourself that you were going to always do that. Or I can never remember how to spell that correctly. That's right. You won't. You won't.
Because
you've told yourself that. They used to be able to, they knew this harnessing of human psychic emotional energy for a long time. This is why religious organizations have this thing called mass. Now, whether it's a satanic mass or a Catholic mass, the idea is to have a mass of people all resonating and vibrating on the same emotional frequency at the same time while putting these ideas into them.
Okay. Dude, the way you connect those words, dog, I'm like, how have I not caught that before? The mass, like that. Wow.
Yes. Right. So when now we don't have it used to be by law you had to go to mass in these theocratically
right
societies. But
now
now
with the death of religion, like it's like that's where religion went bad. Government intervention. They start forcing it on you. Now it's evil.
So now what they do is they've got it work in a different way. You see, you come home from your slave occupation.
Sovereign, hold on. Paul S., jump into this voice chat if you're a man.
Thank you so much, bro. You know, I saw that, and I was gonna wait till Sovereign stopped talking. Yeah. I was gonna be like, "Who the hell is Paul S?" I was like, "Paul S."
You're calling us cunt. Let's see who's the cunt. Jump in and let's see.
Oh,
these cunts are brain dead. Never made it in life. Now they're here. Fucking embarrassing. You know what's embarrassing? Saying that shit and not jumping in here. That's embarrassing.
I didn't see what he said.
No, he's on YouTube. Fucking wimp. Get on here. Get on here, you pussy. Get on here. Let's see who's the wimp. Let's see who's the cunt. And let's see who's embarrassing. And let's see who's the fucking moron. Let's get on here.
He's probably the funniest like a 12-year-old man. You're wasting your energy.
Oh, it's fun. It's fun.
I agree.
Let's get these fucking morons on here.
Just to finish my point.
Please. Yeah, please. I'm just
saying the link is
now we're just programmed to go to mass by clicking on our television set. Okay.
Yes.
Because they're doing the exact same thing. We're going to get different segments of the population to respond accordingly to whatever we put out. Whether you tune into your Fox News or your CNN News, you're going to get your orchestration, all these people at one time, getting the same information at the same time. There was actually a flux in the Earth's magnetic field when people saw 9/11 happen. When that building collapsed, there was actually a measurable flux because everybody saw it at the same time. Wherever they were at, they were seeing exactly that same thing.
Right. And of course, them doing it on the 9/11, those being the most emotional numbers, you feel me? Like putting everybody. Anyways, there's a reason why they do 11/11 make a wish. You know what I mean? It's because it's like it's you can track numerically when people are at their most emotional. So you're right. It's like they did it on that day, set it up for that reason, wanted everybody to see it around the world at the same time, so that way it could affect the whole planet emotionally. So that's crazy that there really wasn't.
Yeah.
Look what they did with the shuttle disaster, right? With the teacher on board. Okay. They made sure there was a television set in every classroom in America watching that. Why? Because the emotional energy of a child is even more powerful than that of adults. And so they had this thing in there with a school teacher on board, a beloved school teacher, and every student in America watched that happen at the same time. Think of the psychic human emotional energy that was released at that moment.
So, Sovereign, if I understood it correctly, you're saying now that before you were in masses and you created an energy with that. Now you're separated, but they can still implement what am I saying? Like they can
Ross,
now
mute your mic. Ross. Bro, I can hear the engine, brother.
Oh, is it the engine? They can now trigger masses of people who are separated. They can now trigger the the result or whatever, the frequency they want by just sending it to them individually through the smartphones and shit like that. Is that what you're saying? Something to that
what
extent?
I'm saying is there. All right. So like, for instance, let's take the events of 9/11, right?
Yeah.
When that first building collapsed, almost everybody in America was watching their television set when that happened. They all had the same emotional response, every one of them at the same time. Boom, mass resonance, man.
Yeah.
Spooky action at a distance.
That's what the Nazis were doing in Germany as well, wasn't it? They basically got all the discontent and the suffering that the peoples were going through at the time, and they just harnessed the pounding emotional energy in those rallies.
Do you know the first television broadcast was Adolf Hitler's Nuremberg rally?
Yeah.
And the reason they did that was because now every good German, even if they can't get to Nuremberg, can participate in the rally and watch it as it's happening. So yeah, it was invented as a propaganda tool, as a mind control device.
You can see how the technology, and when they release it, also goes hand in hand with like how they're using it to indoctrinate people. You know, they didn't even give it a chance. Like you say, they literally they were bringing that film out during the Nazis, and the first thing they were using it for was this like mass hypnosis.
Yep.
And it's like, since then, it's just been one thing after another.
Yep.
Then later on, Hollywood.
Yeah, so they would prefer the rulers, or whatever you want to call them. Maybe I shouldn't call them the rulers, the evil assholes. I don't know what you could call them.
Yeah, that'll do.
Yeah, they would prefer an event happening where most of the world's population kind of more or less simultaneously react to a horror event, and that will give a shockwave of whatever frequencies or whatever.
A shockwave of fear. Yeah, like
Right, it's like a mass ritual.
And they milk it. They milk it for all they can. How many times, did they repeat showing that collapse until somebody said, okay, we don't want to desensitize them to this. Stop repeating it. So they said, oh, it's too emotional for us to be showing this anymore. It's too emotional for us. No, it's because if you see it over and over and over, you start getting desensitized to it. But they still milked it for what they could. Like, people see the replay of it and go, oh my God, I can't believe such a terrible thing. But then after a while, it just becomes an image and you stop reacting to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of the things I wanted to say too, just like, I always say I don't want to go too deep into it, but, if you really start to look deep into what, we're talking about with kids having more emotional energy, right? This is where the rubber meets the road when it comes to the Ghislaine and Jeffrey story, right?
Yeah.
It's like it can't be just right, because we talk about like, what's the purpose? And I'm like, it's a dual purpose there, right? It's not just a blackmail, right? But it's also because, like, along the lines of the vampire thing, right? You hear about the vampiric stories of them, like taking plasma and inserting it into themselves to keep themselves living longer, right? It's the actual story of a vampire, right? And then you connect that to the emotional energy that it takes to actually manifest things, right? It's like, why do they want to do things in a large portion where they can use the emotional energy of everybody, right, to manifest something, right? They do 9/11 so that way everybody gets emotional, and now they're tapping into the emotional energy, and that's what I mean. It's like, if you wanted to try to manifest something, your chances of doing it are a lot higher when you're getting emotion, from everybody in the world at the same time,
Interesting.
Getting emotion from children, so it's like, like what can you do in this power and know how to put children in certain emotional states? About that song that they had us play, relax your butthole. I'm like, this sounds like the song that they play to, but it's like, it's not just like for the sake. It's not. I mean, domination, the one that we listened to on it was one of our first episodes. But it sounded like a song that they play on the island get people to relax their mind.
Let me just say, tell it to them.
Go ahead.
We reacted to some Italian guy doing some DJ techno shit, and there was a concert, and everybody was probably high and shit. And he was like, it was
just the same sound over and over.
Yeah,
same sound.
There was a beat going, and he was like, all right, think of me being behind you. Relax your asshole. Like, what? Motherfucker, what are you saying? What is this? Relax my asshole?
Serious.
What the fuck are you trying to do to me, man?
Dead serious.
This a concert or what are you doing? What is this?
Wow. Think of flowers. Go to your happy place.
Relax
Go to your happy place.
So yeah, that's what he's referring to. Continue, Ross.
But I'm just saying it's like I said, there's also the aspect of controlling people, right? But it's like think about people who really understand, like they say that millionaires have financial advisors, billionaires have astrologers. You know what I mean? It's because they're tapped in, to the energy grid of the world and manipulating it to, to be able to accomplish what they want to accomplish, because they can't just come and do it. They have to get you to accept it. They have to find creative ways to get you to create your own prison. So they give you that fear, like, you can't do it unless I tell you, or it's like nobody can be successful. And, it's like, I do agree that there are forces out there, but once they get you to accept that they can stop you, then they don't have to stop you. You stop yourself,
Yeah, facts. So I wanna say this. Sovereign, you said we get desensitized.
Mm-hmm.
So that would mean that even today, they would have to be careful with how much shit they show to us, like scary stuff. Like they have to be careful with that because we can, even with the sniffles, right? Like take it easy with the sniffle stuff because we can be desensitized towards the sniffles as well. So
which almost happened. Yeah, I'm like, it almost happened. I think that's why they pulled the last one back. But that's why they pulled the last one back though when they were rolling it out, because they realized.
Yeah, because they tried the monkey thing.
We're doing, but
yeah,
they sampled it and it didn't sample well.
They pulled it and they even tried to change the name. They're like, what did they try to change it to? The monkey, the monkey pee.
Monkeypox.
Oh, yeah. I tried to make it into a code word, but monkey. They said it was racist, so they're like, Mpox. They tried to.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, they did that for a while. They're like, we have to change it to Mpox because it's racist to say monkey.
Oh my God.
So they did that. How many were there? There was a bunch of them they tried. Mpox, what monkey thing?
Well, let me tell you, this is something that I was thinking of, and this goes right back to what Ashman said about that movie. They're going to have Denzel Washington in. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. They're going to put a black man in place of someone who wasn't black. All right. Cool. Yeah. I dare Hollywood to make a Tarzan movie with Tarzan played by a black man. I dare them to.
That's easy.
I know full well that there ain't no fucking way that these guys are going to have a black man acting like a monkey on a fucking movie.
You know
that, right?
And he's white. Tarzan is white, kind of, right?
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I'm like, okay, diversify. Let's see you do that one.
Sovereign.
Let's see you get diverse with that.
You got some Sovereign. That's a missile right there. Like if we can.
That's a fucking 5D chess right there, man.
Yeah, if we can gather people to like, hey, why isn't there a black Tarzan? Let's get the ball rolling on this shit, And they're like, all right. And then they fuck up. They don't realize that, oh shit, we can't do this. We can't be painting a black dude like
a Vince, you reminded me of a joke. They were saying, why isn't there a black Superman? And the guy said, because black people will pronounce Man of Steel Steal, and it's gonna be offensive.
Steel. It took a while. Man of Steel.
I first thought you talking about a gun. He's talking about a gun, but no, he's talking about stealing shit.
Man of Steel. Yeah, that's a good one. But I think the Tarzan one is where if we can make them to do that, they're walking into a trap there.
Absolutely.
Like, if they can commit to that, like, yeah, all right, yeah, it's in the plans. All right, good, it's in the plans. Let's talk about this now, motherfuckers. Are you saying a black person is a monkey? Ah,
yep.
Okay, it's okay for a white person to be a monkey, but a black person being a monkey? Are you crazy?
So yeah,
that's a good one, Sovereign. Don't. Yeah, you should still keep that in mind. You know,
I'm emailing Netflix. I'm gonna.
Hey, listen, I made a Tarzan soundtrack. You know what I mean? So maybe I can get in contact with. I think they're called Edgar Burrows or something. Edgar something Burrows or something. Hey, listen, we need a black Tarzan, man. Otherwise, you guys are racist. You know what I mean? Let's do it, man. We need a black Tarzan. There has to be equality here.
And Jane has to be Asian.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Some shit like that, yeah. That was a great one. Great stuff. You see, it's funny
that
when,
sounds like a
when
great
we
comedy,
talk like this.
That would be a funny ass comedy. A black Tarzan with an Asian Jane.
Oh my God, that would be perfect.
Somehow you get Jane driving a car or something.
And they're gonna get Crispin Glover to play Othello.
Chris Rock.
You what? Chris Rock is Tarzan?
Ah, did you say that? Did I say that? I don't know who said that. I don't know who said Chris Rock. Did I hear Chris Rock? Did I mishear it? I don't know. Anyways, this is funny. This is what's fun with these type of streams with people that are intelligent in different ways. You know, like you can bounce stuff off of each other and come up with weird shit. Right? I hate conversations with dumb people. Even though I would want to welcome it, like that guy in the chat, Paul S. But
Paul S.
Yeah, he didn't.
You know who Paul S. is?
No.
Sovereign talked about manifestation earlier. Paul S. is a coward. I'll tell you why. Because to manifest, you have to be brave. You have to think about it and then say it out loud in front of people.
Yes.
Say I want a Lamborghini. Say I want a house. A lot of people are just they're cowards, man. I've tried this with a friend of mine. He's like, "Oh, I want this type of car. He wants a Mercedes or something." I was like, "Tell me you want this. What kind of car? Tell me." He's like, "Just a car." No. Say what's the car? Say it loud. He's like, "No, man. Describe it." People, yeah.
And
like Paul.
But he just dares to type it. He doesn't dare to speak.
Typing it doesn't count.
He doesn't believe in what he's saying. So it's like he might say boom, 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 but like you said, he's not going to describe it. Be allowed the car. You don't believe he'll get on it's a pain of poverty.
You're cutting. Ross, take that back again.
Not enough data.
You're cutting out. Take that back again. What do you say? Oh, now you're muted.
I was saying that he's scared to say it out loud to you.
Okay.
I was saying he's scared to say it out loud to you because he doesn't want to. Yeah, he doesn't want to face the pain of telling you and not getting it, and then he might be embarrassed. But he doesn't want to say it out loud, because he don't.
You hit mute. You're muted now. You're muted. Yeah, he doesn't want to say it out loud.
Okay.
Because he's scared of not getting it.
I was just saying that. Yeah, if he doesn't.
If he doesn't believe it, right?
Fucking hell.
I know what he's saying. If he describes it, it makes it more painful with a realization or an idea of a realization that he's never going to have that. Okay. And so he's afraid that to describe it, to actually put it into reality. And just to give you an idea, okay, we've all heard of these characters like Romeo, and Juliet, and these other people, right?
Yeah.
And they all have we
Ross,
picture them.
mute
When
the
someone
call, Ross.
mentions them,
Mute the voice, Ross.
We picture them in our minds, right? And they have a backstory and they have a certain life, and all about them, right? Do they really exist? No. only in the mind of William Shakespeare, but through the act of spelling,
yeah,
and grammar, okay, he's manifested those people as if they are real, because everyone who's ever heard of them knows exactly who you're talking about. They have an image of them in their mind. They do live, but only in the mind of one man who imparted that onto everybody else.
Interesting stuff. This whole reality is a mind fuck, right?
It is very fluid. Remember me saying about consider the sparrows? That's been changed now in the Bible. It's now consider the ravens, and that's really kind of blasphemous if you think about it, because a raven. What does a raven eat? What does ravens eat? Garbage and dead things, right? So to say my Father provides for them is to say that God provides garbage and dead things. That's crazy. Isn't it?
Yeah.
So how did that happen? How did my Bible of ink and paper change? How did yours change?
Right. Yeah.
It must mean honestly, it's a virtual reality. Yeah. To me, if this is a video game, then it's possible to change shit on the go like this, like the Mandela effect. That is actually what I think it is.
Right.
I think the Mandela effect is proving that this is a computer reality. How else can you change?
They're changing the coding.
Yeah, right? How else can you change something that is long gone in the past? It's gone. Doesn't even exist. You know? How can you change that? Unless you're changing a code. You know, like in a video game.
Right.
What do you,
I definitely think that there's something there. And I like what Sovereign was saying about spelling. I talk about that all the time. Is like, this is like, I think this is the reason why they change certain stuff, and I'm a huge nerd, and so when I watch Harry Potter, which I do often, because I like the movies, you really start to notice that they're not really doing anything that crazy when they're talking about them being wizards and doing spells. They're just saying certain words in certain languages and doing certain geometric movements with their hands, and anyways. Like I said, so when you start to examine that, right, you start to realize that what they're doing is probably not that far fetched, and like the concept of them being like, oh, we don't even say Voldemort's name, right? That they don't say his name because saying his name gives him power. So it's like that concept of you writing something down and spelling it. It's not an accident why those words are the same, because when you like I say, life and death is in the power of the tongue. So when you're saying something and when you're writing it, that's multiple points of contact. You're looking at it, you're seeing it, you're thinking it. And you're, and you're physically doing movement with your hand. Think about it. You're doing a movement with your hand while you write it. When they're in Harry Potter, when they're doing spells, they're saying the words and doing the movements with their hands. You understand what I'm saying? It's the exact same thing. So it's like, and they call it casting spells, anyways. So there is something there.
Do you think that's maybe why they don't want the kids to be able to know how to write these days, because they give them the iPad and they can only type with their thumbs.
Right. They're only moving their thumbs. They're not using as many neural pathways.
What's that kind of writing called? What do we call it? Cursive.
Cursive.
Curse.
Like your.
Oh yeah, that's what it's. Yeah.
So I actually I feel much better when I write in cursive. I still write in cursive because there's something much more. It just feels there's something much more fluid about writing it in cursive. And if you notice when they're doing the spells, it's them stringing symbols together. So when you write in cursive, I think your words probably have more power because you're stringing it together in one movement rather than movement stop, movement stop, movement stop. You know what I mean? Individual movements rather than all these different ideas put into one idea, which gives it a lot more power.
Well, what are letters? What are letters? Okay,
symbols,
letters,
right? Symbols, right?
They're symbols, they're pictograms. All right, so let's take a look at what do they actually mean. What do each of these letters actually mean, right? For instance, let's take an H. All right, what sound does the H make? Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, let's look at the symbol.
Right.
From one man to God and the breath of life. Okay. What is a T? A T is a crossroads. It's an intersection. It's a crossing point, right? Let's take the A, for instance. The A represents what? The higher mind.
The
above.
Like the top, right? Oh, that's interesting.
We use the E for enter, exit, right?
Right.
What does that represent? There's the man with a direction toward, right? So a direction toward. The letter D, we use it for the word doorway a lot of time, okay? And you can think of it as a doorway.
Right. It
so
literally
let's break down, what does the word death actually mean? Okay. A doorway, entering the higher mind at a crossroads of the breath of life.
That's interesting. That was a nice one.
I hope
DMT shit right there, man.
Dude. I hope everybody listening was able to pull.
I felt like I'm tripping all over again.
Dude, that was crazy, dude.
Yes. Say that again. Man. Door entering a what was it? What was it?
He said
a mind or something.
Like the higher mind.
Higher mind, and then
at the crossroad
of the breath.
The breath of life, right?
Breath of life.
Wow. See, and this is why. Yeah, this is why. Like, even when I get into numerology a little bit, it's like, look, whatever you feel about numbers and letters, it's like, of course, they're just all symbols that mean certain things, and so there is power in there. It's not just, we didn't just discover 1 + 1 = 2, for no reason. It's like there's information in that, in the bits. And so when you break it down, you start to recognize that, they're almost like coding in a way. It's like, they're not insignificant. The reason why certain people are certain numbers and certain letters go with other people. It's not insignificant at all.
Hey, say a disaster happened, and the young kids of this modern era, they're stranded on an island somewhere, and they need to write a message, but they haven't learned how to write with their hand. What do they do? What do you think? What would they do? Like if they needed to message somebody.
TikTok about it.
No, but they don't have any technology. They're stranded somewhere, and they need to write a message or something. What the hell? Would they go back to the caveman days, like painting characters on a stone or something?
Sure. I think pictograms is probably the first method of writing, of course, using pictorial representations of the idea you're trying to convey. We still use it. We call them blueprints and drawings and things.
Emojis now. Emojis. Now we use emojis.
Yeah, so that would be literally what they had to do if they were in that situation. It's weird though. I mean, man, we need to learn how to write at least. What the fuck?
Honestly, like, you gave me a lot to think about with that one, Sovereign. Because like when I hear people describe numbers a lot, it's like people say that 28 or 8 is supposed to be the number of wealth or the number of money and success, but and 8 is also the same symbol as infinity.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm like, when I think about that, I'm like, there's no way there's not obviously a direct connection. You know what I mean? Like that's very, very known in Chinese cultures. Like 8 is the luckiest number. And it's also the number of wealth. And then you turn it on its side and it means infinity. So like when I look at that, I'm like, there obviously is. That's why, like I said, when you come back to spelling, and how important every single letter that comes out of your mouth is, and we should take inventory of it.
It's also, not only the symbol of infinity, but it's a symbol of cyclical. Okay, the
right continuation, right.
The Ouroboros, the snake consuming its own tail, the analemma.
Right. Yeah,
relax your asshole, man.
Yeah, relax your asshole. That's what you got.
What a thing to say, man. Yeah.
Can't be doing that at my age, bro.
Man, maybe you should try, Sovereign. Go to that guy's concert.
Please don't. Yeah. But please don't, Sovereign. Yeah, We need you fighting a good fight.
Yeah, no, I'm not into brain dead shit. You know, I can honestly say, at this point in time, I have never ever heard a Taylor Swift song, and I can honestly, for sure, I wouldn't know
Me
her.
neither.
Or I've seen people talk about her on Facebook and shit.
Sovereign, I want your opinion on this. Okay.
Is she a tranny?
No. Me and Ross had an argument yesterday.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Is it her striking resemblance to Anton LaVey's wife?
I don't know. No, not that thing. No, we got into an argument here. I want to know what is your opinion on this? We're basically talking about if the music industry got overtaken or not during when the MP3s took over.
That wasn't the argument.
Screw your freedom.
Yeah, I'm like, that's who you are.
Screw your freedom, man. Hold on, Ross. Okay, I'm gonna play. I have to take a smoke, but I'm gonna play this. I want to see what you guys think.
You're gonna play it? Oh my God.
Yeah.
You know what? We would. That's crazy. That is what we were doing. We started off watching it. We stopped after 5 minutes, and we've been talking ever since.
Yeah. Let me know if you can hear it, Sovereign.
I don't hear it.
Nope.
No, I don't hear you.
We don't hear shit, man.
What?
Now we hear you.
Okay, hold on. What about now? What about now?
Stay there.
Did you hear that?
Music is an integral part in this. With music, they can dumb down generation after generation after generation, which they have. They have absolutely done that with the garbage.
Show me the proof, or else you sound like these globehead 80
What do you mean,
idiots.
show me the proof? Look at the music scene and the population.
Show me the proof. Why would you ask me what do I mean?
Look at the population and the music. It's both of them are dumb.
Okay, all right. I heard him finish so I can respond, dude.
Fact.
All right, yeah. You have no proof of that. You sound just like these dumb globeheads. I'm the guy. This is why people fuck with me, right? When they see me in those debates. You know why? Because I'm not the guy that believes stuff either way. All right, just because I'm not gonna be like, oh.
Then what do you believe in?
What
do you believe in then?
I don't, bro. Let me finish.
Shit. Says the one who always interrupts.
I don't believe anything. I don't believe anything unless there's proof. Period. I don't believe anything unless there's proof. That's why
there is proof.
Which artist are you talking about? Are you talking about Cardi B?
Okay, let's go.
That's not how Cardi B blew up.
Let's go through the proof. Let's go through the proof.
Name the artist then. Go ahead.
No. One step at a time. Once the music became MP3s through the internet, did the industry lose money? Meaning, there is really no money here because now music is shared freely. Okay? Did that happen or not?
No! God damn it!
You're lying.
You're upset, bro, because you don't know what you're talking about.
No, you're lying here. Look. You're lying.
No, you don't know.
You're lying.
Look. Did you know how Old Town Road was released? You know Old Town Road was released? Everybody said, "Oh, that's what they did for Old Town Road." Was an independent release when it came out. Okay, they cannot take somebody from nothing who does not make music, give them music, and make them a star. No, the fuck they cannot. Okay.
Are you shitting me?
Hold on, let me finish. What they do is when an artist is successful in their area, they do go and swoop them up and buy it. Do they have to take the deal? No, they don't have to take the deal. There's tons of people that don't do that. Tech 9, he never took a deal.
I don't care who takes the deal or not. There will always be somebody that takes the deal.
You promoting is what makes artists think they can't get big unless they get a deal. Stop promoting that lie. That's a lie. You can be an independent artist and make money. You can make whatever you think you want to make and make money.
Okay, my turn. My turn. Sure, there might be pockets where somebody slipped. Hold on.
There's no sure. All right, there's no sure. There's tons of independent artists who have been successful the whole time.
There might be pockets.
You watch the news and you think
I don't watch the news. No, I don't watch the news.
Everything you see on TV is not real.
No. There might be.
Stop promoting that. Any artist out there listening, make whatever music you want to make, promote yourself, run a business. All right, get big in your town.
Get big
in the States.
I'm not saying you can't do that. I'm not saying you can't do that. There are pockets where you can slip through.
Stop promoting that then.
I'm just saying. I'm
No,
just
they're not.
saying in
Not out here.
general. Hold
Not out
on.
here. No, they're not.
I'm just saying in general, overall, they have.
Hell no, they're not. No, you guys think that because you watch TV, you think whatever you see on TV is real. Out
Are
here,
you saying
before Nipsey Hussle died? Listen, before Nipsey Hussle died, everybody in California listened to Nipsey. Nobody in America knew him. You understand? The people do
Well,
not
you just
do what you
using-
see on TV.
You're just
You don't know what we're
using
doing out here on the ground.
exceptions. You're just using exceptions here. I'm saying
No, the
in
fuck I'm not.
general.
No, the
Yes,
fuck
you
I'm not.
are.
No, the fuck
But
I'm
just
not.
because
You know what's
some
going on over here with the people.
yeah, but just because some people have slipped through doesn't mean
It's not
that
some
I'm.
people. It's not some people. Everybody in America listens to boutique artists. That's a fact.
You're so
America's full of
incorrect.
boutique
You're
artists
so
right now.
incorrect.
Artists you've never would heard of, or you would never know.
You are
You know
so
what we're doing over here?
incorrect. You're so incorrect on this because.
How you gonna tell me what the fuck is going on in my state?
Hold on. Let me tell you this.
You're drunk.
For-
Drake
for-
got booed at Camp Floggenall.
Rightfully so.
Drake.
Rightfully
Okay,
so.
you know why? You
Yeah.
know why? Because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Hold on.
Because they don't listen to
Hold
Drake,
on.
dummy.
Hold on.
They don't listen to
Hold
Drake.
on.
You're
Just because
No,
you're
you don't
yelling,
know
just because you're yelling doesn't mean you're right. Okay, hold on.
no,
Uh,
it doesn't.
no.
The fact that I'm right means I'm
No,
right.
no,
I know what the
no.
fuck I'm talking about.
Are you
Why?
telling
Because I
me?
talk to people every day out here.
Are you
I'm outside every day hearing people and they're showing me music.
Okay, hold on. Are you telling me that the industry, like the music labels, did not want to own an artist fully, meaning lyrically?
Yeah, they want to do that. Yes,
Yes,
they want
but
to.
hold on.
But they can't.
But they did.
Can't.
They did.
No, they
That's
don't.
what that.
Where's the proof? Pull the proof up.
The proof
Pull
is
the
what
proof
I've
up.
been saying before the
Your
now.
words are not proof. Pull it up. What's my slogan? Pull it up.
Listen, you're sounding
All right,
like a
then you lie.
globie.
Then you lying it.
No,
You
you're
lying.
sounding
You
like a
lying.
globie
You're
here.
lying.
You're sounding like a globie.
Stop lying.
And
Stop lying.
you making the claim, hold on. You making the claim that the labels did not produce artists. That's
By the way,
absolute bullshit.
This is Ashman's fault. It doesn't work. Ashman wanted this the whole day.
Look at
Name
all of
one,
these.
then.
Look
Name
at
one.
Look at all of these. Hold up. Look at all of these factory
I'm a
artists.
pacifist, man. You know that.
I don't know. Miley Cyrus,
So
Miley
be quiet then.
Virus,
If you don't know,
Ariana
stop talking about the
Grande,
smartest thing you said all day.
Ariana,
Ross, you sound like
Ariana Grande,
the
Miley Virus, all
Kanye
of these
interview with
big
Sway.
ass
You ain't got
artists
the answer,
that we
Sway.
have today. Most of them are.
Exactly. You don't know. That's the
Most
point.
of them are
You can't name
produced.
one. You can't name
Most
one.
of them are.
Almost all of them. I can think of some, but you don't even know.
Okay,
their
okay,
names.
hold on.
Almost all of them.
Hold on.
Almost all of them.
Why do you
almost
think?
all of them
Hold on.
came up organically?
No,
They came up
no,
organically,
I don't
and then
believe that
somebody found them.
whatsoever.
That's
Hold
what
on,
happened.
hold on. Why do you think the music standards of quality has been reduced to shit these decades? Why do you think that happened? And don't tell me it hasn't happened.
Because that's what people react to. That's why.
Ah, bullshit. Bullshit. People love great music. They're just
and they still listen to it.
They're not getting it. They're not getting it. Because,
How do you know? How do you
because
know?
I know because I hear what I'm hearing.
Yes, they are.
It's absolute garbage. That's what I'm hearing.
How do you know what
trash.
other people are hearing?
It's trash.
How do you know what other people are hearing?
It's trash. I see what they're
How do you know what
listen-
other people are
I
hearing?
see what they're listening to. I see what they're listening
You see
to.
what everybody's listening to.
Yeah, I can just
Bro
look at the
fucking left
tabs.
this on
Now,
and
I'm
went
doing the
smoking
reaction
and
shit. Why do you think my reaction channel is down the
Do you
drain?
think that just because we get sit music on here, that's a representation of what everybody's listening to?
I've been reacting on my other channel to 3,000 garbage songs.
And you think that the music that you get sent is a good representation of what everybody's listening to?
It's a good estimation of
You're
what it is.
drunk. You don't know
No,
what you're talking
it's
about. You're
absolute
wrong.
trash.
You're wrong.
And
How
listen,
many songs have I played already that you've never heard?
why
before?
music
Exactly.
was better back in the
No,
days.
you are in
Hold
Europe.
on.
You guys barely have internet out there.
Why?
You barely have internet.
I'm better internet than you.
You barely have internet. Be quiet. You have no idea
Dude,
what you're talking
I'm handling your feed, my feed, 4K on my end, and that shit, and that shit, and that shit, and all
Do you
that
guys even
kinds of
drive
shit.
cars out there?
Yes,
You
we
guys
do.
even drive cars out there?
Well, we
What the
don't.
hell?
We don't want to. I mean, the ones that are saying do not drive like
Oh my
electric cars,
God.
which is a PC on wheels, which is.
This
a
is me
trap.
lighting the mood.
Yeah.
Oh, don't drive That's me trying to
Yeah,
lighten
it's
the
a
mood.
trap.
Joking.
It's a trap.
You guys are in the goddamn Stone Ages.
It's a fucking trap.
It's real simple what
Hey,
makes a
you
hit
don't
song.
think you don't think
what the fuck is going on in
you
music
don't
business?
you don't think Elon Musk is what is that fucking tank
It doesn't
car?
matter what the fuck I think. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Ah,
at all.
you're
Every
triggered.
time I ask you for proof,
You're
you try to
triggered.
divert.
You're triggered. You're triggered, man. You're triggered. Listen, if you can't realize,
Pull up the next song.
I'm gonna. I just want to finish. I'm gonna finish with this. If you can't realize that,
Do it while you
hold
pull up
on.
the next song, please.
I don't even know what the next song is. if you can't realize,
find one in the Discord.
If you can't detect that something happened with the talent in the music industry, you are.
Thank you, Marcus. I mean, Marcus, like, dude, even if they're
of
big
your
artists,
mind.
Lizzo had a whole bunch of independent releases, and then they came and got her. They do not take random people out of nowhere and then give them music.
Why not? Because they can just auto-tune the fuck out of them. Have some 15.
It doesn't work. The people don't like it.
Works. It works. Anything they want to put. Listen, anything they want to push. Anything.
Who?
Anything they want to
work for.
Anything they want to push.
One person, then.
Anything they want to push. Hold on.
You see that? You see
Hold
that
on.
Name anybody?
Hold on.
Doesn't name anybody?
Stop interrupting so many times. Anything they want to push, they can do it. They can push whatever garbage they like. I don't got them on top of my head. They're a bunch of garbage artists.
This is what it's like listening to us.
Hold on. Hold on.
I can tell you people
Hold
that tried it for, and it didn't work.
Hold on. The lemmings out there, all they need is to be hearing a song on repeat for a certain amount of time, and then they will like it. That's just how it works. Any garbage you want. If they want to promote it,
people don't listen to the radio out here. We have modern technology.
You don't need radio.
Listen to their own music.
You don't need radio. You don't need
Okay?
radio.
Cut it out.
You just put it on the trending list, and that's what the lemmings will listen to.
Yeah, no, nobody does
Listen, man, Tiny Tim,
Let's get to
Tiny
the song,
Tim,
man.
and Tiptoe Through the Tulip, one of the worst songs you'll ever hear in your life.
Let's get to the
Hit
song.
number one
What is
due
the
to
song?
being repetitiously played on the
You're the
radio.
one who
Man.
the songs.
Repetition and airtime makes hit music. That's what does it. You can take anything and just repeat.
Marcus said,
even if
they
you hate
actually
it,
did the
even if
work
you
to
hate
get
it,
where
you'll
they
find
had
yourself
Lizzo released
humming it,
independent
and
releases
then years
and
later you'll hear it. and
recognized
it'll
by
Okay, let's say that's true. Let's say that's true. Does that mean?
Let's say that's true.
Okay, let's say that's true. Does that mean that means
know.
for everybody? No.
Me and Vince are
Just
both
because
the
you
worst.
find one
We
there,
both
one there,
cannot
one
let it go.
there. Doesn't mean that
I
I'm
said
wrong.
Dude,
No,
he
it is
left the
everybody,
fucking
though.
video.
All right.
Vince, why would you do that, man?
All right.
Pause the video.
Exactly.
All right.
I
Jesus.
said Cardi B.
You don't
Cardi B
understand.
was releasing
Pause the
in
video, please.
Spanish music.
You don't
Please
understand.
pause the video.
Fuck would you do
Jesus
that?
Christ, please pause
Why
that
the
shit.
fuck would you do
Hold
that,
on.
Okay,
man?
all right.
I'm gonna.
No, hold on.
wanna
I just had to sit
Oh,
here and listen.
fuck that, dude.
Bro, I just had to listen. Bro, relax, Vince. I just had to listen to myself
That was
for the
torture,
past
man.
10 minutes while you
Fuck
sitting
you
there.
and Ross,
Let me
man.
please say
What is
something
that?
about it. God damn it. Look,
What,
relax,
you
all
gonna
right?
continue that shit? You gonna
No, I'm
continue
trying.
that shit?
You're trying to continue. All right, calm down.
Yeah,
All right, calm down. All right. First and foremost, all right. Let me just clarify. All right. Now, that is Ashman's fault, right? Because Ashman kept trying to
Fuck outta here,
instigate me. Ashman kept trying to instigate me and Vince fighting all day. He was like, "Hey, this is boring now. Get to back when you guys are arguing."
Dude, you're getting influenced by a 25-year-old dude. Come on, man. You're better than this.
and then the second thing I'll say is, and for anybody who's listening to that and anybody that watches the show knows, like, trust me and Vince can talk to each other like that and not get offended. That's why we do that with each other, though, because we're the like, you know, it's like we, you know, other
they
people are
sound like
sensitive.
a couple, actually.
Dude,
it's
it really
adorable.
that shit was awful. All right, now the last thing I want to say, just to clarify. Like I'm saying, like I'm not saying that there aren't people that they tried it with, and I even said that there are certain people that I know that they did that too. But I'm saying that doesn't sustain long term. You know what I mean? They might be able to do a song here or a song there, but when you notice certain people that are in, like, the real people that have influence in the business, these are not people that they just grabbed off the street corner. Like, Jennifer Lopez does not have influence in the music business, even though she is one of those people, though. Jennifer Lopez is one of those people you're talking about, but they give her a song here, a song there. She's not Beyonce, or she's not like any of these people that are really respected, because those people, they have to be good musicians. They have to have some form of talent, and then, yes, they will take those people, right, and they'll foster it, and they'll buy it, and then eventually what they'll do is they'll put lawsuits on those people so they can take the power back. So I disagreed, right, that they can take random people, because I said if they could do that, why wouldn't they just give it to their kids? They would make their kids big, and they would want that influence to be under their own umbrella, but they don't have the ability to find what people are going to find cool. So they still do have to go mine talent. They have to go mine talent and find people that are successful. That was my only point with that. You think that everybody in the music business is just some plant? Absolutely not.
Not everybody,
there are talented people.
I'm not saying
most of the people in the music business are not plants.
Okay, let's not redo this.
Okay, what the fuck is this conversation now?
Yeah, don't
What
act
are we
like
talking
you don't
about?
like
I wanted to
this
clarify
shit,
my
Ashman.
position.
Don't
I
act like you
wasn't
don't
saying
like
that they
this
don't
shit.
do it.
Hold on.
I wasn't saying that they don't
man.
do it.
I
Right?
want
I want Sovereign's view on this, but in order to get his view, we need to
You have to be quiet.
address this shit. You're the one talking even now, man. You're like continuing this shit.
All right, so I think
Hey,
there's
Desiree.
Sorry.
Desiree is in the chat.
Let me condense it to you before you give your view. Basically, what I was saying is this. When money was taken out of the industry, meaning, when internet came and MP3 came into the scene, money was, getting drained out of the industry. And then the big companies like Sony and whatever, with the billions of dollars, came in, and now they bought up the shit. They got the money. Now they will be the, what do you say, the hub or whatever. They decide, all right, we'll take this guy or this girl, we bring them in under our umbrella. We, even if they can't do music or anything, we'll get some producer making the music, the lyrics, the whatever you need, auto-tune even, you don't even need to sing. That way, we control the artist. They are they're like an employee now. Since there is no more real money in the music industry anymore, like back in the days, because back in the days they had to actually, they didn't have the same control maybe. So, and therefore, real talent could actually be in the music industry. Now, though, since the money is sort of drained, they are now the ones in charge of handing out the money. And they do want to control the artist, right, with the lyrics and everything. Mm-hmm. And this is the perfect way for them, because now they are the ones handing out the money to the artists, since there is, the internet took away sales and shit. So basically, what I'm saying is, I believe what happened is these big companies now owns the industry in large. I'm not saying there aren't exceptions, but in large, they own it, they control it, they produce the artists. And they can make whoever the fuck they want big, because they have all the connections, the monies, and all that shit. And Ross is saying, no, that's not true. And okay, so what do you think?
It's always been
Ross.
It's always been that way, and all they've done is change up how it's being done. Okay, it's always been done that way. And as I was pointing out, you were gone for a smoke. Anybody around my age can remember a guy named Tiny Tim and a song that he sung called Tiptoe Through the Tulips. It is by far one of the worst songs you can ever listen to without invoking Yoko Ono. It's really bad. But they played it over and over and over on the radio to the point where it became number one. And you mention it to somebody my age, and they'll hear that song in their head. So what it takes to make a hit song is repetition. How do you get repetition? Through influence of the media corporations that are responsible for airing these different songs and stuff. Now, when it came down to with MP3s, and I've seen them all over Vegas, all over LA and shit too. Back a few years ago, there was guys out there, here, take one of my CDs, check out one of my CDs. I mean, I could walk down the Vegas Strip and come back with a handful of those, right? How many of those guys ever really got it? Unless somebody actually listened to it that said, hey, I want somebody to replay this. Y'all got to hear this. Or I know a DJ that'll play it, then if it resonates. But it doesn't even really have to do that. They can bypass that entire thing by PR. And that's exactly what they got. And a lot of times they're using the lascivious aspect of nature, of human nature, in order to promote these people. For instance, Cardi B was mentioned. I don't think I've really ever heard any of her music either. But from what I can gather, she came out and openly sang about her skanky ass vagina, and that got her famous. Okay. Really, is she that much talent? I know people with twice as much talent that nobody has ever even heard of.
Right,
so
right.
When we come to that, it's down to who's got the best PR and the repetition of playtime. That's what's going to determine it. Always has, always will.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
let
yeah,
Ross
yeah.
go, and then let Ross go, and then
Yeah, so yeah, he's exactly right, and that's like what I was getting at. I'm like, I said literally, if you're in your city right now, you're an artist. What you have to do is you have to run a business. That's what he means by PR, right? And the reason why Cardi B got big, right, just like as a perfect example, right? Because you might look at Cardi B and yes, she signed to Atlantic now, right? So she has all the money behind her, right? But Cardi B was Instagram famous first as a stripper. She was a stripper that was on Instagram posting random videos, just doing funny stuff. I'm sure
she's still a stripper.
Yeah, but she just does it to her own music now, right? So, but what I'm saying is that it's not like they were like, hey, let me take this random person, Cardi B, and let's make her famous. No, Cardi B was already famous before music. Then because she's Spanish, she started dropping a bunch of Spanish house music, all independent. So she was known for dropping Spanish house music. And like I said, she was Instagram famous, just from a bunch of skanky girls following her because she was funny. And then she made the song Bodak Yellow, which I already told you, Vince, how Bodak Yellow came about. It was a literal ripoff of a Kodak Black song, right?
Yeah, so how do you know that wasn't planned?
Because I'm telling you, I'm telling you why, because you cannot plan something like this. This is why.
How do you know, though?
I'm explaining it to you. I'll explain it to you because Kodak Black made a song called it might just be a freestyle or something, right? But it was one of his first famous songs. And then he came out, right? And they asked him, like, what do you think about Cardi B? And he literally said, I don't like light-skinned girls like that. So she remixed his song, calling it Bodak Yellow. It was just like her responding to something he said. And that song blew up. And then she got signed. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that now they don't, like, yeah, her whole album that was big, every word on the album was written by Partisan Fontaine, who also wrote Meg Thee Stallion's album. So yeah, they brought in Partisan Fontaine, who wrote that album, and then she had the best producers. I'm telling you exactly what happened word for word. So it's like, it's not something that anybody can do. They're not this good. Nobody's that smart to be like, oh yeah, let's have her remix the Kodak Black. And then nobody knows that, but they saw that and then seized on it. That's what they do. You know what I mean? So nobody is good enough to plan what is really going to pop in music. Like I said, what you can do is make something repetitive, played enough to where it goes number one. But that guy is like, you can't make him have albums and albums and albums of good songs that people are going to listen to if he's not a good musician. You know what I mean? Like, I have not seen that.
We just talked about any Lemmings could like any garbage if it's played enough.
One song, not albums. I said, name me an artist, and I asked you to name me an artist they've done that for. Name me a legendary artist.
Just because I can't name, I don't know.
That means it's not there. They can do it for one song or two songs or three songs. They cannot make a whole career off somebody who is not talented. That's what our disagreement was, right?
Also, you tell me, Sovereign, you said they've been in control all of the time. Okay. And let's say that's true. How come, though, the quality in talent is gone?
Because the intelligence...
I don't think it's gone, by the way.
Because more and more people, no, I have to say it has declined. The quality has declined. And so has the intellect of the population.
Well, aren't they maybe...
It goes hand in hand.
They go hand in hand. Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah. But his claim, Ross claims is that it's organic, right? You say the population is stupid, but that's why they like that shit. That's why it's big. But Sovereign probably says, I don't know, but maybe that it's not organic. Or am I wrong, Sovereign?
Well, I have to look back, like in what I call the heyday of music, and I'm going to quote that to be like the 60s and 70s. All right. When you start looking at the connections of the music industry to the industrial military complex, it's quite fascinating. Some of the big stars, Jim Morrison.
Right?
What's that?
The Doors, right? The guy in the
Doors. Jim Morrison of the Doors. His dad was an admiral. In fact, he was part of the Gulf of Tonkin incident that took place. What was the girl that died? Janis Joplin, right? She's connected to it. Jimi Hendrix, right? During Vietnam, was he in Vietnam? No, he was in a base in Germany. What was he doing on a base in Germany, right? There's a lot of this that you find that the music industry is connected to the military-industrial complex, and primarily through psychological operations.
I agree, and I'm gonna tell you like this. So this is where my opinion might diverge from a lot of people, because you know me, I'm always on the high side of what is out there, right? To me, it was much easier to control what went on in music back then and in media. There was only 3 media outlets. Remember, I told you about the NWA album. It was a big deal that it went platinum with no radio play and no MTV play.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That was unheard of back then. But now, because yes, the internet allows them to have certain different types of control, but we can't ignore the freedom that comes with it. All right. You can never make your own song, release it, create your own fan base, and make money in the music business without a label 20 years ago. So back then, they had complete control. Now they do not have complete control. This is where we diverge. Because I'm saying, I can do anything what I want in music now.
But my response
there again, it appears to be that way, but it also coincides with the influx of crack cocaine and gang activity that started taking place in the cities, right? So they were able to get this out there, appearing not to be on a label. People are hearing, fuck the police. Hell yeah. Goddamn right, man. And this is like what we're seeing out there. Look, it's going hand in hand with it. And it's part of the conditioning. It was all part of the conditioning. I gotta go. And the fact
interesting.
See you later,
Ashman. Talk later, Ashman.
Thank you, guys. Peace.
But
thank you.
it was
sorry you had to sit through that, man. Sorry you had to sit through that. Jesus.
No, my internet is laggy. I'm catching you guys like 1,000 years later. So yeah.
All right. See you later. Talk later, Ashman. Peace.
Bye.
So it's never completely organic. It's never completely organic.
That's interesting.
There's always something behind it, and ultimately it comes down to this. And people are going to say, "Oh, that sounds crazy," but it comes right down to this: Satan. Does anybody know what Lucifer's occupation in heaven was before he was cast down?
The leader. He was a leader of the choir.
That's right. He was a musician, wasn't he?
That's right.
The best.
Right.
The devil went down to Georgia, right?
Right.
So if he was the best, at some point he decided to do shitty music. Right now,
well, people can be influenced by music very easily.
I mean, like we talked about, we are music. You know what I mean?
Right.
So to play music is to play life. Is to sing life. To be affected by the music is to change your physiology. 100%.
And incorporate it with imagery. Incorporate it with imagery, just like Masonic television. I mean, MTV did with music videos. Video killed the radio star.
Masonic television.
Yes,
that's probably what it is. Yeah.
So, I mean, what do they show? What do they got? The damn moon landing. Boom, right there. The last thing they always show, the little astronaut with the flag on the moon, right?
They do have that as a logo, huh?
Okay,
Yeah.
my point is this. Let's say there is a super talent out there that is doing real fucking music. And when I say real music, I'm saying real music that is actually of high quality.
Laissez-faire capitalism. That's the answer to everything. I don't care what product you're doing. I don't care what product you're selling. If you run a business,
free market, not
free market capitalism. Amen. You're right. Because the market's not free, then you can't do anything with it. You're right.
Yeah. So that guy or girl, true talent, makes real music.
Yes.
And it's not satanic. Okay.
She has to run a business, like a shoe store.
Yeah. Let's say that's the case. That person is not satanic. Do not want any of that shit. Just want to make music and is really talented at that.
Right.
They won't make it.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
that's
no,
really,
I disagree. I disagree. It's all depending on once you consider making it.
That's just what I was trying to say with the rap.
Katy Perry started out singing gospel music.
Yeah, she said that.
Right, she did.
Yeah,
she was a good gospel singer. She really was talented.
Right. What's to me, that's like saying that you won't make it, right, or we won't make it. Because think about it, there's censorship, right? Isn't there there's censorship? Right. I'm not disagreeing, but this is the thing. Like shout out Vince Staples. He always says this, where he's like, everybody doesn't have to be Drake to be successful in the music business. So that's why I say it depends on what you consider making it, right? Because if I can make music, right? If I can make music, travel around the country, and I have a fan base that allows me to make $500,000 a year or $100,000 a year, right, and influence my small fan base of 10 to 20,000 people, right? If I have a 10,000 people fan base, right, and I do a private concert for $10 a piece, I can make, you know what I mean? So Ryan Leslie is a guy who is at the forefront of this right now. But Ryan Leslie is a Harvard grad, right, who made music, and then once he realized what was going on, he does his own thing. So he has like he's one of the main people. Like, look, communicate directly with your fan base, and you can create a career. So like I said, maybe you won't be as big as Drake. I will admit that you probably never be as big as Drake. You know what I mean? If you unless you do that, right? but you can still carve out a lane, and you could be what I consider to be successful, in the music business.
I agree. Don't get it wrong. I'm not trying to say like, hey, it's impossible. Like, let's say for us to do something or whatever. I'm just saying. I'm observing. Huh?
It's stacked against you.
Yeah, exactly.
100%.
Perfect. That is what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying, hey, listen, it's impossible.
But that's what makes you greater in the end, doesn't it? When everything is stacked against you and you still do it. Now Drake can't even touch you. You know why? Because Drake, you got it on a silver platter. The odds were stacked against me and I still did it. That makes you that much better.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
Don't mind me and my toxic positivity.
No. It's good, but we all have to be real as well. I don't want to be.
Hey, I mean,
delusional.
But now we devolve into the conversation about what's real and what's not. Life and death being in the power of the tongue.
Fine line there, but but can we also deny some stuff that is actually happening? Like, well, where is this line? Like,
remember, what's happening right now is a result of what we thought 5 minutes ago. So it's not important what's happening right now, because it's there already. It happened. It's the past, basically. What's happening right now. If we focus on it too much, then we're creating more of it.
Absolutely. I'm just saying this. I think my frustration is this, because I think that the music, how good music is connected to how a population will become, like how their intelligence will be. Like, you can really affect the population with art.
Now my right. So my idea though is that there is an inverse relationship between the two, right? Just like water can turn into steam, steam can turn into water, right? So the population will not accept bad stuff if they're not in a bad place. It's like you have to burn the oil on both ends. You can put out bad. Right, it's like if you take some of this right back to when Mozart was playing, would they even listen? No, you can't just force people in the 1600s to start liking Future, right, or the stuff that I like. But it's like the dumbing down of the population. Like I said, it goes hand in hand, and I believe this. Like also like with the rap thing. Remember we talked about this. It's like, were there gangsters before gangster rap? Of course, So it's like the gangster. Although like I said, there's an inverse relationship. The gangster rap is going to exacerbate it, right? But at the same time, there is no gangster rap unless there is something for people to draw from and talk about what's going on in real life.
Yeah.
But like I said, but you're right though. It's like it exacerbates it though. You know what I mean? It's like if there's no famous gangster rappers, then nobody wants to be a gangster. Nobody wants to be a gangster unless there's a famous gangster rapper,
Guys,
it's just
they've known for a long time that we're going to resonate with what we listen to, the music. You can even see this in the manner of dress of people. Right. They'll dress like the music that they listen to the most.
100%.
Okay. And 100%. Where's that coming from? Where's that actually coming from? I mean, we can play a beautiful nocturne and no words to it at all, and it can invoke a tear. How is that? When we watch movies, you always know something's about to happen because the music accompanies that trepidatious feeling, that suspenseful feeling. And we know that this is a happy time because there's the happy type of music is playing, right? Or during the chase, we've got fast music, chase music playing, see? So they've been doing this for ages, imagery and sound. We will associate one with the other. This is why if you hear a song from way back when, as soon as you hear it, you start having memories of things that took place when that song was popular, when you were listening to that song. So music is very, very powerful. Very
like when you listen to something from the 80s, a real 80s type of song, I get like transformed to the 80s. It's like, that's weird.
Yeah.
And so that's facts. So hold on. Let me ask you guys this, because me and Ross talked about this, and I want to hear your opinion. Ross basically says, "Listen, stop hating on the things you think is shit." And I'm like, I get it.
Right.
I'm like, I get it. But
don't give it any negative attention.
I get
there's no such thing as bad and good. Any attention is just attention. You build it up either way.
Yes, sure.
You get rid of it by ignoring it. By focusing on.
But at the same token, though, if nobody calls shit out and makes it, make awareness of it, then the shit is gonna spread, won't it? Like if you do something bad to your body,
may it be sugar or fast food or whatever you're eating, or alcohol, whatever you're drinking it all the time and nobody stops you, eventually you will die from it or something, right? So you need somebody that cares about you saying, hey, listen, stop drinking too much because you're getting fucked up. Okay. But to you, that guy is negative because you enjoy drinking that shit and you're hooked into that shit. So is that guy that is trying to tell you what you're doing is negative? Is he negative or is he not negative? Like, do we need somebody that calls shit out or not? It's a dilemma here. It really is a dilemma. It's a dilemma, in my opinion. It's a dilemma. What do you guys think?
Go ahead, Robert. We've talked about this a lot. I want to hear your opinion on it.
Well, it's a trap. Yeah, it is a dilemma. It's a trap. But if you have the conscious mind of it and knowing that, then you can stave away from it. That's because it's too easy to think, oh my God, I hate this, or I hate that, or I hate this or the other. And that's real easy. That's easy as hell to do. What's difficult is to put it aside and go, look at all the blessings I have. Look at the things that I do like. Why don't I focus on the things that I do like? Why am I worried about, if I don't like it, then leave it out of my fucking mind, right? If I do like it, that's what I'm going to focus on. I like this. That's where I'm going to go.
I agree.
Let me add to that too, because like I said, we are music, right? Like everything that we do is music. You know what I mean? And so, when you speak to me, that is music. You know what I mean? So your attention, your thoughts, for all intents and purposes, let's just say it's the same thing, right? So every second that you spend, right, thinking about what you hate, you're contributing to it. You know what I mean? I said, like, negative or positive, right? So instead of spending that second doing that, if that second was spent praising or sharing something that you do like, then instead of giving power to that, you spent that second promoting what you like, you know what I mean? Right. And that's all the way down, even to the thought, like I said, even the thoughts, right? Like when if my hopes are for one day for the music that I don't like to be irrelevant, and the music that I think is good for everybody to be heralded and held up, well, I have to. To me, I believe the first step of that is believing that it's possible, right? Is believing that, one day this music is going to be the top music, and the negative music won't even matter, right? That's my goal. So I have to believe it, right? And believing it is the first step is thinking it. I have to think it, right? And say it, right? If I say it's hopeless, then that's a minute that I wasted when I could have been shifting the energy toward it will happen one day. Right now, I can either say it'll happen or it's hopeless. What am I building toward?
If you stop limiting, people have a tendency to limit themselves to, I like this kind of music. Well, there's a lot of music that's good in different ways for different reasons and shit. So like if you were to put in my playlist of music, and I have literally hundreds and hundreds of different songs, right? And you put it on random, you don't know what you're going to get. You don't know what you're going to get. You might get a country music song. You might get a classical song. You might get a Beatles song. You never know, because I find joy in all different types of music, and it all depends on where I'm at that point in time. What do I really want to listen to? What resonates well with me right now? You know?
Okay, I get that, and I agree to a certain extent.
But
hold on, I always have a but in there. Okay, yes, okay. Let me give you that but. Relax your butt, man. Relax your ass.
I need a new butt. Mine's got a crack in it.
Okay, listen. I get that. Be open, but do not be too open. Here is why. Be not too open. Here's why. Because I believe, as a composer, that you get influenced by the things you listen to. It's like similar to you get influenced by the people around you as well, somewhat, to a certain extent.
Yeah.
So the things you listen to will bleed through into you. Sounds weird, but yeah, it will, bleed into you. But so with that said, I don't want to listen to everything. I want to listen to a lot, but I want to be a little bit picky, because the things I will listen to will affect my own composing. So with that said, if I'm a little bit strict with that, and I really make it like quality shit that I listen to, that will now influence my composing in a good way, I believe. But of course, I also believe don't be completely closed-minded. But I do not believe in I listen to all music, any song. I do not believe in that, and I'm never gonna budge on that.
Right. Well, you know,
different in that.
You know, to me, like in a very acute way, this comes back to again the story of Adam and Eve. You know, like I said, you know, to me, I always hold that the real sin is the regret, right? Is the stewing on what you didn't like, the shame, right? So I think that is a tiny microcosm of every situation, right? When you listen to something that you don't like, right? Like it's like Adam and Eve biting the apple and making a mistake, right? Do you dwell on it, or do you say, I made a mistake, that's not it, let me move on? So I think that a lot of people have trouble with that. Whereas like you can be open.
You can be open-minded.
I can be open-minded and then realize like I don't want that and release. You know, it doesn't actually have to, you know, but it's like when we have difficulty releasing stuff, that's when it becomes a problem. You know, me, I have that issue, right? If I hear a song that I don't like, I'm like, it's in there now. And now it starts to affect my day. To me, this is the story of Adam and Eve. You know what I mean? Like I something happened and now I allow it to continue. And now it takes me out of the garden, you know?
Okay. Let me throw this to you guys. Okay, I got that with that thing you guys talked about before. But this thing, you know, on my other channel, I'm trying to expose fake vocals, which a lot of people, the masses, the lemmings, they have no idea that 90, 95, 98% of the vocals today are being faked with pitch correction in different degrees, some more, some less, whatever. But it's there. So should I be like, you know what? Let me ignore that because let me just focus on what I like and do what I like. Or does that shit need to be exposed? Similar to what the government is doing to the world. Like, should I just ignore that and live my, you know, kumbaya journey? Or should I try to expose that they're doing fakery or fuckery? Because to me, faking the vocals is fuckery. Because
that's a good point. I'm not gonna lie, that's a pretty good point,
right? So it can be seen as a negative thing. Like, stop focusing on exposing fake vocals and just do your thing. Yeah, sure. But if nobody exposes that shit, then you know, it's just gonna grow, right? It's just gonna stay there forever. I'm not saying I will stop it, but if it's gonna be stopped, it has to be shed light on, right? But to shed light on it, you're going to get a lot of flack and be seen as a negative person. So what do? Do you just care for yourself and your journey and ignore that? Or do you try to expose? Do you think so?
Yes.
So
because your detractors are always going to do that. What if I listened to every fucking Agent Smith that came around the bend and said, oh, well, what's it matter if the earth is a globe or not? I still got to go to work and that I get that guy. Or I get the guy that goes, everybody know. What if I just said, you know, why are you trying to disrupt all this stuff? You know, if I wouldn't have woken as many people as I have. And I have woken some people, man. I know that through testimony that I see in my chat, as well as in my comment section. And I'm like, you know, that makes me feel good because I'll just get a couple of these people. So no, I just keep doing my own thing.
Would that mean exposing the pitch correction?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when it all comes down to it, when the lights go out, the real singers are going to stand up. That's how it's going to go. Once you don't have the electronics anymore or anything like that, and you're not really using your body as the instrument that it's supposed to be, well, then what are you doing? You're relying again on the lightning. You're relying on the lightning, the electricity, and not on your own self, right?
Yeah.
And there's power in that. Listen, why do you think they changed our tuning to 440 hertz? Right?
Yeah.
When I play my guitar at 432 hertz at A, man, let me tell you something. I start playing shit that I've never played before. I'm fretting chords that I don't even know what the fuck they are, but they're right and they're in the right spot.
So
I have to
they're
end
like
up going and looking and find out what was that chord I just played. You know, I have no idea. It just comes to me. It's like I start to tune in with the world, with nature, and the shit is it's not anymore me playing it. I'm an instrument for the instrument.
yeah.
Is what happens.
Yeah. So that kind of triggers some other things in you,
Yeah.
so that you.
Yeah, and one of the things that I always think about, right, on these type of subjects is how that certain thing makes you feel, right? Like communicating with your inner being. It's like your inner being will let you know if you're supposed to be focused on that or not, right? Like if it makes you feel good doing the pitch correction thing, then hey, you know what I mean? It's like then that's fine, right? It's like that's your joy. It brings you joy doing that, as long as you can do it and not be negatively affected by it. Because some people, it's just not their calling. Like one of my favorite people to listen to, Abraham Hicks, which you've heard me bring up all the time, right? There's a video of a guy going on there, and I watch it all the time because he literally just personifies how I feel when I first wake up in the morning. Just like, I'm disgusted by humanity. I'm disgusted by every person, everything. I can't believe we've fallen this low. It's just like he just lays it out so perfect. When you hear him, you just like, you get chills because you're like, yes, that's how I feel.
What song is that? We need to react to that. But yeah.
Yeah. Oh no. We will react because I listen to it in the beginning of my stream sometimes because I'm like, guys, this is me. But then she lightly, right, brings him down from like, look, I understand how you feel, right? And long story is like, after her explaining what we're talking about, she tells him like, because he still can't let it go. And she's like, look, I get that you want to think about this, but this is not your work right here. She's like, I have to tell people that all the time. Like the fact that you can't focus on this and not be drawn into it and not get out of your positive place means it isn't your work. She's like, somebody who can look at this problem and still maintain themselves in the middle of it, they're supposed to focus on it. Not that what you're saying is wrong or not, but you can't focus on it without getting drawn in. So you need to go somewhere else. And I thought that was just the most brilliant thing ever. It's like, look, it's like, I agree that, yeah, it's like, I remember we talked about how like looking at the hater comments, right? I'm like, I'm the guy that can look at all the hater comments and never be brought down one time. And I'll actually make some of those haters be our fans now because that's my calling. I can do that. I'm bulletproof in that way. Other people, they cannot read negative comments and not be affected. I need those negative comments to get energized in the morning. You know what I mean? So it's like I think that, like I said, it was a good point with what you made because like you can't let it go. So that it is your calling then. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's like, it's not mine. Because I'm like, I don't want to, I can't think about that. You know what I mean? But for you, you're supposed to think about it because God put it on your heart. Absolutely. You know what I mean?
Right.
So don't let us tell you what because if you feel strongly about it, then that's God communicating with you. It's your work, not ours. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. So therefore, let me tie it together.
Right.
So my thing about calling out garbage music is sort of similar to me calling out pitch correction.
Yeah.
Do you see? But when I say I think a lot of music is garbage today, I'm looking at it looks like I'm a hater.
But well, see, that's because the music itself is subjective.
Yeah.
That's subjective. The pitch correction aspect of it isn't. That's objective. Yeah. Okay. That is okay. You don't have the talent, so you had a computer fix your voice. Now, what Ross said about, if it makes you feel good, them being in tune isn't what makes them feel good. Them getting material wealth for acting like they sound good is what makes them happy. And that is the inversion. That's putting the elements above the spirit. When you have your 5-pointed star, it represents the spirit first, and then the elements earth, wind, or earth, air, fire, water, right? Those are your other 4. Okay. And you put the spirit above it. When you invert that, now you've put those elements above your spirit. And that's exactly what they're doing in that respect. So it's not sounding good that makes them feel good. It's the wealth that accompanies them sounding good that they're after.
Great point.
Shut these dogs up.
Yeah. Great point. And I want to say something to Sovereign Ross. Take it easy. Yeah. Okay, go while he's gone. Go while he's gone. No,
I was literally just gonna say great point. I'm like, dude, that's a great point. I mean, if you want me to elaborate on it, it's like that's why I always say the money is nothing if you get sick, right? Yes. Exactly, it doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? So they want you to be inverted. Like, let me sacrifice my body for the money. right? Like you said, it's inverted when you're supposed to use the money to enjoy your body and enjoy your life. That's the only purpose for it, you know? So that, I mean, that's powerful. It's like everybody has to remember that. It's
you and me, listen, where you and me came into full agreement was when you said, remember when you said, listen, ultimately, I want to get great influence, like great followers, so that I can ultimately make a channel or something like a radio station that can actually promote
influence.
Promote artists that are not under a label or they're small or whatever. I'm 100% with that, because the best the best enjoyment is when you actually do good, you know.
Absolutely.
Not money.
Absolutely.
Doing good is the real money. Doing good for the world is the real money and the real pleasure. So I'm 100% in line with that. But hold on, I'm going to go to Sovereign here. Great point, Sovereign. But when you said music is subjective, which I do agree to a certain extent, and that sounds weird. Like, how can you only agree to a certain extent with that? Is because when I hear shit like what's going on in the music scene today, I mean, we're talking some songs, it's not even a song. I don't even know what the hell it is. I have a big problem with accepting that can be subjective compared to, like, let's say one of the greatest songs in the world, well, by the greats, you know, whoever it may be. I have a hard time saying that both of those things are subjective, or like
what you're getting into is something I wanted to touch on real quick about that, and then I'm going to have to pop off here. I had some buddy dropped over, but it's once they've got this droning on in the background, they're not really listening to the music any longer. Same thing with a television set. How many times, I'm sure you've all run into this, you'd be over somebody's house, they got the TV on, nobody's watching it,
it's just
everybody's talking. The TV's just droning on over in the background. If you want to see something interesting, just turn it off. Nobody was watching it, and everybody will stop like you threw a bucket of ice water on them, and they go, "What'd you turn that off for?" And you say, "Well, nobody was watching it anyways. Why did you even have it on?" "Oh, I had it on." And this will be their answer every time. "I had it on for background." Well, why in the fuck do you need background? Right? Okay, because there's subliminals in there, baby, telling you to have that on all the time so that you're catching all the rest of the subliminals. They're doing the same thing with the music. They're not really listening to the music. They're receiving subliminal programming that is inaudible. Same thing with your TV, same thing with your music. So they don't have to put out anything good. All they have to do is mix in the right subliminals to keep you listening all the time. All the time, to a point where when you don't have it, you're like, "Oh fuck, what do I do now?"
Right.
Try that. What I just said. Try that sometime.
You know, just a quick comment on that. Also, is like, you know, in the silence is where now you're communicating with God or the Creator, right? You know, it's like, I mean, because you know me, I'm a big meditator. That's why I'm so in tune with myself, is because I have spent days in silence. I've literally gone days. No music, no, you know what I mean? And, you know, sometimes I'm the guy that always have to have the TV on in the background. Most of the time it's on mute, though. But I am that guy where I sleep with the TV on mute. And if it turns off, I will wake right up, because I was just like, that's just how I'm conditioned, you know what I mean? But at the same time, I'm like, I do know that I have, like, so I will take whole drives, 3.5 hour drives, complete silence. Just the whole time, just thinking. And that's me communicating with God, you know?
Believe it or not, Ross. But you know, you remember in this stream yesterday when you went to a break, and I just went completely silent for 10 minutes on the stream. I wanted to do something weird like that, because Sovereign, when he left, because we have been arguing back and forth.
Right. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, my ear was really tired with garbage music and Ross at the same time. So when he left, I was like, all right, I'm just going to be silent until he comes back. So I was silent in the stream for like 10 minutes, just doing like complete silence.
Yeah.
And you were uncomfortable with that, Ross, right? You're like, what are you doing, man? There was nobody.
Yeah. But on the stream, yes. No, for sure. I'm like,
Yeah, I always look at it from my customer standpoint. So
I know, and you're right. Yeah. Nobody wants to watch somebody that is silent. But
but it was important. Like I didn't, like you said, you know me, I'm open minded. I'm like, dude, if you felt like that, then you got to do you. You know.
Well, I just wanted to do something different. Like, let me just stay silent here, and you know, it's uncomfortable for everybody. But
sure,
I like the weirdness of it.
I like to do shit like that too. You want to see some people get uncomfortable? When you're walking around in a place around people and shit, don't swing your arms.
Just like this.
And people, don't be stiff. Just don't swing your arms like you do when you naturally walk. And it'll bother people because they can't really pinpoint what the fuck is wrong. They just realize that something's not right. It's funny. I do little shit like that. Get on an elevator and don't turn around to face the door.
Dude, that's a great idea for like a prank video. You know how these YouTubers do prank videos. You should do.
You could also get on. I've done this before too. If you get on an elevator and there's a whole bunch of people on it, right?
Yeah.
You wait until the doors close and then you just don't turn around and you say, "I guess you're all wondering why I've gathered you all here today."
Oh, shit. Is he wearing a bomb or something? What is it?
What I wanted to go before I go real quick, I just wanted to tell everybody the alpha wave brain state is the most suggestible state of awareness that there is. Televisions and music has been designed to lull you into an alpha wave brain state very quickly. Within a matter of seconds, you can be lured into this. This is why people watching TV look like they just got shot up with Thorazine. And they're unaware of anything else that's going on around them. You can achieve that through a blink rate rhythmically, or you can achieve that through music rhythmically with the right tones. So how better to get someone, and it doesn't have to be good music. They'll listen to it over and over because in the subliminals, it told them to.
Yeah.
Just like it told you to have your TV on, even if you're not watching it.
Yeah.
It told you that. You're unaware of it, but it told you that. And so you got to be really careful when you're watching or listening to this shit when you sleep, because now you're really open to suggestion.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Hey, listen, Sovereign, you should join us someday with music discussions because, we all have our,
Oh, yeah.
It's fun. We all have our different, thinkings and stuff,
Yeah.
We should do that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely,
that would be cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to. There's very few people that I can listen to talk at length. You know what I mean? And one and a half of those people are on this call right now. You feel me? I can listen to Vince talk at length half the time. You feel me? I can listen to you talk almost all day, Saul. You feel me? So I appreciate everything you do, man. Like, for real.
Yeah.
I know we've just met, and obviously, like right away, once you say certain things, I'm like, we're like, I can tell that I'm following in the long footsteps of people like you. So I appreciate everything you've done to get people like me up to this point. This is a fact. I'm me being a real American and understanding what we're up against. I understand what you've had to go through, probably just standing up, fighting a good fight, all the bullets and and the arrows you've had to take in the back, and I salute you and I appreciate you.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Of course.
But you guys, I got to go. I got a buddy just stopped over, and we'll see y'all next time.
Fantastic, Sovereign. Let's not hook up, but let's talk about when we do this music thing, okay?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been telling Vince he needs to stop listening to Freddie Mercury. You know what I mean? He's getting programmed with all these. Yeah, no more Queen, buddy. No more Queen.
Never gonna happen.
All right,
never gonna happen. Peace out.
All right,
Peace
guys.
out.
Good night.
Take care. Talk to you later. Ross.
Senor.
So yeah.
How you feeling?
I'm good.
Good. Okay, for sure. Yeah, go ahead.
That's interesting. We're gonna have to do that one of these days.
Right. Yeah, talk to him more about that. Right. Because I'm right in between, you guys. I'm like, see, I do believe, right, that yes, I believe that that's taking place. But like I said, there's still that other part of me because I work with artists every day. You know what I mean? And I've worked with a lot. I've worked with some decently big artists, and I do recognize that I know some of them who have gotten hit songs, they've gotten signed, and they didn't want to play ball, so now they're just regular. But their issue is that they don't. No, but their issue is that they don't know how to run businesses. I'm gonna tell you right now, all these labels are companies. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's all they are. So I can run a company better than them. So if I, you know what I mean? Like if I'm at a level where I have resources and talent and I start doing it, I'm going to be able to do whatever I want to do in business. But I'm also a special person. So I recognize that everybody can't do that.
Yeah, for sure. And listen, I want you to know this. I don't want to change your mind. Okay. I know it sounds, I know it sounds like I do. Because I think this is a bad thing regarding me. I don't know why, and it's very hard for me to change it. But the way I talk and the way I say things, it sounds like I am trying to order the people to think like me. I can't control this. You're muted. I don't hear you.
I think it's because you sound like Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's why.
Probably. Screw your freedom. Yeah. But listen, I really don't want to. Listen, I believe in free will. So how the hell would I be a person that wants to force somebody to think something they don't want to think?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because sometimes, and I know maybe you're just exaggerating, but sometimes you be saying stuff like, they should not be making this time, or they should not be big. It's like, look, man, I'm like, we can't control that. We can't control it, right? It's like, you can't have it both ways. You gotta, like, that's the point. Think about it. That's the point of free speech is, because you don't have to worry about free speech when people are saying stuff you like. The point of free speech is you have to let people say stuff you don't like. That's the whole game. So that's why I'm like, even with the music, I'm like, the whole game is we have to let them do it. You know what I mean? And the only thing I can do to combat it, I got to make way better music than them. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. But you heard me say, even to the, like some of the, who was it the last time? The guy, Niku SG, his song was called
The One That I Liked and You Hated.
Yeah, Double Face. Double Faced.
I don't remember the name of the song, but I just remember like the beat and stuff.
It was called Double Faced. And, even though I trashed it because I had to, it was there was nothing in there that I liked. So I had
We don't need to do it again. We heard you trash it the first time.
We don't need to
make your point. Make your point.
Yeah, we don't need to double trash it. But after I trashed it, I still said, keep doing it. I would never hinder somebody from doing what they want to do. But you're muted.
My bad. Shout out Dez, by the way. I didn't realize till just now that Dez is in the chat. I'm driving and stuff, so I haven't been looking at the chat, guys. Yeah. Sorry, you know what I mean? Not just right now, but we appreciate all you guys in here,
Yeah. So
I think, my bad. I think I saw Dez, Sovereign just posted something in there. Anson,
that was 30 minutes.
Oh, that was earlier? Oh, okay, yeah. My bad. All right. My bad. I just looked at it. My
bad. Yeah. So I'm not ever telling anybody stop doing, because I said this before. I don't want anybody to say stop doing it to me. Stop doing what you're doing to me. So how can I say stop doing it to you? But I still have to say what I think is crap. I really do have to say that, because otherwise I will be kind of lying. You know what I mean? And I have this philosophy, and I want to hear what you think about this, because the more you lie, small lies, big lies, whatever, I believe you are collecting the lies. Like, what I mean is you're building the lies in yourself. Like, the less you lie, the cleaner you are.
Well, yeah. Well, it's like a girl, you know what I mean, sleeping around. Like I tell girls this all the time. I'm like, this is how I know. This is how I know you guys aren't designed, right, to just sleep around, right, and not have boyfriends and fall in love. Because hold on one second.
Yeah, I know.
Because think about it. I'm like, or this is the example I use, right? Because girls always ask me like, well, what do you mean you can tell without even me telling you what my body count is? I tell girls like that, you can't hide your body count. You know what I mean? Like, you can't hide it from me. They're like, what do you mean? Like you would never know. I'm like, this is how I would know, right? You know how I know if a girl has a low body count? I'm like, think about the first guy that you slept with. Did you think you were gonna marry him? Probably. Or could you imagine
after you slept with that first guy? Could you imagine sleeping with another guy the next day? No, you couldn't, right? You probably thought you were in love after that first guy. Exactly. And then guess what? After the second time, got a little bit easier, didn't it? The third time, by the time 5 and 6 come, it's done. You're numb already. So lying is the same way. It's like, but this is why I don't lie at all, though. Because I'm like, like once that one time happens, you feel me? Then you just become that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, listen. Regarding lying, though, there is one thing I would call such a thing as a good lie. Hear me out on this one.
He just flip-flopped already. He's just like
from
1 minute to the next. He's just a different nigga from 1 minute to the next.
No, hold on.
Jesus Christ.
Hold on. Let's say you're in a house, right? With your family. Your whole family. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And some motherfucker knocks on the door. And he's like, is Felicia there? Or is Troy there? I don't know. Whatever the name is. Because this motherfucker wants to hurt Troy or Felicia.
Right.
In that case, if you lie,
I'm weak.
Hold on.
You're hilarious.
It becomes a good lie, doesn't it? Because you are protecting Felicia or Troy.
Hell no, that ain't a good lie. You'd be like, yeah, they here. And what? What? Would you finna do something? Bow! Ain't no lying. No, you here? What's up? What's up, homie?
Okay. Let's say it's an army out there of 25 people.
Oh my God. If I tell him he's not here, you think that's gonna stop them? If they're a whole army? What is me lying gonna do?
You know what I'm trying to say.
I know what you're trying to say, but I'm just pointing out that in every situation, I'm like, if the situation is so dire to where you need a lie, then maybe it's just time to stand on too. For real, it's like, dude, I don't even want to say what happened to me the other day because something happened to me the other day where it's like I could have and probably should have lied, and I'm like, I can't do it. But look, like I remember getting caught, by my girlfriend having sex with somebody else. It's like I could lie, but I'm like, no. I'm like, if I lie, I'm not a man now. I'm not willing to stand on the truth. As a man, I have to be able to stand on the truth every time. I did it. Now what?
Enemy, let's say the enemy wants to get you, and they come to me. They're like, hey.
Why would my enemy come to you?
Just
see, now I'm looking at you funny. Why are you so close to my enemies?
Come on, don't be that skeptical. I'm just saying.
I know hypothetically. Yeah, you know what I mean, but
hold on. Should I rat you out because I have to be honest, or should I draw a big fucking lie because I don't give a fuck about these motherfuckers because
you should tell them don't worry. Why would you should tell them don't worry about it? Why? You know what? And honestly, and I feel kind of bad that I'm doing this to you, but I think I do have to take a hard stance on this. I'm like, I'm the guy where you can give me any situation and I'll figure out how you really don't have to lie. I'm sorry. You can tell the truth, or you could be like, don't worry about it. But I'm telling you, but when people ask you questions, you don't have to answer. That's what I'm saying. If people ask me stuff and I don't want to tell them the truth and I don't want to lie, but don't worry about it.
Okay, but I will worry about it because I don't want to feel like a rat. Okay.
But what I'm saying is, if somebody comes to you and says, "Where's Ross at?" you can say, "Don't worry about it. None of your business." You don't have to lie. You can be like, "None of your business, homie." Why would I tell you where he's at? That's dumb. I would never do that. Why would you ask me?
Yeah, but then
get out of my face. That's what I would say. Get out of my face.
But then it might lead to an unnecessary altercation. While it would have been. Hold on. No.
Hey, and I understand.
No. Why would you take an unnecessary altercation? Take an altercation that is necessary.
It don't seem like the altercation, and it seems like it's necessary at that point. If somebody is coming up to me trying to hurt you, then that's an altercation down there. I'm like, I need to take them out before they get to you.
Yeah, but if you're outnumbered in that situation,
I'm turning to the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah, exactly. In that situation, I believe it's good to lie. Period. But anyways, yeah. So ultimately,
I respect that.
Yeah, ultimately,
me personally, though, I would take the bullet for you. You feel me? I'd be like, look, whatever you're gonna do to him, what's up? You know what I mean? I'm handling the business. What's good? You know what I mean?
But you also have to be smart about it.
Well, I mean, but not necessarily. I'm just like, I'm just like overly prideful. You know what I mean? It's like
I agree with that, but you have to also be smart. Take the bullet when it's necessary to take the bullet. I mean, don't take it prematurely.
So you're saying if somebody comes up to me asking me where you are and they want to do something bad, I should say I don't know you. I don't even know that guy.
I mean, you should try to lie to the extent you can. Yes.
See, that's Peter. That's Peter in the Bible. You know what I mean? When
When they ask him,
Because
"Are you with the
no,
Lord?"
no. You know why? Because your intention with the lie is a good intention. It's not, you're not lying with a bad intention. You know.
I don't
So
think Peter lied with a bad intention.
I don't know. But either way, what were we talking about before that? We were talking about yeah. I don't want to change you, but I want to be able to call shit out. You know what I mean? Because
right.
Because if I don't call it out, it's like lying to myself. You know, like I like that
Well,
shitty.
like I said, as long as it makes you feel good when you do it, you know what I mean? If it starts to irritate you, then you can't look at it. You know, you can't look at it.
Yeah, because if I said a shitty song is good, then I would be lying, right? Yeah. So yeah. So that goes before anything else. I don't want to be lying. I would say it's a shitty song, but keep doing it if that's what you'd like to do. You know, I'm not a dictator. I'm just here to say my opinion, which is the weird thing about reactions, though. They don't want to hear that. They just only want to hear your reaction if it's a good one. You know what I mean? Like all the hate comments we get. Stop reacting if you don't say good stuff. Only react if you say good stuff. Otherwise, stop reacting. That's weird, right? It's crazy. It's crazy how that turned out.
Right,
Because,
but like you already know, but and this is where I come in, where I'm like, look, you got to block all that out. You have to have blinders on. You know, like there's a story of the frogs, 2 frogs that got caught in a pit. You know what I mean? And one of the frogs was deaf. You know, one of the frogs was deaf, and so while they're both trying to jump out, right? Everybody, all the other frogs are sitting there telling them to just quit and save their energy because no frog has ever jumped out. So they're sitting there.
It's like the crab in the bucket thing, right?
Well, not necessarily.
It wants to take you down.
Well, no. I mean, I guess in a way, yeah, but it's like, you know, in a way, yeah. But so all the frogs are telling the 2 frogs, stop jumping and save your energy because no frog has ever jumped out. So one of the frog that could hear, right, he listened and stopped jumping. You know what I mean?
Another one
because you know, he's like, yeah. But the other one couldn't hear, and so he thought that they were cheering him on when they were yelling, like, hurry up, like, come on, keep going.
That's funny.
So he kept going and he jumped out.
That's funny.
That's what I'm saying. Right.
You know
so
what?
You get that blinders on. You can't, you know, you can't focus on none of that. Or you have to be like me, which when I focus on it, I see it all as good. Either way is good. So I can intake that. You know what I mean? Oh, thank you for the love and support. You know, I appreciate you. Biggest fan, you know.
Yeah, but you know,
I gotta feel good.
As I said before, though, that thing would have been way easier if they didn't have the power to throttle you. That's all. I said that.
It would be. Hey, it would be easier, but a smooth sea never made a skilled sailor. You don't want easy. Remember, is it the destination or is it the journey? You know what I mean? It's you know.
Okay. Listen. Let's say it right here. Our intention. My intention, outside of what we talked about, what you said about becoming like a big channel that makes has a lot of influence and that can get artists that are not under a label eyeballs or you understand what I'm saying? Ears. Yeah, you're muted, by the way. I don't know if you know that.
I muted it because I took my headphones out, but he said earballs.
Earballs. Earballs. Yeah, earballs. Yeah. Outside of that, one of my intentions I would like to. We probably talked about this before, but I would like to change the reaction scene where we actually get real reactions to be what is on top. Like, we want real reactions. You know, we want real reactions. We're tired of fake praisal reactions.
Right. Yeah. Have you seen? Yeah. No, I'm listening. Have you seen any or heard of anybody that does live podcasts now?
What do you mean live podcasts?
I mean, like live, like. So remember the comedy show I told you that I always watch?
Yeah.
The Legion of Skanks. So they're comedians, right? But they do live podcasts every Monday where people buy tickets to come and be in the crowd.
Live
to listen to them. Yeah, to listen to them podcasts, right? So what we're doing, right? The evolution of it, right? Of course, you know, having the big following, you know what I mean? And a lot of other people are doing that now too. They're literally touring. Podcasts are touring in America right now.
They have podcast tours where they sell tickets in every city. People can come in and see them live, right? So our thing is obviously the music, right? So imagine us at that level, right? Where we can sell tickets and people come sit in the audience live to hear us react to music live.
That's new.
That's I mean, but so right, that's what I'm saying. So think about it. Right. And so not only is reacting our way going to become the thing, but that's going to become the thing eventually. And I forgot we're on live, so normally I wouldn't just say my idea just to the world, but it doesn't matter because nobody can do what I do. Right? I don't care.
That's true.
But the reality is, but that's what I'm saying. Like, so like even like the Joe Budden podcast that I bring up, all these other podcasts, they do that every now and then. We're just like, they'll go on a 10-city tour. It's like they'll sell tickets, people can come, be in the audience, they take audience questions, you know what I mean? And so imagine our interactive show now live, right? So it's now so more than just people wanting to get the music played on the show online, but it's like to get the music played live at the venue. You know what I mean? Like at the venue with people in there, see us react. They can, you know what I mean? There's a lot that can come from this.
That's a great idea. Fantastic idea. That is like taking our live streams that we're doing, live reactions, but actually making it a live reaction. Like
exactly.
The audience there is there alive.
And the audience is there, they're reacting to it. We're all reacting to it together.
The best thing is no copyright strike, at least on the reaction.
No, that's what I'm you know what I mean? So like there's a whole other element. And then of course that develops because that moves right into what they're doing with the radio shows, right? It's like they have an audience every day, you know what I mean? People call into the radio. So that's like it's live radio now, you know what I mean? It's like, but with our own thing to it. So now it's like at that point, we can shift what type of music people listen to and how people listen to music. How, right? Are people rating music? There's like everything is great, or are people now like in order to be like in line with them, right? With the show that is, you know what I mean? That is, everybody is kind of like circling around. You have to be tough on music. You have to, and on that note too, bro, like just like because I'm at the point, and I've known it for a while, that I come up with genius ideas like at a ridiculous clip. You know what I mean? Dude, do you like imagine, just try to imagine how many times have you heard anybody in any of these debates use the words "pull it up" before I started using it?
That's like Eddie Bravo's "Look It Up." That's like Eddie Bravo.
Right.
Look it up.
Exactly. Dude, I have seen that in the comment section in every single debate that I've watched on modern day debates on Jaronism and on FTFE. So since I started saying that, everybody's in the comments saying that. Like not even when I'm not on there.
Briefly explain what is your thinking behind the "pull it up."
I got it from Mark Norman. I got it straight from Mark Norman.
Why are you saying "pull it up"?
Well, because that's just. I mean, pull it up is when people make claims about stuff, right? I'm like, so they'll say something like, well, the math shows that wouldn't work. I'm like, oh yeah, the math shows that. Which equation? Oh, this equation. Okay, pull it up. Pull it up and show us and explain it to us right now. Show us you're not just talking out your ass and reading from the script. Pull it up and let's break it down together. You know what I mean? Because I'm you know what I mean? I'm like, I'm willing to take all scrutiny. So, but I just thought that was funny because when I was watching your thing, right, I saw that all in the comments. Every time you would say something or he would say, I would see that. I'm like, everybody is taking my shit. Well, I mean, like I got it from Mark Norman, you feel me? So, but I'm like, but me saying it though is what, bro. So tell me why, right? I'm watching the Witsit debate. Remember we were talking about the Witsit and Globing the Globe face, right? At least 3 times, right? Witsit, he would say something. Witsit was like, "You want to bet on it?" And Witsit was watching our moon debate, right? Because he had a whole bunch of super chats. Where I kept forcing him to bet, right? Mm-hmm. And then so Witsit did it like 3 times, and then Ryan was like, "All right, I don't want this to become the betting channel. Everybody wants to bet everybody now." I'm like, I'm the one that did that. Anyways, that shit had me weak when I was watching. I'm like, see, this is I'm like, when I see stuff and I know it's gonna work, it's gonna reverberate around the culture, I'm almost always right. I'm literally almost always right. I'm like I said, like I hear certain songs, I'm like, yeah, this song is gonna hit. Cause I'm just like, I am a regular person. You feel me? I am, you know what I mean? I'm look, I said, I'm as American as it gets. You feel me? I'm Black, Mexican, and Italian. You feel me? I'm from Fresno, California. You feel me? There's like,
dude, I'm the average person. I know what the average person is thinking and is looking for. And so when I see it, I'm like, this is gonna work. Just like Steve Jobs, where like Steve Jobs, he didn't make the computer. No, he was an average guy. And then he saw, Wozniak making something. He's like, dude, everybody's gonna like that. You know what I mean? So me, I'm like, I've been right on that so many times, it just doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? So I'm like, that's why, like, when I had the idea about what the music show is going to develop into, I'm like, that is going to work, dude. That is going to work, and a whole bunch of people are going to start stealing that idea. It is going to happen.
I believe that shit is going to work. Absolutely. That's super fun. Super fun, especially if it's honest. Think about that very same idea, but the reactors are fake. I wouldn't want to go to that. I wouldn't care for that shit. You know what I mean? Like seeing these fake ass reactors, if they went on a tour live, fuck that. Why would I want to see that? I want to see real shit, So in order to do that fully in its full capacity or whatever, you have to be the right type of people, to be able to do that. So even if they take that idea, you still have to be the right people to do it.
Right. It's the same thing going on right now with Fresh and Fit, where every single person in the YouTube space, period, is trying to replicate what Fresh and Fit did. Because these motherfuckers, yes, and I know you heard me say it already, but I'm just gonna reiterate it for the crowd, right? You could take a poll of everybody that knows me, right? Everybody that knows me for sure knows that not the first person, because this comes from the Black Phillip show. I have been saying this for years. Like, go look at the very first video that I posted on our channel, right? I don't know how long ago. Me and my boy Tyson, we probably posted like 10 videos that we did. We did some movie reactions. That's funny that you were talking about that. And that shit took forever to that movie reaction shit, dude. It took me like 5 days. But
hold on,
we were doing movie reactions, right?
You cut off there. You said that took me forever something.
Yeah. I said it took me forever to edit those movie reactions, like 5 days a piece. Yeah. So, but
did you actually do movie reactions before or what?
Yeah. That's why I was gonna bring it up when you brought it up. But we did it, and we had to edit it because it was going on YouTube, and you know what I mean. It took forever. But I might cut out a little bit again. Let me know if I do, because I'm driving through an area.
Yeah.
But what I was gonna say though is at that point when we first started putting those videos out, I was telling everybody, who was involved with us. I said, look, this is what we need to do. This is what's gonna work. I'm like, you need to get me in a room with like 10 girls. Get me in a room with 10 girls, and let's just start talking about what the Black Phillip show was about, which is like, it's like the Fresh and Fit shit. Go ahead.
Hey, hold on. I see Desiree. Desiree, you're a girl. Jump into the chat. Hold on.
Maybe.
Hey, maybe. Listen, Ross, what if we did something like that, but we need girls? That's the problem.
Oh, yeah. No. Well, I mean, see, I could definitely get like a bunch of girls to come.
You know what's the good thing about girls? And let's be real here. Girls are a really good magnet. Yeah. Girls are
for me, like I like looking at women. I don't like looking at guys.
Yeah. What I'm saying is this. Fresh and Fit without the girls, let's be real, wouldn't be that interesting, right? It's really the girls play a big part of their whole thing, right? Are you still hearing me? Because you're muted. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the girls, let's face it, they are a very necessary tool for attention. Everybody's using them. Even the girls themselves use themselves for attention because they draw attention. It's how it is. Like sex sells, girls have this thing that men don't have, So, and what they did, they understood that, and they're like, okay, let's bring in 15 girls and let's just ask them a bunch of shit. That was a very smart idea. And then, of course, everybody else is following that same template.
Right.
They might not be as good as Fresh and Fit, but they will gain something out of it. But I would love to do that thing with you, like with a bunch of girls, and then just ask them a bunch of shit, and then push back when they're bullshitting. Push back when they're bullshitting on us. You know what I mean? Because girls are bullshitting a lot. You know, they're bullshitting a lot.
Yeah, no, like 100%. That's why I'm like, I literally, like I said, Patrice O'Neal was the first person to do it, but him and Fresh and Fit stumbled on the idea by accident. Though they both did the same thing, same process, and then accidentally figured that out. But like I said, I just watched Patrice, and I'm like, I know that'll work. You feel me? But what they both did was like they had their show, right, and then they brought on like maybe 1 or 2 girls, right? So it was like, I think the first time Patrice, it was him, 3 dudes, and 1 chick. He's like, I just need 1 chick to balance it out. And literally, it turned into them making fun of her the whole time because she just be saying dumb shit. So it's like they couldn't help it. They're like, I'll tell you, the 3rd episode, everybody that called into the show, he's like, look, if you call into the show, you need to say, Kathleen, you're an asshole before you say your comment, or we're hanging up on you. So you literally had call after call after call of everybody just calling this bitch an asshole. Like, Kathleen, you're an asshole. So he realized, like, you know what, we need to get her some help. And so he brought his girl in. So it was like her and his girl. You feel me? And then one day they had like 5 girls, and it was perfect. It was because every time he would destroy one, another one would pop up. So it seemed more fair that way. You know what I mean? It didn't seem like he was berating her. It seemed like, now they're trying to berate him, and he's just taking care of it. So I'm like, so this is a show that everybody can get behind. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Desiree, jump in the link if you're there. But you know, what if we try to find girls to do like streams with or something like that? Or would you think that would be a thing we would do later? Or I don't know. I'm always open to, you know, new ideas. I don't know if it's because I'm weird in that way. I can get bored sometimes if I do too many things that are repetitive. I don't know how you are with that.
No, I'm the exact same way, you know. And it has to be. This is why like I interact with the chat so much, because I'm like, it has to be new. It has to be fresh. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, conversations can always be fresh if you're talking, you know, to somebody that's interesting, you know. And so, my bad. Give me a quick second, bro.
Yeah.
Texas.
A quick second.
Yeah, quick second. All right.
Slow second. Yeah.
Yeah. So, of course, like I like to let stuff, you know, happen naturally. You know what I mean? But it's difficult for me though, because like I said, when we first started, me and Tyson, I was telling him right away. I'm like, bro, just like call up everybody you know. Or I was like, let's get somebody whose just job it is to bring us girls. I'm like, I'm trying to tell you, like, that's gonna blow up. You feel me? And like I said, you know, it wasn't supposed to be at that, you know, at that time. So I think that naturally, you know what I mean? I'm like, if we meet, you know what I mean, like some females that are interesting to talk to when we bring them on, then we can do that. You know what I mean? But I think that you know, especially, you know, when we try to do it consistently, a good thing to do is to have somebody else whose job it is just to deal with them. You feel me? Because, you know, I'm sure you know this, but it's like, it's impossible to deal with a chick and her not take whatever you're saying to her personally. You know what I mean? So it's like when you're dealing with the chick, like if I'm like I said, I can get a bunch of girls to come, right? But then it's like now it's like they're gonna get more emotional about our comment. They're gonna take everything I say personally. Whereas like if it's just like 10 girls, and it don't have to be that I didn't meet them, but if it's like 10 girls and they got recruited to be there by somebody else, now when they see me and they sit down to talk, it's just it's informal. I mean, it's informal. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's like, it's not like, I mean, I can't believe you would invite me here just to berate me. It's like, no, you know, they start using those mental games on you. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's good to set it up to where it's like, look, somebody else is bringing them, and they're bringing them to talk to us. You know what I mean? And then that's it. We meet or talk for the first time. This, like I said, Fresh and Fit figured this out along the way. You know what I mean? Because like I said, it started off with them. Like they literally had a double date and decided to do it on stream. That was the first time they did that. Him and Walter went on a double. Myron and Walter went on a double date, did it on stream, and it's like they got the most viewers during that one. So then they started doing that. Like, all right, let's bring in some girls, and then it turned into now it's like them 2 and 10. Sometimes they got 15 girls there. You feel me? And it's just like you said. I mean, even people like me is like I would rather look at women right when I'm watching a thing. So I'm like, look, they got a bunch of chicks on there. Like at least while I'm hearing them, I can look at something nice. All that is a part of the element of why their show blew up so quick, and why I'm like, no, it needs to be females, because females will tune in for females, and dudes will tune in for females.
Exactly.
Only dudes are gonna tune in for dudes, and it's only gonna be if there's something valuable there, right?
Yeah.
And females will only tune into dudes if they think that he's sexy. So it really has to be one of those 2 things if you're a guy. But if you're a female, all men will tune into you, period. females will tune into you just to hear another woman talk because they just like hearing each other talk. You know what I mean?
Or sometimes they want to see like, okay, what does she have that maybe I could also
right? No, how is she doing that?
Yeah, how can I be like her or whatever? But you know, at first when I watched Fresh and Fit, it was like, okay, this is fun. But I must say I got bored personally with Fresh and Fit quite quickly because the conversations with these girls was so repetitive and shallow. And I will give the credit a little bit to the other channel called that is doing kind of the same thing.
The Whatever podcast.
Whatever. They started to ask a little bit, different questions, a little bit more interesting questions. But what would be very interesting is if you could actually, let's say you could get 10 girls in a show and you have intelligent conversations with them. I know that's probably impossible, but
no, bro. I swear to God, you're taking the thoughts right out of my head, bro. Because I need to tell my boy Tyson this all the time. Because I think he showed me Fresh and Fit. He's like, bro, look, they're doing your show that you wanted to do, right? And so I started watching it, and I'm like, and I told him from day one, I'm like, me and Myron are the exact same personality. It's funny that in numerology, right, me and him are both 4s. And we look exactly alike and talk alike and everything, right? You think that's a coincidence? Hell no. You know what I mean? But it's but I'm like, Myron, right? I'm like, you can tell that, no offense, because I'm a nerd too, right? Shout out Myron. I will tell him this to his face. You can tell that Myron was a super nerd in high school. You know what I mean? Like, just like, you know what I mean? Like, he's not the type of dude that just had that natural swag, you know what I mean? That just like, so when you see him argue with females, you see that nerdness coming out where it's just like, and I'm like that too, right? But I have a different level of swag when I do it, you feel me? And not only that, I try not to, at least. I don't say predetermined things. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm always trying to find a new creative way to say it so that way it makes more sense. And I'm learning, right? By finding other ways to represent what I'm saying, And so I told my boy right away, I'm like, see, Myron, like I said, they got the idea. The reason why they're big is because the idea is perfect. It's a flawless idea. Like I said, I knew it. Patrice knew it. Think about the Whatever podcast. As soon as they did it, blew it right away. Like the business model was flawless. I as soon as I saw that, I knew that. But it's like you had the difference between Myron and the guy from the Whatever podcast is the guy from the Whatever podcast is more of a businessman. You could tell. It's like he's like, all right, let me bring in different people. It's like he don't even say much during his own podcast. He's smart enough to know how to really run a business with it. Let me keep the conversation fresh. Let me bring in other people. Right? Let me do TradCon women versus sluts, and then let me do Lou. You know what I mean? He's thinking 10-dimensionally about his business, and it shows, right? Myron is just like, he's good on camera. You know what I mean? Like he is. He's like, but he repeats himself. It's like, to me, I'm like, no offense, right? I love Myron to death, but like the difference between me and him is like he has a script that he's reading from. You feel me? I do not have a script. I never read a book on this. You feel me? I've been running through bitches. You feel me? I've experienced it through trial and error. You feel me? I got a baby mom that ran over me for a few minutes, and then I had to learn that. You know what I mean? And so that's where it comes from, is me actually dealing with women for real. So I don't have really no animosity toward them, although I am hard on them like Myron. You know what I mean? I'm always spinning it into love. And there's just a whole different element. That's what Patrice did. You feel me? That, oh shit.
Cops.
Yeah.
You better, they're after somebody else, I hope.
Yeah. So that's what Patrice did, right? That nobody else could do. If Patrice could handle a room full of 10 women and make all of them horny. Right, like, bro, I'm trying to tell you, I do it all the time, right? Where I'm like, all right, shut up, I don't want to talk to you no more. All right, so what were you saying? I'm like, see, I like you better than her, right? So now they start looking at each other weird. I'm just saying, I'm like, it's just, you know what I mean? Like, there's a way to make it a lot more interesting than just asking them the same questions over and over and over again. I'm like, my bad, and I'm talking
because what would be refreshing would be having 10 girls and managing to talk intelligent stuff, but I don't know if that's possible though.
Well, no, I think it definitely is. Like I said, but you have to know how to handle that room, because especially with 10 girls, I'm like, but Myron does not do it successfully every night. Let's be honest. Think about it. The fact that he has to kick women out is a sign. That's a sign. Cause I would never, ever in life ever have to kick somebody out ever. They're gonna get infinitely more mad at something that I say before me.
But let's face it. Also, these podcasts, they're not giving women a good look.
Okay, let's be real. They're making women, and I'm not saying they aren't that way, but they're not making women look good. They're making women look like walking sperm catchers. Like,
okay, so this is where the women of the world have to take some kind of accountability.
I
It's
know.
like, is it like, are you adults or are you not? Is it my body, my like, what is it? Do you need to be guided? Do you need direction? Do you need protection? Do you need to go out with a man everywhere so you don't get taken advantage of, or do you got it yourself? If you got it yourself, I don't want to hear shit. When you know what I mean, use your free will to go on a show and then look dumb. They do that to themselves. I mean, even like of course. I don't see it as looking dumb, you feel me? But other people have their opinion. But nobody can make me look bad on any show. It don't matter where I go. Like I was watching the Craig thing back, and like I said, I had to wait until I went live on my channel to see if it was my mic messing up or if he was lowering me. But he was lowering me. That still didn't make me look bad. It don't matter. You know what I mean? Like it can't happen to me. You know what I mean? And so, like I said, they have to take accountability for that because they do have lawyers and doctors and they're not different than the strippers. They're not different than the bottle girls. They're really not. Like that, I have my ex-girl that's an attorney. Like she calls me every week. You feel me? Talking about, oh my God, I'm gonna do something to myself. I'm like, cut it out. She's just like the strippers who's like can't get a hold on herself. You know what I mean? Not all women are like that, but I'm saying is like, yeah, the ones that go on there and do that. I mean that's like. But of course, when you're around the major cities,
Desiree says women have the biggest egos.
They do. Oh, I mean, I mean, obviously, that's like not even up for debate at this point.
Hey, dude. Desiree, credit to you for saying that, though.
Yeah. And credit to. Do you watch Pearl at all or no?
Pearl, yeah, the ginger girl.
Yeah, you watch Pearl?
Nah,
what do you think about
bit.
Pearl? Do you think she's fake or you think she's authentic?
50-50. I don't feel fully authentic. I mean there is some strategy there, but somewhat, but not fully. I mean, she got a little bit repetitive for me.
They all get but you know why they get repetitive? Because they're not talented. This is why I say I'm like. Very few people. Nobody can do what I do, right? Very few people can do shit on a certain level. You know what I mean? I don't believe that people could sit in front of the camera and do all the things that I do on all the different levels and get turned up and bring it down, right? And be funny and it's like because it's what people call talent. But the reason why comedians are so funny because they had a hard fucking life, right? Most comedians are funny because it's something fucking wrong with them. It's something wrong with them. You feel me? It's like me, you already know, it's something wrong with me. That's a fact. I will never deny that. But that's why I'm talented on camera. I'm like, I can make anything interesting. If the conversation gets too boring, I be feeling like Bruce Almighty, you know what I mean? Like Jim Carrey and Bruce Almighty, where he's sitting there with the story's getting boring, so he just bring a meteor out of nowhere. You feel me?
You know what I think one of the ingredients in that for you is because just like you said, if you think something is boring, what do? You say it. Hey, right. This shit is boring. So what is that? So what are you doing there? You're being authentic. You're being honest. Because some people might sit there and they're like, shit, this is boring, but I can't really say it to this person. Oh shit, this is fucking dull. I'm dying.
Yeah, I work too hard. And I done made too much money to be sitting there listening to somebody talk my ear off about anything, boy. I'm like, I was a kid in the era where kids had to shut up. You know what I mean? If you talk while adults was talking, you would get smacked in the face. I got smacked in the face multiple times. You feel me? Smacked.
And now instead you talk a lot. Now instead you're catching up by talking a lot, right?
No, this is the thing. Now that I'm an adult, right? I do not let other people intrude my space. So if I'm around somebody, right, and the decision is I have to listen to them talk or they're going to listen to me talk, which one do you think we're going to go with?
Yeah.
Exactly. That's why I talk so much because I'm around people. They don't know how to be quiet. So let's have a talkathon. Let's see who talks more. I am not going to listen to you.
Yeah. So this is the thing. This is the thing with me. This is why I really like to encourage people to be able to say things to me, because that way it keeps things honest. because I don't want to be. Let's say I'm talking to somebody. And they are thinking, man, this guy is this, that, he's boring or he's annoying. I want them to tell me that if I am, because maybe I'm not noticing it. I want them to tell me that. So I need to make sure that they know that it's okay to tell me those things. I think more people should be in that way. Like, you should want to encourage other people to speak their minds to you, because like with the criticism.
Yeah, no, dude, like I promise, like, so this is why I say I know intelligent conversations can happen, because Patrice only did 12 episodes of the Black Phillip show. They never had the same conversation. You know, the first episode was about, just the beginning and the sexual dynamics in general. Second episode, I don't remember exactly what it was about. Maybe it was like about like cheating or something like that. Third episode was completely about threesomes, ironically. The fourth episode was about midgets. They talked to They said they talked about midgets and sex, and the fifth episode they said they had like a group of girls there. So then it just
was this filmed online? What is it?
It was a radio show, so there's no video of it.
Okay, got it.
You can type in the Black Phillip show and get the audio version online anywhere. Yeah, on YouTube.
Oh, really? Maybe we should react to it.
We definitely could. But what I'm saying is like because Patrice is so interesting as a person, like they brought him on the Opie and Anthony show over like 150, 200 times. 200 times they brought him in because they know no matter what, Patrice is gonna have something new to talk about. He will have something to say that's interesting, something new. That's me. I'm like, I will never run out of stuff. I'm reading all day. So I'm all, like, I can talk about what I read this morning. If you really want to get into that, It's like, and we haven't talked about that at all this call, right? But I read something this morning, and yesterday too, you feel me? So it's like, it's like, that's what Pearl and people like Myron are missing, is they're not that interesting as people. Let's be honest. Like, probably.
I agree.
Yeah. Maybe they're hard workers, right? They're good business people. But if you hang out with them, right? Like, what is it? You can have a ton of fun. Is the conversation going to be interesting? Are you going to talk about something new, or is he going to give you his script every time?
This is what
he's going to go right into his script.
When I think about Myron and Fresh Air Fit, this is what comes up into my head. Questions like this: what do you consider a high value man? Do you consider yourself a high value woman? What should the income be? What should the income be for
right.
What do you rate yourself? 1 to 10? A 10. I'm tired of that shit. Hold on, let me read some comments.
No, it's boring. It is.
It's the worst. They think too highly of themselves. Most females, anyways. Being blunt or honest. Honest.
Oh, dude, that brings me to a point that I wanted to touch on too. When you talk about being honest with people, there is one gender between the two of us that has the most issue with you being honest with them, and we already know what that is. You understand what I'm saying, dude? Yes. And matter of fact, this is why I brought the Patrice thing up, because one of the episodes was about this, because he wanted to talk about why don't women want men to be honest with them. Think about it, the whole episode was that, and he kept bringing it to him like this. He's like, look, you got to understand that as a woman, right? Like you guys would rather a guy that doesn't like you, right? Pretend like he wants to do certain. Like you. This is what they said, right? He's like, oh, I don't want you to say this to me. I'm like, but what if he feels that way though? When you actually want, he's like, because I want you to be honest with me, and if you don't like me, I want you to go away from me. You want people that don't like you to pretend like they do, and be in that act for the rest of your life, so your ego will be intact.
That's so fucking stupid. You know that? That's so fucking stupid.
It is, but this is the way that women, and I do appreciate Pearl for saying this, because she said this the other day, was like, this is how women try to control language and change language. Like, oh, don't say it like this. Or don't say it. Don't call me this. It's like, you guys are trying to force us into it. And that's why, I always say the last frontier for a man is like, dude, I will never stop saying what I want to say. I can't put hands on people, right? All right, fine. I can't force you to do anything. All right, fine. But you cannot force me to not say what I want to say. And think about it, that's what they're attacking last. You gotta, don't talk this. Don't talk that. No, I'm gonna say whatever.
Listen. Isn't this funny? Okay, a woman, she gets, attracted to a guy that is kind of cocky, or, like this tough guy, this hard guy, She gets with him. They get involved in a relationship. After a couple of years,
for some weird way, these women, they tend to want to pussify this once hard, tough guy. They want him to become more like, tell me you love me. You never tell me you love me. You don't show your feelings. You never cry for me. Brian, Christina's man, he cries and tells her he loves her all the time. Why can't you be like Brian? Right?
Yeah,
So
no,
hold on. So this is the morbidness of it all. Because at first they got attracted with the hardness of this man, that he wasn't a wimp, he wasn't emotional. But when they get with him, they mold him into a fucking beta. And once that happens, they leave that guy for another hard man and probably going to do the same cycle again. That's how dumb these women are.
Well, I'm on this
instead of making him harder, upgrade this tough guy.
Yeah, no, there are some good women that do that though. You're right. Most women, they're trying to do what you just described, and like this is straight out of.
My wife does. My wife does the opposite. Like
there you go. That's what I'm saying. So right. So there are some good women out there, right? But the thing about it is, this is what Patrice says, right? When girls get with guys, right? The reason why they get with him is because they feel like he's better than her. That's the only reason why she would do that.
They want to conquer.
There you go, right? So they're like, oh, wow, he's better than me. I can't even believe that he would like me. And he does. So that's when they decide, like, okay, fine, I'll get with him, right? And now their goal, he's saying, is like their goal is to eventually get to the point where they feel like, I knew he wasn't as good as I thought he was, right? So that's them pussifying you down, right? Like, it was just an act. He's really not that tough guy, right? So once they get you there, you're right, they leave. But that's them in their own ego, because they don't want to feel like this guy's better than me. That's why they got with you, though. They will not get with a guy that they don't feel like is better than them. So their ego is like, oh, he's not better than me, so let me get with him and prove that he's not better than me. So the only way you keep her around is you got to stay better than her the whole time. You got to always keep her thinking like, oh, wow, I can't leave him. I can't leave him because then I would be leaving something. I would be doing myself a disservice if I left him.
Exactly.
It sucks, but this is women's ego. You have to, like, they will not stay with you unless they feel like, okay, I'm getting huge benefit from staying with him. The minute that they're like, okay, it's either even or he's getting more benefit, I got to go find another guy that I'm getting benefit from. It's sad, but it's their biology.
I agree. Listen. I completely agree. Even my wife, we're very in tune with each other, right?
Right. She still tries it every now and then,
Hold on. Yeah. I check her when if something is like going that way, like, listen, what are you doing here? Like, I'm like, what I'm trying to say is this. Even her, I think this is also, that might be in their DNA at some point. Like, if I started to become a wimp, no matter how much she loves me, the DNA will, go first. The DNA goes before anything. Like, if I start to become a coward, a wimp, a dishonest guy, or whatever, she will lose more and more respect, and eventually
100%.
She will leave.
100%.
Even the best of them will follow this at some point.
Well, like you said, like, it's biology, right? Because if we were in the wild, right, they need to rely on you for protection. Period. Yeah. That's their whole purpose in finding you, right? I need to find somebody who can keep me from dying, right, and bring me food while I have this baby.
Yeah.
So, I mean, how do they, like, the way that they used to confirm that is by physical, right? They used to see you kill stuff, right? See you, see you, exercise dominance over them, right? Hold on one second.
Yeah. Hold on, let me read some comments while you do that. Hold on. Honesty. Stop, Troy. Being honest today, you come across as a bad person. Absolute fact, Troy. Yeah, making sure. Right. Desiree, making sure that they are free to say how they feel. The more your voice is like nails on chalkboard. Your thoughts remind me of Dumb and Dumber. I feel like I won the lotto not having to smell you. Yeah, go suck off yourself, man.
Who said that?
The more.
The more. I just want to let you know that we love and appreciate you, and thank you for all your support, and thank you for commenting on the video and raising our engagement.
And then go
For real,
suck
we do appreciate
yourself.
you.
And then go suck off yourself after that.
Only if you want to, man. Only if you
only if you want to.
But let me just finish what I'm saying real quick. Just like I said, it's in their biology. They have to find the ways to test you to make sure you're still that guy, to make sure you're still strong. Because like I said, in the wild, they could test their man physically, right? And know that he's strong, know that it's in their brain. Like every so often, you're gonna feel that test come. You know what I mean? And usually it's mental now, because that's where we are in this world. Where it's like she has to rely on you to be mentally stronger than her. You know what I mean? In this world, to be able to protect her. You know what I mean? And so yeah, they test us mentally all the time. And most guys are afraid to they'll back down. And that's why the girl leaves. So when they test you, you have to be like, "What? Be quiet. You have no idea what you're." You know what I mean? It's like, all right, I ain't worried about all that. You feel me? Whatever the situation is, you cannot let her emotions get you emotional. You have to be the mountain, right, to her waves. Like she's the waves back and every month, right? Back and forth, back and forth. And when she crashes against you, you got to be the rock. Like, yeah, all right, I get it. I know you're upset, whatever. Go cry about it. We'll be okay. Calm down. I got it. You know what I mean? And I promise you, I'm like, I've never, like I said, I'm still in every relationship I've ever been in. You know what I mean? And the only ones who aren't like, it's because they are what they are, right? They're loose women, or they're so arrogant that they can only get with it for like 2 weeks at a time. And then they go back to their life of weak men. Then after they get tired of the weak men, you know where they're at? They're on my phone every single month.
Yeah.
Every 2 weeks. You know what I mean?
Let me read some comments, and then I want to talk about another thing here. Hold on. I want to ask you about this. This is funny too. Hold on. They say, Desiree, they say that they want a guy to just be honest, but when she asks if he likes these curtains and he says he doesn't care, she gets mad because he doesn't care, says Desiree. Desiree says most women say they want this, that, or the other, and when they are with a guy who is sweet, does anything for her, treats her like a queen, meanwhile she's bored. Yeah, this ties into what I wanted to talk to you about. When does a guy become friend zoned? A guy gets friend zoned when he is too ass kissy, kisses ass, is always there for her, listens to everything, agrees with everything. That guy that is kissing ass always ends up being a friend zone kind of a guy.
Right. Well, and that's most of the time. You're right. Let's say 95%. Because there still are some women, right, who are very traditional in that way. Whereas, like, if you show her all that attention because she hasn't been loose and ran around, she's going to appreciate that. But it has to be a woman who's either, like, had sex with nobody or very few
like
people.
An Amish woman. Like an Amish woman.
Yeah, an Amish. That's what I'm saying. It's like women like those, she doesn't want you to play around with her. You know what I mean? It's like, are we serious or are we not? Oh, yes? Okay, let's court each other and be serious then. So there's still 5% of women like that. But you're right. Like you have like.
But it's funny.
So to me, right? I think you get friend zoned right away. You know what I mean? Because it's a complicated situation. Like I can still be nice to a girl and her not put me in the friend zone. You feel me? Because I am never I'm never giving friend energy. You feel me? When you come up on me and I see you, I'm not the friend type of nigga at all. You feel me? Like, and I don't text very long. No, for real. If I meet a chick, if I meet a chick out somewhere, there's no way she would think. Because if I meet a chick out in public, I look at her like, you got a boyfriend or what? That's my pickup line. What's up? You got a boyfriend? You see, I'm right away. Look. What's up? Hey, what's up, girl? What's your name? Yeah, you got a boyfriend?
Yeah, because sometimes
that's what I'm asking about. You feel me? So if you give me your number, you know what time I'm on. So even if, like, in that instance, right, I can still, right, be all up on her, right, and try to spoil her with love to see what type of girl she is. Point blank period. Because if I do that to a chick and she responds well, I know she's probably not a hoe. You understand what I'm saying? So you can use it as a tactic because I'm shifting through. So if I wanted to get vagina from her, though, I wouldn't do that. No, I wouldn't just push up on her. I want to figure out who she is, though, because I have, you know what I mean? I have what I need already. So if I'm like, at this point, it's like, look, you got to be something special in order for me to mess with you. So I might do that to some girls where I will shower them with love real quick because I want to find out if you're the type of girl that will respond well to that or respond negatively. You know what I mean? The ones that respond well to that is the type of girl that you probably want to think about marrying. You know what I mean? The girls that look at it is like, ew, I can't believe you know what I mean? It's because she's been ran through properly.
Yeah, let me read some comments. Troy says there's no middle road, Desiree. Desiree says basically they say they want a simp, but in reality they will be bored because he worships her and there's no challenge.
Right.
I definitely seriously feel bad for men. It's a lose-lose situation. Troy, truth. Desiree, I think what happens is women pursue men who they feel is socially acceptable in their circle and not a man they actually have a connection with. Good point.
Yes, yes,
right?
yes. Oh, that's yes.
And then she says also, I think it's probably better to wait until you're older before looking for a serious relationship. Well, yeah,
I
and no.
disagree totally. I disagree 100%.
Well, it depends. Should you sleep around or not?
If you're a man or if you're a woman.
A woman. We're talking about woman here.
No, if you're a woman, you should be a virgin. No, you need to be. Listen, your child is going to come out of that. Are you serious? Your children have
you
to
heard
come through there.
Have you heard the thing about? I don't know if it's true, but they said some science stuff said each time a guy comes in a woman, that cum is stored in her somewhere in some cell or DNA.
Well, yeah,
and
I've heard like I've heard that it stays in there for a certain amount of time, right? But also what your body extracts from the semen, right? Because think about it, when you eat, right? Your body is not eating the meat. You intake the meat, the body breaks it down, takes what it needs, and then you shit out the rest, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what does the body do with semen? Semen is, as far as I know, right? It's spinal fluid mixed with brain fluid. You know what I mean? Seminal, as far as I know. So that's why, because it's information that you're downloading,
makes sense.
right?
It makes sense. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Right. So when they take it in, this is why couples who are together forever start to look like each other. The woman is receiving DNA from the man. She takes the semen in, her body extracts the DNA, stores it, and gets rid of it. So that's why do women who have sex with a lot of people act like men? Because they are taking in DNA from all these different men. So they're physically and chemically becoming like a man. This is biology. There's no way around it. All right. So that's that's what it is. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's what it's unfortunate. Like even though I know it's hard, right? But as a woman, you should try not to get any semen inside you until it's the one that's gonna make your kid.
It's pretty hard. Sorry, Desiree, but
well, Desiree has a boyfriend.
Yeah, that's true. But hold on. So did you go? No, you just turned off, right? Oh yeah, okay. So thing is this. I mean, we're not aware of this, especially not women, because they get taught to, hey, just fuck around. Nothing's really happening. Just go fuck around. Nothing happened. Take this, pills that prevents you from getting pregnant, and then you just go hog wild, man. Ride it up. Ride the cocks till you can't. But the problem is this: men, and listen, this is the truth. Men only want to fuck women that has no, hold on. Men only want to fuck women that sleeps around, but they do not want to marry them. They do not want to marry them. Why? Maybe that's because maybe it's subconsciously they know in their DNA they're like, this woman has the DNA of 200 other men, and I just want my DNA to be in my kid. Maybe you're muted.
100%. I'm like, dude. About it. Before DNA testing, right? How would a man know that the kid is his? There was only one way, surefire way to know. Only one. Because that kid could be anybody. It could be somebody that looks like you. Guess what? The kid can be somebody else's, come out and only see you and then start to look like you. This is how the human eyes work, right? You develop yourself based upon what you see. I can give you actual proof of this. Like when my son came out, the first person he saw was me for the first 2 days. He was my skin color, right? And then I didn't see him for 2 weeks because he went with his mom to his grandmother's house. After that 2 weeks, he had lightened up to match the skin color of that family.
most babies get darker after they're born. My son got lighter because that's how the body works. You know what I mean? And so it's like it's impossible. You know what I mean? For like I said, it's impossible for at least before DNA testing. Even now, though, I'm like, because DNA testing is not a surefire, but it's impossible for a man to know for sure that this girl is really, for you and this family is yours without her being a virgin. So that's in your DNA,
So the problem here is this. For some reason, a lot of women thinks it's good for them to sleep around. Like they think, I don't know why, maybe they're looking for some opportunities with some guys and they sleep around because of that. I don't know. But man, it's not good at the end of the day when because women age worse than men. They just have a certain time, like I don't know, 40, 45, 50. I don't know what their time is, but eventually you're you're not unfuckable. There's always people that will fuck you, but
well, you can't reproduce anymore. And like I hate to be that guy.
Yeah.
I hate to be that guy, you know what I mean? But our purpose is to be fruitful and multiply, you know what I mean? Like ask how many guys would want to stay alive if they junk had to be cut off. You feel me? Like I would rather die, me personally. You know what I mean?
Well, I disagree with that.
I'm saying me personally, take me out the game. You feel me? It's like, hold on. That's what I'm here for.
Let me push back on that. Let me
take
push
me
back
out the game.
Let me push back on that. If I could lose my wiener and still be able to pee and all that without any problem, I don't know how that would happen. But hear me out. I wouldn't have that much problem with it. You know why? You know why?
Nope, I don't know why.
Hold on. Think about how much time that I now got to something else, that I can do something creative instead of thinking about chasing a fucking hole that I want to rub my dick up and down towards, wasting time and shit on that. Think about how much stuff I can do creatively for this world. For this world, man. Instead of chasing a fucking.
I get it, man. Listen, man, I get it. Trust me, I am as illustrious.
Listen, it killed Freddie Mercury. Whether or not the AIDS was, it was still what actually got him to die.
No. Freddie Mercury is the opposite. He didn't mess with women, and then it still happened.
No, listen, I'm trying to talk in code words here. We both know.
I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean.
He didn't die of the you know what, but he still got into that situation because he thought. Hold on, because he thought he got that thing, right? Why did he think he got that thing? Because he was fucking around. So if he didn't have that dick, he would still be here, regardless.
No, I don't believe that at all.
I believe that.
Look, this is the thing, man.
Sex like I said, is what brings everything down at the end. Yeah. Now you know how it is. But I get it.
I don't care. Yeah, no, it's cool. But look, man, like in my opinion, bro, when you get to that level, then you've lost the plot. You know what I mean? You like that's like me saying, like, oh man, if I didn't have my son, I could spend so much more time making money. It's like I'm making money so that way I can go spend time with my son. That's the reality. I make money so that way I can have my son. I can have kids and keep this thing going. You know what I mean? The reality is that, like I said, it's not just about sex, man. Like, yeah, as a man, right? We are boiled down to the level where we think we're just horny all the time and we want to. It really is, and this is why I said, like, dog, I'm not the type of guy that can just jack off and then I won't want to have sex anymore. That's never going to happen, bro. For me, sex is not just about putting my hole in it. It's about me, right, connecting and intertwining in the spirit with somebody that I love. This is why I don't have sex with new people like that. For real, I don't have one night stands like that. And the few times that I do it, I do feel weird and empty afterwards. You know what I mean? Because I am still at the level, right, where for me, I like being in the vicinity, and I like, the sexual act with somebody that I love and that loves me. It's like, there are whole books about how people use the sexual act and the sexual energy to manifest things. You know what I mean? Because there is a different level of frequency that you get when two people are together, and nothing like when a man and a woman are intertwined. There is nothing. It's so powerful. It literally creates life. You know what I'm saying? It's not just me putting my dick in a hole. It absolutely is not. You know what I mean? The process of us, like, there's a reason why if a woman is a virgin and somebody has sex with her, even if it's like a forced situation, she still falls in love with that person. You understand? because biologically God has made it to where it's like this is what it's about. You know what I mean? Like we are life. That's what we are, right? So yeah, there are a whole bunch of side missions, right? But the purpose is us being here, right? And we can get the conversation about emotion or whatever. But like I said, I'm like, it is like, you know, you work hard. I mean, maybe not you, right? But like I said, for me, as far as I know, and the guys that I know, even like, especially if they have a woman that they love in their life, right? You work hard so you can make that what you want to make it. You know what I mean? So you can, you know, like regardless of how you want to simp or whatever. Like I don't believe in simping the idea of you being able to simp on your wife like that. You feel me? But you want to be able to give your wife the world. I mean, hopefully. I mean, me personally,
Absolutely.
I know that's what I'm, dude. It's not just about the sex. It's not just about the sex. It's about the smile on her face, right? Like I said, I don't even have a wife, but I can feel it in you, right? The idea of giving your wife exactly what she wants, and you being the guy that brought it to her, and you being able to just it's about
but
that.
you do
emotion,
you do have that for your kid, right? Sort of. Yeah.
No. I mean, my kids, damn near the only person I have it for. I love the women in my life. They all know that. But like, you know, I'm jaded. You feel me? Like, I didn't grow up with my mom in my life, so I'm not the guy that's like, oh my God, I owe everything to my mom. And so that's how dudes treat their girl. I'm like, no. Me and my mom are like a husband and wife that got divorced. For real.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where it's like we deal with each other because we know we should, but we're both like, you know what I mean? A little bit of we just like, you know.
Hey,
so it's like
we should react to relationship things as well. You know what I mean?
Like, you know, the Patrice O'Neal would be a good thing to watch, just because like I said, he's funny as fuck. He's a real comedian. And so it's like the show is not just like, all right, what's your name? Oh, where'd you go to college? It's like he's sitting there, he's joking on like, dude, Amy Schumer was on one of those episodes before she got big.
I can't stand Amy Schumer. Yeah.
But my point is that like when she was in there, it was her and 8 other women, and she would start talking for 2 seconds. He'd be like, all right, shut up, bitch. Anyways, you, let me ask you. And but think about it, part of her was enjoying that. You know what I mean? Like they look, I'm around women all day, right? There's nothing, they're not nowhere near close to as wet as they ever have been. When I tell them, shut the fuck up. I tell them, shut the fuck up. They look at me like, yes, daddy. For real, right? You know what I mean? And then sometimes I get sick because I'm like, why do you make me do this to you? I'm like, why do you make me have to tell you shut the fuck up? But they want to know that I can still do that. They want to know that I'm not afraid to tell them shut up and put them in their place. They want to know that you can save them from themselves. Think about it. They know they want you to save them from themselves, their own bad decisions. They know they make bad decisions, so they need to do that. They need. I'm like, that's why they push that line. And unfortunately, like I said, all the women who I've ever dated, they still call me to this day because I will never ever let them think that I approve of some dumb shit that they do or say. You know what I mean?
Desiree says these women think that dressing like a slut is attractive. Yeah, for a hookup, but no man wants all that baggage or that high maintenance chick. Oh, how about when they say they love sucking dick? They think guys love hearing that. And yeah, for sure, for a blowjob, but beyond that, don't.
Right.
Yeah, it is true.
What kind of chick says that? What kind of chick says that who's not a whore? It's like, how many dicks have you sucked to where you know you love it?
Hey, have you seen these TikTok videos? Oh no, not TikTok videos, Twitter videos. These girls, they're like, I just want to be, dicked by 100 men today. I can't wait to have their semen all in my face and eyeball and shit. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? That's so unattractive.
The reason why they do that is because that's who they are. You know what I mean? I just had to have this conversation the other day. I swear to God. Like, look, certain chicks, right? There's only 2 reactions from a chick who ends up sleeping around a lot when she's young. They either start hating themselves, right? Like big time. Now that's my ex-girlfriend, right? The one that calls me all the time because she hates herself. She knows that she should have made some better decisions, and now she's 30 and not married, and she wished I would still marry her. But I'm not, because she, you know what I mean? That's what it is. But I love her. You know what I mean? She knows I love you and I'll take care of you, but I'm not marrying you. The hell? You feel me? So that's her reaction, right? The other reaction is they hate men. They either hate themselves or they hate men. And so now what do? They want to just sleep around with it. They think, I'm just gonna, I'll sleep with a bunch of men, fuck them over, you know what I mean? Whatever, they take some nice guys and make them fall in love with them and then dump them to the side. They start running through 50, 60 men to the point where they're cold. And now they want misery loves company now. They just want everybody to agree with them. So they posted on TikTok, oh, we should all sleep with 100 men. We should, that's all. They're trying to make themselves feel better about their own decisions.
Yeah. I came to a point where I started to think,
I'm listening.
Oh yeah, okay. I came to a point where I started to think like a woman is attractive if she's intelligent, to the point where if I saw a dumb woman, I was almost not disgusted, but close. Like for me, I don't get it. If you're a good-looking woman, okay, why don't you also try to upgrade your mind? Because if you have both the look and the mind, man, you're something. You know what I mean?
Well, but, yeah. See, but you got to understand the law. Remember, we talk about incentive, right? I mean, there has to be incentive in everything for people to do stuff. If there's no incentive, they won't do it. That's why the dumber the woman is, usually the more beautiful she is. Because there's no incentive for her.
That's what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
But I mean, man, you could have seen that as saving money in the bank. Like, keep the looks. That's like saving money in the bank. Now go upgrade your mind, and fuck, man, you're gonna be something else. And I don't understand how they don't do that. How they cannot understand that, hey, I need a mind as well, because my looks will eventually deteriorate. My looks will, but my mind is the last thing to go, right? My mind. So.
Right. Well, you know, and they usually start doing it much later in life, right?
Yes. Because they have to. No, they have to.
When this is the reason why I disagree with Desiree that people should wait to get married, you know, because look, and just another side note, right? For the women out there who aren't smart, right? You know, dudes can't tell if you're dumb if you don't talk. I'm just saying. This is why quiet women. It's not because necessarily men like dumb women. It's not that. It's just that they can't tell you're dumb if you don't talk. Anyways, but the reality, I don't agree with people getting married later in life, because it's like at that point, like now, of course, you know, the biological clock, right? But it's like now you're playing against a shot clock now. You know what I mean? Like, you got to get your ducks in a row right away if you're a female. Right? We're two different species of people. All right, get that through your head. All right, there is no such thing as men and women are the same. Two completely different species.
Yin and yang, yeah, as always.
Yeah, you know. So it's like always. we have different processes, right? You guys always say you mature faster than us, right? You guys mature faster than us, right? But our maturity, you know what I mean, timeline is a lot broader, right? You mature right away, boom, to right here, right? And unfortunately, look, you can't get to the level as a woman where you can't relate to kids, because then how are you going to raise kids, right? Even as a grandma, right? As a grandma, you still have to have that childlike mindset a little bit, because you have to raise children, right? I'm not raising kids, right? I mean, I am, right? But it's not my job to be there and be like, it's my job to go make money and provide resources, you know what I mean? I'm not, so that two different jobs, you know what I mean? So that's why when people say, oh, women are dumb, it's not that they're dumb, it's just that like their intellect is set up to be able to do the important thing of raising our children, right? Because if I had to raise all the kids, these motherfuckers would be cold pieces. They'd be cold robots messing with me, because I don't have that soft heart all the time, you know what I mean? So, you know, so I think that women should get, you know, I think that you should try to think about how long are you going to be able to be a virgin? What, till 30? No. I think that you need to get it done quick, so that way, and of course, this is why, you know, younger women marry older men. It's just the natural state of, you know, of order. You know, I mean, you guys have to get that through your head, that that's why that has always happened, because the biological clock starts at 16. Unfortunately, it starts at 16, right? And then you have 15, 16 years until you're done. So how long are you going to be with a man, and how many kids are you going to have? Take that math and divide it over 16 years, God damn it.
Hey, you know what's funny regarding the difference between men and women? Another thing, which is, can you go and have sex with a 99-year-old woman?
Yeah, she would have to be like incredible. It'd have to be like a super anomaly. She had to be the best looking 99-year-old woman ever. Yeah, so probably not. Or I mean, like, for money, obviously I could. You're like, you know, she'd have to pay me. Yeah, for money.
Okay, listen, she looks like scrunky mummy, coming from the Egypt, a mummy.
I would have to say in that case, my dick would probably be worth $100,000. $100,000. I couldn't justify turning down 100. I could justify turning down 10. I could maybe justify turning down 50. 100. I can't turn down 100.
She's looking like this.
I can't turn down $100,000. I'm sorry, like not for something that's in my ethical wheelhouse. $100,000 to have sex. I wouldn't take $100,000 to kill somebody.
Okay,
right? I would, but I'm gonna have sex anyways with her for free. You tell me I'm not gonna have sex for $100,000?
You're missing the point. I don't think it's even possible for me. I don't know about you. I don't know about your dick. If I see a mummy, you give me a 10 billion, my dick won't respond. How the fuck do you get that shit up?
I think $100,000 to get my dick moving a little bit.
How?
I have full control over my body, man. I can make my body do anything. That's why.
Okay.
I can get my shit right now if I want to. Bow, let's go.
Okay, but yeah, you're abnormally. It's not normal. Most guys.
Ladies,
hold on. Yeah, most guys can't do that. So why I'm bringing that up is it does work the other way around for a woman.
Yeah, chick.
A woman,
but she doesn't have to get horny though.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. A woman can sell herself to a 130-year-old man that has a dick that wants to fuck, if that was possible. So men cannot do that. So women, they can be whores in a different way than men. Like, they don't have to be attracted.
Right.
They can just spread their legs and get a 5,000-year-old man.
That's another reason, right? Why the intelligence level has such a big gap, right? Because as a man, like think about it, as a man, right? If you cannot read, are you ever gonna get sex? If you can't read, let's be honest, probably not, right? You gotta be able to
read. Yeah.
Read. You can't read. You're a dummy.
I thought you meant read her. Yeah.
No, if you can't read words, you're like,
yeah.
hell no. It don't matter how good you look, right? If she's like, hey, you look good, and you're like, bleh, bleh. And shout out Myron, because he does say this example sometimes. But think about it. As a woman, right? If a woman was gorgeous, Angelina Jolie, whatever you think is gorgeous, and she was like, duh, would you still fuck? As long as it was ethical, as long as she wasn't, you know what I mean? If she just couldn't talk, but her mind was good, but she couldn't talk, right? I'd be like, oh yeah, even better. Come here, yes.
You can't say the opposite, yeah.
But the opposite, so that's what I mean. Is like because the incentive is there for men to be intelligent. So here we are. We're intelligent. We're strong. Women, they don't have to be intelligent. They don't have to be strong. So why would they do it? What's the point? Waste all that time for what?
But this is why I really couldn't be with a dumb woman, because I hate stupidity. Why?
I think you could be with a dumb woman, but she would have to follow directions well.
Maybe, yeah, but ultimately, I want an intelligent woman that is on my wavelength, sort of.
Well, you can have that too. You have the intelligent one boss around the dumb one. That's how that goes.
Puppeteer.
Because now she has something to do. Now you're intelligent one has something to do. She has a project. She got a friend.
Yeah. So let's look at stupidity. Why shouldn't you like stupidity? If I ask you simply. What's wrong with stupidity?
It puts us in danger.
Good.
We're in danger. Yeah.
Creates potential problems.
That's right. Creates problems. That's why I said you have to be able to follow directions. If she can follow directions, but she's dumb, we can make it work. Because you don't have to just do what I tell you to do. Move here, and we will be good.
Yeah. So stupidity is bad because it creates problems.
Yes.
So we don't want problems. I mean, if they arrive, or situations, as we said, we don't want situations. But if they arrive, we take care of it. But unnecessary situations, we don't want that. So that is why we should strive to not be stupid. Both of us, the woman and the man, should both strive together try to not to be as little stupid as possible,
Well, it's not her job to do that though. It's her job to strive to get a man that will protect her and her kids when she has them babies. It's your job as a man to make sure you're not stupid for everybody. You got to be smart enough for everybody.
Absolutely, I agree. But she can also, to the extent that she can also be aware of this very same thing and try to avoid it on her end as well, because you're not with her all the time, right? So if she ends up doing something completely stupid, on her end when you're not with her,
right,
she might do a completely stupid act that destroys both of you if it's stupid enough. Like, I don't know what
you're saying when she's not with you. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So
well, see, and this is why
making her aware of this is important.
Well, think about what they used to do in, like, I might shout out Ashman and all the Muslim countries, right? This is why a woman is not supposed to be. Well, I'm not saying it's right, but in their culture, yeah, they accounted for this. You're right. Yeah, you're right. She could go out and do something stupid. So is she supposed to even be outside without me? Right? No, she's not supposed to be in the presence of a single man that is not her brother and not her husband or father. Period. You're supposed to be with your family.
I wouldn't want my wife to be out without.
I mean, and think about it, even if she doesn't do something stupid, she's vulnerable. Exactly. She could be smart, but what if somebody kidnaps her? She could be.
And now we got a huge problem.
Now we got a huge problem. So it's not just about her being dumb. That's what I'm saying. It's too much. So she could be dumb, right? But either way, right? That's why they have those. It's like you have to protect what's important to you. And this goes back to the conversation about being honest. Because women don't want that honesty. You tell them you're important to me, they're gonna be like, ew, this faggot.
And yeah, exactly. And see how they made it. See how they made it in society. Men, they want to control and own the woman. Yeah, a psycho man maybe, but a real man just wants to protect her and avoid problems. That's all.
I mean, it's our job. You know what I mean? Like, that's what we were putting. I say this sometimes, whereas, like, if you look at certain species of ants, right? It's like the ants are really a female species, and I think we're the same thing. But they have males there for a purpose. You understand? Like, the ants, like a sea of women, a few males. What they do with the males, and this is brutal, right? But to let you know the nature of the female species of certain things, because their nature is survival, any way I can. But we need them to do that, because you wouldn't be born, right? If they didn't do that. So they can't think about you. They can't think about other people. They have to think about themselves only, themselves and their kids. That's all they have the capacity to do. So when you see women do selfish shit, it's not personal. It really isn't. They're set up to survive. So whatever they got to do, take advantage of you, him, her, lie, cheat, whatever, because they're not strong enough to manipulate the world like we are. So the female ants, right? What they do is they when they have a new set of babies, right? They basically they release the male babies into the wild, keep the female babies, raise the female babies. Then they do a sweep of the jungle, right? In other words, like, there's certain time where you just see millions of female ants running across the jungles. You know what they're doing? They're looking for the male ants so they can take the semen, impregnate as many women as they can, and then eat them.
Man, that's what they brutal, do, right? That's brutal. But
they just need them to keep the species going.
Nature of the game.
It's the nature of the game. So our species is the exact same thing. You feel me? Whereas, like, there's a whole bunch of women, right? And then there's men, and our job is to be the sacrificial lamb. Right? Yes. When war happens, what do? We go to war.
And we don't have a problem with that either.
Because that's what we're here for. It's in our DNA. So that's why men are so easy to make a man simp. Why? Because he's set up. Men will die for women they don't know when shootings are going on, and die in place of women they don't even know. Because it's in us to do that, to protect them. So we're really a female species, right? And as a man, we're like the bodyguards, really. You know what I mean? But think about it. A bodyguard has to protect you by saying, do this, do that, move here, move here, move here. So once you start telling the bodyguard, no, I'm not doing that, how can he protect you?
You're messing up the natural order of whatever.
You're messing up the natural order of you being protected.
Yeah.
That's all we're here for. So we have to boss you around, not because we're better than you, because we're your bodyguard. The bodyguard tells Miley Cyrus to do. Even though Miley Cyrus pays him, he's like, bitch, get down. Right?
Yeah.
So
okay, listen.
Anyway,
let me go back to this regarding stupidity.
Damn, it got hot quick.
Yeah, and after a while, I will need to go to sleep. But
of course, I'm not. I appreciate you.
I did it.
You're a hard worker.
Yeah, listen. Stupidity, right? What would you say? Because I have an idea. I have a theory, or an idea, whatever you want to call it. Stupidity, or let's say intelligence. Intelligence is linked to truth and honesty, and stupidity is linked to the lie and the dismissal of truth and honesty. What would you say about that?
Yes, because intelligence is intel, right? Information. So to be intelligent is simply to have more information. That's why I always say that. I'm like, I don't believe other people are smarter or dumber or have different capacities. No, I'm just seeing more intelligent because I read more. I have more information in my head accessible, right? At the moment, I write stuff down. That makes me more intelligent, right? Than somebody who doesn't write down because I have the information easily more accessible. So you're right. It's completely linked to info.
So honesty and truth is what makes somebody eventually,
I would say yes.
ultimately intelligent, right? So that means,
I would say yes.
So why I'm saying this is this: the world seems to be against honesty, seems to be against truth, and more for the fake and the lie, right? And we are seeing the world getting more dumber and dumber and dumber because the fuel of this world is slowly turning into the lie and the fakeness, right?
Right.
But if the fuel of society and the world was run on truth and honesty, wouldn't that translate into a more intelligent world, like more intelligent population, if they could deal with honesty and truth and actually want honesty and truth as well? While today it's the opposite. We're turning the other way. Like honesty is like hate. Honesty is not good. Lie and fakeness, that's what we like. And maybe that's why we're becoming so stupid. Because let me say this. What would you say truth is? This is a tough one. What is truth? Because truth is like a chameleon. Truth can be a lot of things, right? Like this is a cup of water, right? That's true, right? This is a big nose. That's true. This is a hat. Or whatever.
I think maybe in those things it's like in comparison to, right? It's like it's a big nose in comparison to a small.
Oh yeah, of course, exactly.
But the smaller one is what gives it truth.
Okay, yeah, but this is a mustache in comparison to a shaved face.
Yeah, or a beard, right?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so truth can be that, right? It can be this is a table, this is a screen, this is a that, but it can also be other stuff as well, not just objects. It can also be things that happens in this world. Like I don't know. This is a very hard question. What would you say truth is?
Yeah, it is very esoteric, right? I think the lowest common denominator is accurate communication, right? So like for example, if you say this is a hat, right? It becomes true, right? When you're able to say this is a hat and I understand what you mean. Accurate communication,
so
right?
Truth
that's
the
point of language,
right? Could you say
truth in a way
is what is?
In a way, it is what we all agree on.
But some people do not, agree on some truth.
And that's why, and so then, right? Now the idea, right, of what's real in society, it starts to upset the fabric of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when people start to say and believe that is it having effects in real world? Yes, it is. You understand? Them believing it does not have no consequences. There are consequences. It becomes true.
That's why they're pushing that shit. They want us to acknowledge the lie and feed the lying world. Like,
so this is our conversation about. Right. So this is our conversation earlier, right? About do I focus on the negative or do I focus on the positive, right? It's like, look, even though the negative might be true, right? Think about it. Even though men and women being separate might be true, them saying it over and over and over again, if we accept it, it will take hold, right? So that's like it's that exact concept. It's like truth is whatever we create next. It'll be whatever we.
1984. 4 is 5. 2 + 2 is 5 or whatever. Yeah.
There you go. Right. So it's like when everybody accepts it, then it becomes true. You know what I mean?
And that's their goal, though. That whatever is doing the things in society, that is their goal. They hate truth. The enemy of them is the truth. So they
well, they love truth, but they don't want us. It's like being in a video game, right? It's like the virtual reality is such the best example too. I was like, I love That's right. I love that idea because I'm like, dude, it really does fix everything, right?
Yeah.
Think about it, if we're in a game,
everything, yeah,
everything falls into that if you really think about it, right? So if we're in a virtual reality, right, and this is a game, right? You don't look at them as the people that are running the game. They're the people that are winning the game. So they don't hate truth. They're just trying to keep you away from the rules of the game so you don't learn how to win. They don't control the game. Hell no. But they just know how to play better than you.
That's true. Yeah.
That's what that's
you see?
No.
Yeah.
No. That's what I'm like, church. You feel me? Like that's what it is right there. And so to me, that's why I'm like, that's why I don't give them too much weight, right? When every time you always see me trying to take power out of their hands. I'm like, no. They can't control everything. No, they can't. No. But I'm like, but they know how to play the game though. And they're doing everything they can to trip us up, right? Oh, let's make it seem like you got to work hard in order to make it, to be successful. Think about it. What Sovereign said, like even the sparrow, right? God even looks out for the sparrow who does not toil in the field. So for us to think that we have to toil in the field when we're the most powerful thing on this planet is ridiculous. But if you think that, then the game is set up to where whatever you think is your controls. So they put that in your mind, and now you have a whole different set of controls,
And that is why they want to censor people that do want to expose them to, expose these things, because then they know the rulers or whatever, the ones who are winning the game, they know that if this gets spread around, this truth that exposes them, they are now losing the game.
Or at least on an even playing field.
Yeah.
We're at least on an even playing field now.
And that's why they need to censor it. And one of their tactics is what? They run this psychological thing about, we don't want to hurt people's feelings, therefore we need to censor this or censor that. They use that to,
Well, I mean, it's the Freddie Mercury thing, right? And then the 9/11, they always hide their faults in, you know what I mean? And whatever, they hide it in plain sight. Whatever it is. So
the best lie is spun off with the truth. The truth and then the lie. The truth and then the lie at the end.
Right. It's like whatever the lie is, they're gonna project it as truth.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Or they'll take the truth and project it as a lie.
Yeah, there has to be truth in it. You know what I mean? Right. I don't know if I've said this to you, but what gives the media, I think I have said it to you. What gives the news or media credibility, or at least before, was that they actually had real shit in it.
Exactly.
Like a car crash, or whatever. And
dude.
And then they inserted bullshit in between the car crash, because the car crash gave it credibility, right? The truth.
Yes, exactly.
Credibility.
No.
And then, that's how they got it.
I brought this up with Craig either yesterday or the day before. When during our debate, right? Because he wanted to go off about he literally, when he was cutting me off, boom, boom, boom. I'm like, all right, finish what you want to say, right? So he finished what he wanted to say. I'm like, all right, I just want to let everybody in the audience know this is what Craig does. He says 100 false things in a row. Well, this means this. This means this. This means this. And then at the end of it, he's like, and I can prove that in this experiment. So he gives you one piece of real information to cap off all the lies.
Yes.
So you think all that must be true because he connected it to something that's true.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I thought of that while I was watching Craig do that. I'm like, this is what he's doing. So you're right. That is what they do. That is what they do.
Yeah. So that is similar to the lie that the best lie has to have truth in it. So same with the the people we can't talk about, the people with the white robes. No, them too.
Oh, not the Jays.
No, not the Jays. I'm talking about the medical. Okay,
right. Yeah, I don't even know a better name for this.
Yeah, I don't even know if we can say doctors anymore. I mean, now I said it, but but yeah, I mean, they got credibility because they could actually fix you. They have to be able to.
No, 100%. Okay, exactly, right.
You know what I mean?
I mean, it's like otherwise it would have been done a long time ago. Like, if everybody was just getting sick, then we'd be like, why are we doing this?
Yeah, so they fix you on a lot of stuff, but then you don't know what they trick you on. You know what I mean? Like, how the fuck do you know? How do you know, right?
Dude, I did not know that Freddie Mercury shit till you told me, bro. I'm not gonna lie. It's like I get chills every time I think about it. You know what I mean?
It's insane. Me either. But it was this past couple of years, because I think it was the Sniffles 19 that kind of
sparked your interest in what else are they lying about?
Yeah,
what other things are they?
Yeah, and then I found
Dr.
videos.
Fauci right? You're like, Dr. Fauci is the same guy that, oh my bad, Dr. Whatever is the same guy that promoted the AIDS too. Oh, he did both. Oh my God. Why is he not strung? Why is he not strung up by his ankles right now?
Yeah. So it's very interesting how powerful truth is. It's like I think it's the most powerful thing in this whole reality, actually, truth. And authenticity. Authenticity is linked to truth, right? Because you are your true self. So therefore, truth is the most powerful thing in the world. And also it gets you to become the biggest target in the world, depending on how big of the truth torch you hold. I don't know if I've said it to you before, but I said this thing, like you could be whoever, you could be the most unknown person in the world, but if you start to speak truth, you could become a really big person just by speaking truth and keep doing that, because the power of truth, right? So the more you speak the truth, the more dangerous you're now becoming to the guys that are winning the game, you know. So no matter who you are, the one holding the biggest torch of truth will also become the biggest target, because they don't give a fuck about you personally. They give a fuck about you holding the truth like that, you know what I mean? And spreading the torch like this, you know.
And I'm gonna tell you right now, you know, and I don't want to get too deep into this, because we could probably because this will lead into a whole, like, we could do a whole podcast just on this.
You see my eyes,
for real. I know. I'm gonna wrap it up with this. Like, where the rubber meets the road, right? Where it connects everything, right? Is when I say, listen to your inner being, right? Is that when you feel something, like, what is your inner being telling you to do? And a lot of people, like, they like to use the word go with your instinct, right? But what that is you sticking with truth, right? Or it could be, or maybe it's the other way around. Whatever word, right? It's you sticking with truth, right? Or listening to God, right? You don't think about it too much. That's why, you know what I mean? Once you think, now you're trying to extrapolate from the truth and make it different than what it is. So that's why people say, go with your instinct, or let your spirit be your guide, right? That's where the rubber meets the road. Like, what are we trying to get you to do when we say be truthful? We're trying to get you to listen to your inner being, listen to yourself, listen to God. Let God guide your steps. And if you're really doing that, though, right, then you won't have to worry so much about them trying to come in and attack you, right? Because you'll be listening to God the whole time.
Yeah.
So some people,
if they take
I'll
you
leave
down,
it right there. I'll leave it right there. Yep.
If they take you down, they take you down. If he dies, he dies. Have you seen Rocky IV?
Of course. Well, and this is the story of Jesus, right? This is the story of Jesus, and like I said, we'll pick this up on the next one, right? But think about it. Jesus is like, I'm following God, right? And it's going to lead me, even though he had moments where he's like, God, please take this from me. But he stayed and he followed God all the way to his quote unquote death. And now, think about it, thousands of years later, he lives. You know, and I'm not saying I necessarily believe in that, but you understand what I'm saying? Is like,
I get the
but that's what the story is trying to tell you, right? The story is trying to tell you that you think it's bad, but God is leading you to your destiny.
That's true. And you know what? What's funny before we go? What's funny is that even applies to, you know, what you said. Like, if you think too much, that strays you away from the truth. Like, if you think about composing, of course you need some thinking, sure, but if you think too much, you lose the connection to whatever the hell it is you're connected to.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Everybody who makes music for real knows that. It's like, if you start to get too analytical, step away, do something else.
Yeah.
Come back later.
Because I don't know if you've tried this. I've had moments back in the days. I was like, all right, I'm going to go in there. I'm going to make the best song. All right, let's do this.
Today's the day.
And shit ain't happening, man.
Right.
Just the same bullshit I've heard somewhere else. Like, I don't know, I'm playing some shit that is not good, or I've heard it somewhere else. And I do sit there. Nothing's coming out. I get like, discouraged, and I leave. That's because I did not go there with I was thinking, you see?
Right.
What you said.
Exactly.
I was thinking I'm going to do this song. That's not how
right. Yeah, and you see how that's connected to removing you from truth.
Yeah.
Right? It's like there's a connection between... Dude, this is such a deep conversation. We'll pick this up next time, okay? I'm like,
absolutely.
Dude, there's a lot right here. Go ahead.
Let me just read the comments before we go.
Of course. Oh shit, I forgot about that.
I'm trying to learn from you. Are you gonna read it or me?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Okay,
shout out Troy. Who has the proof will be silenced? Go ahead.
Where are you reading from? I don't want to. I don't want to
I'll-
read
I'll-
from the
You
beginning.
want me to go to the top?
No. That will take too much long time.
Oh yeah, I was reading from the bottom. I was gonna go from bottom up.
Okay, yeah, do that.
Yeah. Who has the proof will be silenced even before actually having. Oh, hold up. My bad. Actually having it. Okay. Desiree, read my comments, Vince.
Yeah.
Desiree, there are a few that are still saying there are studies of having a room full of people who are in on the test and one person who doesn't know, but they will show a pic of a banana and go around the room and ask each person what it is. The picture they see and each person says an apple. And when it comes to the test person, even though they clearly see a banana, they will say apple, right? Talking about the neural net between people, you know?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've heard about that. My comments won't make sense. That's right. My comments won't make sense.
Right. That's why I went back and kind of try to, yeah. Let's see. All right, real quick. The chubby women are usually the most fun. We're gonna start right there. Or we'll start right here. Don't chase, be confident, don't be clingy, and they will come to you. The chubby women are the most fun. Missed my comment, Troy. You're making me nervous. Careful driving, man. Get some personality instead of fake boobs. I don't mean 40. I just mean like 30. Or at least live with each other for longer than a year ago. Can give them. The comments are weird and warped on my phone. So
you know what's funny about this? Hold on. This is Rumble Studios, right?
Go ahead.
We're only getting comments from YouTube. So they're messing up their own channel. We're on Rumble.
I never get live comments on Rumble. Yeah, I never get live comments on Rumble, dude. I always wonder why.
I'm using Rumble Studios, and I'm not getting the.
We love Rumble. We love Rumble. Give us a deal, please.
Oh, that's so weird.
As long as you give them good stretch session, is all good. Women don't need pencil men. Or at least live with each other for longer than a year. That's the end of Desiree's last comment. I didn't say virgin. Who said anything about virginity? I did. I was saying something about virginity. Yes, you could. I mean, there was a time when I would say that everyone reads, but these days people can't cursive. Brings my point exactly. Technology ruined relationships. Right. With technology and AI, everything. It keeps warping some of these comments. So sorry, guys. Everything is easy to get, but never learn. There are definitely some ignorant bitches. Common sense is a requirement. That fragile, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how long back you're going now, but that's
I'm almost to the end. But anyway, there are good women out there. You just got to be patient and honest with her and to yourself. Again, AI. I don't know what Troy's talking about. Well, some people are able to process information faster and easily compared to others, but yeah, you can educate yourself. We'll talk about that next time because I will go off on a tangent about that, Des.
Yeah, and what do you mean, Desiree? I could go to Rumble. Why? I mean,
by the way, Ross, I have been in a relationship for 16 years now. Congratulations. Technology makes your nose look perfect. That's what Troy said to you. So I'm not saying all this as a single. Oh yeah, we know you're in a relationship with the guy. Something wants us to be against each other. There are studies. All right, I just read that.
Fact.
This is why your channels are hidden almost, right?
Mm-hmm.
Desiree, there are a few that are still sane. I'm almost at the end. Oh yeah, that was it. It's all good. That was the last comment. You already read the Rumble.
We are hidden,
and we appreciate everybody tuning in too.
We are hidden, but we will find a way through. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Well, we're hidden from the fake people. The real ones are gonna find us. You know what I mean?
Exactly. You know who you are, motherfuckers.
Yeah, and for all those that know too, like this was a spontaneous thing. Like we were just like gonna have a conversation with Ashman, and we ended up doing this whole thing. So if you guys want us to do this a little bit more, just like let us know, and we'll try to plan out. You know what I mean? When we come on here and just shoot the shit a little bit, besides the music.
Yeah, I mean, listen. I think both of us or all of us, we really do love to interact with people, but we want to also interact with you people on voice, right, Ross? Why not?
Absolutely. Yeah. We would love for you guys to call in. Pepsi Man, how's life in Fresnalagus? honestly, it's smooth right now. You feel me? Right between spring and fall, there's no better place to be in Fresno. The summer and the winter, everybody leaves. So right now it's cool. The weather's perfect. I'm in a t-shirt.
Yeah. You know, I could leave.
All right,
you.
so
I could leave you on. I could leave you on this stream, and it would still be streaming. But problem is,
right. Yeah, no,
it would never end because somebody would need to go in there and end it. But
I hope you guys find some good women. Trust me, Dad, we have good women. All right.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that. Hey, trust me. Hey, you ain't got to worry about us.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we got some good women over here. You feel me? But they just, they're where they're supposed to be, handling business. Feel me? So you probably never see them.
Yeah, we are still sane here. That's why.
At least mine.
Yeah.
Amen. All right, go get some rest, Vince. All right, we're gonna talk later, man.
Yeah,
everybody tell Vince go to sleep. We appreciate you guys.
Yeah.
And oh yeah, we're streaming again on Sunday. I saw some people posting in the Discord. All right. Sunday.
Yeah. Let me know when we're gonna do the offline stuff. Yeah.
Talking. Okay. Yeah. I forgot. I almost forgot about it. All right. Yeah. We'll see you guys on Sunday and look for our offline stuff. Bye.
Yeah. Peace out. Peace, Ross. Peace.